By the next morning, Alan Holder, his new student Eudara, and a redisguised Alex exited Wolton City's gates in a merchant caravan similar to the one that had brought them there. This time, they headed in a different direction from their arrival town, eventually reaching another resupply town along the trade route to and from Wolton City, where they quietly left the caravan. A short hike into the nearby woods brought them to a small clearing. Moments later, the wind howled as two lesser wyverns descended and landed before them. Two men dismounted from the beasts. Although Alan didn't bother with introductions, and neither man wore a concealing cloak, their quiet, shadowy demeanor told Alex exactly who they were, members of Black Mantle. The lesser wind wyverns were noticeably faster than griffins, shaving nearly half a day off the return trip to the northern Dankrot barrier fort. Even so, Alex preferred griffins. The wyverns might have been faster, but they had none of the comfort. By the time they landed, he could barely feel his face or his buttocks. Unfortunately for him, there was no time to recover. Before the numbness had even worn off, he found himself dragged into yet another meeting, this time with just his father, Jared, and Lord Marshal Lawson. Earl Drake didn't waste a second before dropping a heavy bomb into his hands. In light of your recent performance, I believe I can entrust you with handling the Kellerman aid request and the possible invasion. F***CK. Alex managed, barely, to keep the curse in his head and out of his mouth. As the saying went, no good deed went unpunished. All he'd wanted was to prove his worth as his branch's heir and potential future heir to family itself. If he'd known it would land him on the front lines of a potential war, he might have toned down his performance. Father, this is a matter that affects the future of the family. I do not think it proper to leave it to an inexperienced youth such as myself, Alex said, keeping his voice calm but firm. Don't worry. We have already established that you are not like any youth your age, Earl Drake replied smoothly, a teasing glint in his eyes as he deliberately threw Alex's own words back at him. Father and son locked eyes. With every passing moment, the tension in the room grew heavier. Lord Marshal Lawson, Dark Knight Jared, Dawn Thief Allen, and Shadow Dancer Eudara all felt it pressing down on them. Are you sure you can bear the risk of me losing everything you've worked for? Alex asked. I thought you wanted to usurp what is mine and claim it for yourself. How can you do that if you can't handle something as simple as this? Drake countered without blinking. I never said I wanted to usurp it now. I clearly said it would be in the future, when I was strong enough, Alex protested. Time waits for no one. Neither do your enemies, Drake replied, his voice calm but edged like a blade. If you can't handle something this simple, what makes you think you can usurp my throne at any time in the future? You won't even be able to claim it if I handed it to you. There is a time and a place to test me, old man, Alex growled, edging dangerously close to snapping. This isn't just about us power players anymore. This will affect the people who are beholden to us. We cannot let them die for no reason. They will not be dying for no reason, Drake shot back. They will be dying in order to train their incoming ruler. If a leader, a ruler, cannot bear the crown, his people will suffer. Whether that suffering is before or after makes no difference. This is madness, old man. Alex finally snapped. No, this is fury, boy, Drake roared back. Calm madness. At once, both father and son's eyes burned with a deep, intense crimson. The air between them seemed to crackle as if a red spark had formed in the space separating them. Even in the heat of his emotions, Alex never forgot one simple fact. He stood no chance against Drake in raw power. So, instinctively, he leaned on something in which he did hold an edge. Bloodline purity. Fortunately, there were no pure-blooded Führer bloodline possessors present as father and son silently clashed, not with weapons, but with the sheer purity and strength of their bloodlines. The secret of Alex's bloodline purity wasn't revealed. Drake's bloodline had been excavated and refined through years of training and battle. Alex, however, held the advantage in raw purity. His bloodline was not only exceptionally pure, but had also become a unique fusion unlike any other. For a full minute, Alex held his ground against the oppressive pressure of a legendary Führer bloodline possessor. Only then did his resistance begin to falter under the crushing weight. Drake wasn't disappointed. Quite the opposite, the smile on his face widened. This short exchange had proven the extreme purity of Alex's bloodline. And, more importantly, the vast potential of the path he had chosen to walk with it. Unfortunately, under the influence of calm madness, that smile carried none of a proud father's warmth. Instead, it was the grin of a murderous predator sizing up his next kill. Eudara's wild instincts screamed at her, every fiber of her being telling her Alex was in mortal danger. She could no longer remain calm. Jared, noticing her movement, was immediately on guard and preparing to step in. Fortunately, before either of them acted, Alex stepped back, breaking the clash. He dropped to one knee. "I accept your order, father." By Fury law, as the loser of a bloodline clash, he had no choice but to obey. Still, for Alex, this had never been about winning. He knew he couldn't. It was about making his stance clear. Drake eased out of the calm madness state, then gestured to Lord Marshal Lawson. "A divisional unit of 5,000 strong has been prepared for you," the Lord Marshal announced. "You are to assume full command and lead them to retake the Empire territory raided by the Wildkins, restoring it to civilized rule." He glanced toward Alex and continued. "The division includes 5 experienced commanders and dozens of veteran colonels. It will also have the support of St. Jared and a company of his heavy-armored knight brigade." Alex's eyes flashed faintly, his furrowed brows loosening a fraction. "I accept the order," he said flatly. A moment later, he calmed himself enough to ask, "Is there a plan in place in the event the Kellermans do attack?" Lord Marshal Lawson smiled faintly. "We've made arrangements. All military posts in the territory are on alert. Similar to your unit, we've dispatched others to patrol the more obscure parts of Fury lands where we could be flanked or caught off guard." "Have the other Fury lords been informed?" Alex asked. "No." The Marshal shook his head. "We haven't told them the exact threat, only that there's a possible assault on Fury lands. Most will likely assume it's a Wildkin raid. It's not ideal, but it will still make them raise some of their defenses." Alex nodded slowly in understanding. Until the Kellermans actually moved, the Fury family could not openly accuse them of anything. And in that danger, there lay an opportunity, one the Mad Earl and the High Command clearly intended to exploit. Unfortunately, few in the family were sharp enough to take advantage of such a situation. That was precisely why the matter was kept quiet. As the saying went, "Beware not the powerful enemy, but the foolish ally." We'll have an action strategy prepared for you within a day or two. After that, your unit will depart immediately, Lord Marshal Lawson concluded. "Understood," Alex replied with a curt nod. With that, Alex turned and left the hall, Eudara silently falling into step beside him. Earl Drake no longer bothered to hide his amusement and let out a deep, hearty laugh. The 3 others in the room could only shake their heads wryly. "If I may, my lord," Alan Holder spoke up, "you might want to tone down how much you tease the young master. If you keep this up, he might start to resent you." Drake waved the concern away with a flick of his hand. "The boy is neither fragile nor naive. He knows exactly what I'm doing. His only problem is that he's still too easily swayed by his emotions and by a streak of naive morality. That combination is dangerous in the face of his bloodline, and in the game of power where the smallest weakness can be exploited fatally." After a brief pause, Drake's gaze turned toward the St. Dawn thief. "So, you've spent some time with him. What's your assessment?" Alan didn't hesitate. "He's unique among his peers. Sharp-minded. If he weren't your son and future successor, I'd try to bring him into the Black Mantle myself. Given a few years, I wouldn't be surprised if he was running it." "You think that highly of him?" Drake's lips curled in faint amusement. Alan nodded. "He had the foresight to send his shadow guard to me as a disciple to learn the tradecraft. I can't say for certain whether he's laying the groundwork to insert his own people into the Black Mantle, creating an independent intel network, or simply ensuring he has a competent operative by his side. Whatever the case, the foresight he's shown is exactly what any spy master needs. And that kind of instinct can't be taught. You either have it or you don't. And he does, abundantly." The men here were all part of Drake's closest inner circle. There was no need for masks or false pretense, and so he nodded openly, like a father quietly proud of the fruits of his long, relentless training. "If you're this proud of him, would it really kill you to let the kid know?" The other 3 thought in unison. Lord Marshal Lawson suddenly spoke up, as if recalling something. "How do you intend to confirm your suspicion about that, my lord?" "I'll move with the boys' unit in secret," Drake replied without hesitation. If things are as I suspect, those cowardly fools won't be able to resist making a move. His eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint flashing within. And when they do, I'll remind them exactly whose property they're daring to reach their filthy paws toward. I assume you don't intend for young Master Alex to know you'll be accompanying him? Lawson asked. No. Drake shook his head firmly. There's no point in training him if he can't feel the true weight on his shoulders. His gaze swept across the room before settling on Lawson and Alanda. I'll be leaving the fief in your hands. By your command, they replied, bowing in unison. Walking down the corridor toward his quarters in the fort, Alex's mind gradually cooled. He hadn't lost his temper at Drake because he failed to understand the man's intentions. He understood them perfectly well. What angered him was Drake's utter disregard for the ordinary people who would be caught in the crossfire between the Kellerman and Fury families. Alex had long accepted the reality that the path to power required competition and killing. But until now, every person even remotely affected by his actions had been someone who consciously, or at least willingly, stepped onto the battlefield. Leading soldiers was one thing. Every soldier knew, or had to accept, the risks of their occupation. But being responsible for the lives and safety of civilians, people who were simply living their lives and had no stake in the conflict, was an entirely different matter. Their only crime was being in the wrong place when the storm descended. As someone who had once been a powerless nobody, Alex sympathized with those ordinary folk. He couldn't share Drake's light-hearted approach toward the matter. When two elephants fight, it is the grass that suffers. Alex knew this truth all too well. But in this case, it wasn't grass at stake. It was human lives. Lives belonging to people who had given their fealty to nobles in exchange for protection. Fealty was given. Protection was promised. But in reality, far too often, those promises were broken. Instead of protection, the people were trampled underfoot with no recourse. Although I know this in my head, this really is one shitty, messed up world, Alex cursed inwardly. Then again, it wasn't all that different from his previous life. The only real difference was that here, the nobles were more open about their disdain. Alex wasn't foolish enough to claim he could change the world overnight. Even if he became the most powerful person alive, human nature at its purest and darkest was not something that could be erased with strength alone. It would take far more than power to suppress, let alone erase, that deep-seated superiority and disregard. It's annoying that the Führer part of my bloodline can heighten my emotions like this, yet the other parts aren't doing anything to balance it out, Alex thought. I get that this is not necessarily an adverse state, but it's still irritating. Rather than counter the emotional surge caused by his Führer half, his Oromir heritage, and the Dragon Essence supplement, only kept him lucid and hyper-aware while those emotions boiled. It was like a lucid form of vertigo, irritating, awkward, but something he was slowly adapting to. Through that strange clarity, Alex reached a conclusion. At the end of the day, the only thing I can truly control is my own actions. I just have to make sure I don't walk the same rotten path as these nobles. If someone swears fealty to me, if they place their trust in me, then I'll give them what I owe in return. In that moment, he formed a quiet, unshakable creed. It wouldn't make him a saint in this cruel world, but it would guide him toward the kind of nobility he sought to embody, one not defined by title or birth, but by the actions of a true leader. Speaking of fealty and responsibility, a wry smile tugged at the corners of Alex's lips as he became more aware of Eudora walking beside him. Now that she had chosen to walk the path he suggested, he needed to make it worth her while. Though he hadn't voiced it aloud, Alex now saw himself as responsible for her upkeep along that path. Most importantly, in an area only he could provide. Rune tattoos. He really needed to find the time to inscribe a preliminary set for her. The problem was, he didn't have the time to. And Alex had no intention of slapping on some ordinary attribute tattoos. No, Eudora's physique deserved only the best, tailor-crafted rune tattoos. But such work wasn't something that could be rushed out in a day or two. Even the most basic attribute tattoos, strength, agility, perception, and the like, took more than 2 days to fully prepare. That reminds me, most of my projects have stalled, Alex realized with mild irritation. He and Eudora soon arrived at his quarters within the fort. By taking over the Task Force Division, his own chosen designation, Alex was now technically a Fury Army General. A.N. Military ranking: lieutenant, platoon, captain, company, major, battalion, colonel, regiment, general/commander, division, marshal, legion, lord marshal, army. His quarters reflected his new rank. In a military fortification where every square meter of space was dedicated to function, large and comfortable rooms were luxuries reserved only for the upper echelons. I'm heading into the subspace to get some work done before we move out. You don't need to accompany me, so go do whatever you need, Alex said, dismissing Eudora. She nodded without protest and turned to leave. She made her way back to find Alan Holder. Meanwhile, Alex entered his room and locked the door behind him. A quick scan confirmed the room was clean. He activated the phone rune on his beta bracer and dialed Haggleworth's number. Any updates? Alex asked as soon as the call connected. I've made contact with the family. The deal is agreed. Haggleworth's voice came through. Good. Have the goods been prepared? Yes, Chairman. They've all been stamped and are ready for shipping. We'll move them as soon as the contract is signed and sealed. They should have them within 2 days. Excellent. A smile spread across Alex's face. His true plan was coming together nicely. What about the second matter? The prototypes of the 3 tool components are complete, Haggleworth reported. But the craftsmen say the tools, and the runes they require, are too delicate to mass-produce like the rune phones. That's fine. This device isn't for sale. It's for that special project I told you about. How's recruitment going? We've contracted a spymaster to handle operations. They're recruiting staff now, but they can report to you immediately if you wish. That's not necessary. They're already bound to me and the company by an ironclad contract. Let them work. I'll meet them when the time comes. Understood. Back to the device. How soon can you have a batch delivered to Ashen Castle? In 2 days, if you wish. Good. Prepare the batch. I'll send word when I'm free from my current obligations, Alex said after a moment's thought. Alex spent a few more minutes discussing the Golden Palace's other ambitious plans with Haggleworth before ending the call. Next, he contacted Pinchcoin to order some materials. After that, he placed another call to someone who kept him smiling for the better part of 2 hours. He even made time to call the little brat, Wilbert, and the rest of his siblings, as a good big brother should. By the time all the calls were done, the sun was already dipping toward the horizon. Feeling mentally refreshed, Alex decided it was time to get some actual work done. After all, as a certified workaholic, what better way to rest before a major military campaign than by taking on even more work? He prompted the Omni-Rune core, opening a portal to the sanctuary pocket space. Everything inside was exactly as he'd left it. To his right, taking up most of the Rune-Tech lab area, the Nest Queen's metamorphosis was progressing smoothly. Her drones had converted all the carcasses Alex had provided into golden gel, which now formed a thick coating around the cocoon that housed her body. It would still be some time before the process was complete. At present, she stood 2 meters tall, though her width and length remained undetermined as she continued to grow within the dome-like cocoon. Based on Omni-Rune's active analysis, Alex determined that this stage of metamorphosis was focused on defining the size of her future drones, the main objective of this transformation. While reviewing data collected by the detection rune components embedded in the Nest Queen's runic cells, Alex noticed something promising. She had already begun gathering information on the ancestral markings from some of the carcasses she'd consumed. This is good news for the ancestral marking project, Alex thought, his eyes lighting up. With this data, the Nest Queen could soon replicate ancestral markings for her future drones. And as my own understanding improves, I might even teach her to match and mix different markings onto them. The excitement dimmed slightly as another thought hit him. The only problem is, I can't actually make use of this data right now. It's too complex. I don't even know where to begin. He sighed, shaking his head. Well, nothing wasted. Omni-Rune, categorize and store the data for later use. Since the plan was working, Alex resolved to begin hunting for targets with simpler ancestral markings as a starting point. Wildkins happen to be walking archives of all kinds of ancestral runes, he mused. With any luck, when my task force division moves out, I'll collect something I can use. Alex wasn't exactly thrilled about fighting the Wildkins while the Kellerman threat loomed, but since he had no say in the matter, he might as well make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade, as the saying went. After leaving a few notes and future directives, Alex turned to his left, toward the other important occupants of his sanctuary pocket space. To the left of the portal lay the bonsai grove, where arguably the most important guest of the sanctuary portal had rooted itself. The leaves of the heartwood tree, simply called bonsai by Alex, were as lush as ever. Upon closer inspection, one could spot, at the crown of the tree and surrounded by its thickest, healthiest leaves, a nest woven from the bonsai's own vines and twigs. Resting in that nest were the egg of the nightmare eagle and the void heart core, both prizes Alex had brought back from his trip to the Dankrot forest. Alex walked up to the bonsai tree and placed his palm against its trunk in his usual greeting. The leaves rustled in response, and a lower hanging branch brushed against his shoulder, an unexpected gesture. It seemed the tree was growing more responsive the more he interacted with it. That brief exchange over, Alex lifted his gaze to the top of the tree, excitement glinting in his eyes. Sensing the emotions of its caretaker, as it was attuned to the desires and needs of his heart, the bonsai lowered the nest with one of its branches. In Alex's spirit sight, the void heart core resembled a great whale, continuously sucking in vast amounts of mana, only to exhale faint, almost imperceptible motes of an energy unlike anything he was accustomed to seeing in his spectral-like vision. It was a special kind of energy, one he had only ever observed in the presence of a few scant powerful beings such as Norton Stormwind, the avaricious lightning mage who served as one of Earl Drake's hounds, Zilbrus, the legendary silver-colored dragon, and of course, Merlin himself. Spatial energy. The Void Heart Core's energy conversion was indeed as inefficient as Zilbrus had warned, perhaps even more so. It absorbed more than 10 times the mana Alex could draw in per second, yet produced less spatial energy than the mana he needed to cast a mere Class 0 spell like Clean. That was a disparity far worse than a 1,000-fold difference. Still, it was a price worth paying to obtain spatial energy. For a fleeting moment, Alex felt grateful that the heartwood tree had evolved into an energy-fixing tree rather than remaining the comprehension-boosting tree it once was. But the thought lasted only a heartbeat before he crushed it. No matter what the tree claimed, he would always value comprehension enhancement above all else. With the initial thrill fading, Alex found himself staring down several glaring drawbacks of the Void Heart Core, flaws he would need to address before he could fully exploit such a resource-generating marvel. First, and most obvious, is the low conversion efficiency. It's drawing in far too much energy compared to what it's producing. Its absorption was so overwhelming that it nearly prevented any other entity in the vicinity from drawing in energy. Comparing it to a dying, desperate whale gasping for water would not be far from the truth. Alex might have worried for the nightmare eagle egg the Heartwood had placed alongside the Void Heart Core in the nest, if not for the fact that he had already formed a contract with the unborn eagle and channeled the bulk, if not all, of the energy it needed to grow and hatch at its fullest potential. What did concern him, however, was that most of the motes produced by the Void Heart Core were flowing directly into the egg, and the greedy little creature was hoarding the energy instead of letting any escape. Still, all vital signs were normal, so Alex kept his concern in check. Beasts might not match humans in intellect, generally, but they were beloved by Mother Nature, endowed with instincts that would immediately warn them of danger. If the motes had been harmful, the egg would have raised the alarm through their bond, demanding separation from the Void Heart Core, not actively absorbing the energy. Alex leaned back against the trunk of the bonsai, the nest resting across his lap, and fell deep into thought. He needed a lasting solution to the efficiency problem. Zilbrus said the energy conversion efficiency isn't based purely on quantity exchange, but rather on a conceptual quality exchange. The closer the absorbed energy is to spatial energy in conceptual quality, the higher the efficiency of conversion, and vice versa. He glanced up at the bonsai's canopy. By chance, can you specifically target and draw in high-quality conceptual energies? The leaves rustled faintly, almost as if asking, "Are you sure you want me to?" Alex immediately shook his head. "You know what? Don't. I'd rather handle it myself. I still haven't accepted you turning into an energy-fixing tree, and I don't want you hanging that over my head." A low-hanging branch brushed the top of his head, the gesture oddly reminiscent of an adult placating a restless child. It drew a wry chuckle from him. Setting aside his refusal to accept the bonsai's chosen nature, the main reason he wanted to solve the problem himself was because it was, in his eyes, a challenge worth tackling. He rubbed his chin. Is it possible for me to raise the quality of ambient mana? His first thought was astral energy. Astral energy could degrade into any form of mana. So surely that meant it was a higher conceptual energy, right? Alex shook his head. He wasn't entirely sure about that. Merlin, Uthvasgal, rather, had spent an untold span of time developing a cultivation method to absorb astral energy from the void of the cultivation space. Could it really be possible that he hadn't tried to create a gathering circle for it in all that time? It's unlikely, right? Alex mused. While he could simply call and ask, he didn't want to. Not yet. If it were possible for someone to create a gathering for astral energy, there was no reason he couldn't at least try to cobble together something similar himself. Thankfully, I have the natural energy gathering formation. I can use that as my base. Alex's consciousness sank into his mind space, where he prompted Omni-Rune to activate its simulation function. In an instant, a projection of the energy gathering formation, one he had comprehended from the Mana Stone mine within the Pangea realm's subspace sanctuary, manifested before him. He began a meticulous scan, locating the components responsible for directing the formation to attract and gather ambient mana toward a single focal point. In doing so, Alex noted that his current gathering formation leaned heavily towards absorbing the main elemental mana: fire, water, wind, earth, wood, ice. The rarer elemental energies, light, darkness, poison, lightning, and so forth, were conspicuously absent. Recalling the original gathering formation he had once seen in the Dragon Lair mine, Alex remembered how much more complex it had been and how it attracted a broader, more balanced spectrum of mana. Thinking it through, this made sense. His own simplified version was ill-suited for drawing in those rarer elemental energies. After all, because these energies were scarce, the requirements and environmental conditions for attracting them were extremely demanding. It wasn't without reason that mana-rich areas attuned to such elements were extraordinarily rare, and that finding mana stones aligned with them was almost impossible. The components in the natural gathering formation that enabled this feat were so complex that Alex still couldn't fully decipher them. That limitation was why his simplified version neither targeted nor could target those rare elemental mana types. This detail proved important, as it made him quickly realize just how difficult it would be to create a gathering formation for astral energy. Astral energy was far more elusive and scarce than any rare elemental mana. In fact, it existed almost exclusively within the cultivation space. Once brought into true space, it degraded into the native energy of the system the cultivator belonged to. To test this, Alex swapped the components of his formation, those designed to seek ambient mana, with replacements that should, in theory, direct it to seek astral energy instead. Boom. Even in the simulation space, the result was catastrophic. The formation shattered instantly, erupting into a massive explosion. His consciousness was blasted out of the simulated space and hurled back into the physical realm. Alex swallowed hard at the sight. The simulation space tempered all outcomes by a factor of tens, if not hundreds. If the blast here was this large, the explosion in the real world would have been disastrous. Thankfully, Omni-Rune created this simulation space. Without it, I'd never dare attempt something like this, he thought, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. Okay, that confirms it. Astral energy is a no-go, for now, Alex muttered. So what other approaches are possible? He paused. Wait, in the first place, what exactly defines conceptual quality? He realized he had been making assumptions without truly understanding the term. The most intuitive answer, he reasoned, would relate to the strength of the laws and concepts the energy governs. If that's true, then since time, space, life, death, and destiny are the highest supreme laws, their respective energies should hold the highest conceptual quality. So energies conceptually equal to spatial energy would be time, death, life, and destiny energies. Alex's brows furrowed. None of those are any easier to obtain than spatial energy. There has to be another explanation, right? Zilberus is a dragonkind who refined his entire body and existence with spatial energy, using the Void Heart core. until he rose from the weakest of the wind amphipteries to becoming a unique silver dragon. I don't believe he somehow stumbled upon a steady, reliable store of one of those supreme energies, or even something slightly weaker that he could use to convert into spatial energy in quantities sufficient to refine his ever-growing, ever-improving draconic body. Alex's eyes glimmered with a contemplative light. Come to think of it, Zilbrus has always been well known for locating and raiding mana stone mines. In fact, he was eventually exposed as the one responsible for secretly draining and consuming a number of important mana stone deposits across the Arun continent. The scandal came to light when the lair he had built inside an untapped mana stone mine belonging to the Confederate was discovered, right when he evolved into his silver dragon form. By that time, he had already become a powerhouse among legends. The Confederate could do little to him without paying a tremendous price in blood and resources. The only realistic way to punish or kill him would have been for someone above the legendary realm to personally intervene. But had that happened, the Elder Dragons would never have stayed idle. And that delicate balance of deterrence was precisely why Zilbrus managed to get away with such outrageous actions. Alex gave a small shake of his head. My thoughts are all over the place again, he muttered to himself, pulling his focus back to the matter at hand. The point is, Zilbrus deliberately targeted mana stone mines. But why? If the ordinary mana that makes up the ambient environment and is condensed into mana stones is far too inefficient for generating spatial energy, then how in the world did Zilbrus use those mines to create enough spatial energy to refine his body to that level? Alex ran through various possible explanations in his mind. One theory was that Zilbrus had possessed another mysterious artifact capable of transforming ordinary mana into a higher type of energy, one with a far better conversion rate to spatial energy when used with the Void Heart core. Yet, after a moment of consideration, Alex dismissed this line of thought. Even with such an item, the same principle of conceptual exchange would still likely apply, which meant the gains would not be anywhere near as dramatic as what Zilbrus had achieved. Ironically, this was among the most sensible of his ideas. Many of the other possibilities that crossed his mind were far more outlandish, bordering on the absurd. Eventually, he narrowed it down to one particular assumption. Not only did he believe it was the most plausible, but it also had the appealing advantage of being something he could test both easily and at relatively low cost. Gently setting the nest from his lap onto the ground, Alex rose to his feet and made his way to the nearby storage area. He rummaged through shelves and containers for a short while before retrieving 3 distinct, yet related items. A low-grade mana stone, a mid-grade mana stone, and a high-grade mana stone. Carrying them back, Alex placed the stones in a neat line before the Void Heart core. The Void Heart core was a strange thing, both profoundly complex and deceptively simple at the same time. Complex, because Alex still had no precise understanding of how the heart actually functioned. Simple, because its physical design was so reminiscent of a mammalian heart, specifically a human's, that he could easily draw analogous comparisons. By combining his limited understanding of biology with the hard-earned instincts he had honed as a cultivator in this world, Alex had been able to intuit a few things about the Void Heart core. From its structure, he could even make a few cautious deductions about the nature of the species to which the Class 8 being it once belonged had come from, though his understanding remained extremely limited. Much like the heart of a mammal, Alex reasoned, blood likely entered the Void Heart core from the top, through its atria, and exited at the bottom via its ventricles. The right atrium area, he speculated, probably received de-energized blood returning from the creature's body, while the left atrium would have taken in blood already energized by passing through the creature's main respiratory organ. In parallel, the right ventricle would pump this de-energized blood towards that respiratory organ, while the left ventricle would send fully energized blood coursing throughout the rest of the body. When Alex pieced this together, an image began to form in his mind, a creature dwelling within the void, what in his previous life was called outer space, a place with little to no atmosphere, bordering on a perfect vacuum. This strange, possibly mammalian void dweller would not breathe air as terrestrial life forms did. Instead, it would inhale raw energy itself as its sustenance. Such energy, once taken in, would be gathered and stored in a special reservoir inside its primary respiratory organ, something analogous to a lung. From there, de-energized blood would be pumped from the bottom right chamber of the heart, the right ventricle, into that organ. There, the stored energy in the reservoir would infuse the blood, charging it much as oxygen does in an ordinary lung. Once energized, this blood would return through the top left chamber, the left atrium, where a remarkable transformation occurred. Within this specialized chamber, the energy/mana bound to the blood would be converted into spatial energy, not unlike how a mage's mana heart draws in ambient mana during cultivation and refines it into elemental mana aligned to the mage's own affinity. This spatial energy-rich blood would then be driven out through the bottom left chamber, the left ventricle, dispersing its potent essence throughout the creature's body. After fueling the creature's activities in the hostile emptiness of the void, the spatial energy would be gradually spent. The now de-energized blood would once again return to the top right chamber, the right atrium, so the entire process could repeat endlessly. From this reasoning, Alex reached a sobering conclusion. The void heart core before him likely suffered from hypoplasia, an underdevelopment of the left atrium, the very place where the critical energy to spatial energy conversion took place. That flaw alone could have doomed the offspring of the Class 8 void creature. Without the capacity to convert gathered energy into spatial energy at a fast enough rate, efficiently, survival in the void would have been impossible. The young creature would have weakened and died, leading to what was, in truth, a stillbirth. A faint spark of possibility lit in Alex's thoughts. If he could somehow repair or compensate for the hypoplasia, then perhaps he could resolve the void heart core's efficiency problem entirely. Yet, even as the idea took shape, the harsh reality followed close behind. This was not just any heart. It belonged to the direct offspring of a Class 8 being. Its structure was only marginally less intricate than the parent creature's own heart. Even Grandmaster-level bioalchemists might struggle to begin such work, let alone succeed. And Alex? He was already juggling far too many burdens as it was. The notion of stretching himself thin by dabbling in an unfamiliar and exceedingly complex discipline, without even a foundational foothold, was a recipe for disaster. Alas, handing the void heart core over to someone else, a professional, was also out of the question. There was only one person in existence Alex trusted completely with it: himself. Well, himself, and maybe the bonsai. While Alex couldn't be called outright paranoid, he still possessed a firm and healthy sense of caution, what to share, and what to keep entirely to himself. The void heart core belonged, without question, in that second category. With that settled in his mind, he refocused. After taking time out to unravel the structural and operational puzzle of the void heart core, Alex returned to his original purpose, the experiment he had set out to conduct. He positioned each mana stone in turn close to the core's left atrium, the part most likely responsible for absorbing and processing energy. Almost instantly, each stone was drained dry, crumbling into nothing but fine dust. Mere moments later, faint motes of spatial energy drifted outward from the core's left ventricle, shimmering as they emerged. A smile tugged at Alex's lips. I was right. Thanks to the remarkable gift of his truth-seeker eyes, he could literally see the truth unfold before him. What had been theory mere moments ago now stood as undeniable fact. By common understanding, the energy content of mana stones scaled by factors of 100. One mid-grade mana stone held roughly 100 times the energy of a single low-grade stone. One high-grade stone matched 100 mid-grade stones, and so forth up the scale. Of course, in real-world trade, the ratios rarely stayed that clean. Unless the exchange took place between major organizations with long-standing supply contracts, prices were almost always inflated in favor of higher-grade stones. For example, a single mid-grade mana stone might fetch anywhere between 110 to 115 low-grade stones, while a high-grade stone could cost as much as 120 to 130 mid-grade stones. As for top-grade, or, rarer still, peak-grade mana stones, good luck convincing anyone to part with them in exchange for lower-grade stones. The reasoning was simple. Beyond their vastly greater mana content, higher-grade stones boasted roughly 50% greater purity than the grade below them. Purity mattered in every single application of mana stones, without exception. Greater purity meant cleaner, more efficient mana output per unit of energy, and that translated directly into better performance in whatever task the stone powered. In other words, even if a higher-grade mana stone merely matched the energy content of 100 of the grade below, its output, or the work it could achieve, would far exceed what those 100 stones together could manage. With this knowledge as context, Alex observed something that intrigued him deeply. The increase in spatial energy motes produced by the Void Heart core did not merely scale in direct proportion to the stone's energy content. It grew exponentially. Going from low-grade to mid-grade stones yielded not just a 100-fold increase in motes, but somewhere between 200 and 300 units. The jump from mid-grade to high-grade was even more dramatic, closer to 1,000 units. Put simply, high-grade mana stones were far superior for generating spatial energy, both absolutely and relatively. In fact, the amount of spatial energy produced from just a single high-grade stone was more than enough for Alex to finally consider beginning his long-planned interspatial storage method. However, the continuous use of high-grade stones was far from realistic. Cost was one obstacle, but availability posed an even greater problem. High-grade mana stones were in constant demand for their versatility, being essential components in powerful and strategic formations and artifacts, city-grade barrier formations, dimension-scanning arcana telescopes, and countless other high-tier applications. Their scarcity meant that supply never truly met demand, and any spare stock was quickly absorbed by the powerful and influential. It would be foolish for Alex to openly compete for such a resource against the old, undying powerhouses who had both the means and the will to hoard them. The solution isn't using more expensive materials. That's a lazy way out, Alex told himself firmly. Two clear differences stood out between higher and lower-grade mana stones, both of which he classified as increases in conceptual quality. First, he noted, higher-grade stones hold greater perceived value in the eyes of every intelligent being. Value itself is a conceptual quality, admittedly a subjective one, but a quality nonetheless. Second, and far less subjective, is purity. Higher-grade stones possess a much greater mana purity compared to their lower-grade counterparts. Purity is also a conceptual quality, one that, I believe, can be manipulated. He leaned deeper into this line of reasoning. Perhaps I don't actually need higher-grade stones. If I can increase the purity of the mana I feed into the Void Heart core, that mana will inherently possess a higher conceptual quality of value than raw ambient mana. At the very least, it should boost the core's output. Even if this turned out to be nothing more than a stopgap measure, it would still be far more efficient than his current setup and much cheaper than using high-grade stones as a default. High-grade stones could remain reserved for special experiments where their superiority was necessary, but they shouldn't become his everyday fuel source. Alex began reviewing his current advantages, searching for a method to achieve this. I can fall back on my comprehended gathering formation, he considered. If I integrate a purification function into the formation, it could both gather and refine the energy before feeding it into the core. Several possible purification methods flashed through his mind, most of which he could incorporate into the formation without too much difficulty. Yet, one by one, he dismissed them as too weak for his standards. Inevitably, his thoughts drifted toward a few of his usual, more extreme ideas. And, as always, those appealed to him most. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, his more audacious concepts would have to wait. Thanks to a recent incident in Omnirune's simulation function, the simulator was still on cooldown, recovering from the metaphorical and near-literal explosion he had caused. A small price to pay, considering the possible alternatives. With no way to immediately test his latest hypothesis, Alex shifted focus to the second major issue with the Void Heart core. Looking back, it seemed obvious. But earlier, he had completely overlooked it. It was only when the Nightmare Eagle egg effortlessly absorbed the motes of spatial energy produced by the core that his attention was drawn to the problem. Containment and storage of produced spatial energy. Spatial energy was the very essence that fueled all phenomena related to space. If one were to interpret it through the concept of particle-wave duality, then spatial energy could be seen as space itself in the form of energy. As such, spatial energy inherently ignored the confines of physical or material space. Rather than being bound by space, It instead fueled or activated phenomena connected to that space, and was consumed in the process. A simple example could be seen in Alex's sanctuary pocket dimension. Whenever motes of spatial energy were produced by the void heart core, they merged with the boundaries of the pocket dimension, most likely strengthening or enhancing the dimensional space in some way Alex had yet to determine. Since he could actually see the motes, Alex was able to confirm this trait of spatial energy. He reached out and closed his fingers around one of the seemingly slow-moving motes. The moment he confined the mote in his fist, he felt an instinctive reaction from his body, one he was very familiar with. It was the same instinct all mages possessed, allowing them to draw in absorbable energy, mana, for cultivation, to refine their mana heart, and, albeit to a far lesser extent than warriors, to temper their bodies. Essentially, his body was asking him if he wished to absorb the spatial energy. Alex refused. Immediately, the energy, finding no work to do within the confines of his hand, shifted to a different oscillation frequency within the surrounding fabric of space and phased straight through his flesh. Without the spirit sight's ability of his truth seeker eyes, he would have missed the entire phenomenon. Well, then again, without spirit sights, he wouldn't have even seen the motes in the first place. He watched as the mote drifted freely through the sanctuary pocket dimension's stable space, unreactive, until it touched the dome's ceiling. There, it merged with the fabric of space, dispersing outward to fuel something. It was much like watching a single drop of water fall into a calm pool. The effect wasn't immediately visible unless the pool itself showed some noticeable change. Following this analogy, the dome's ceiling was the pool. And since no obvious change appeared, with the spatial energy's impact being far too negligible for now, Alex couldn't determine what exactly the mote had done. Regardless, this free, unconfined drifting of spatial energy motes was a disadvantage for his purposes. What was the point of all the trouble to produce the energy if it would simply float away? He needed a way to gather, confine, and store the energy, and then extract and use it whenever he wished. Essentially, I need to create a spatial energy battery. Alex rubbed his chin, now showing a faint layer of hair after his time in the Dankrot forest. But the real question was, how did one create a storage device for an energy that, by its very nature, could not be confined? Alex sifted through his mental library, painstakingly built by his eidetic memory and enriched by the vast archives of the Dragonhold Enclave's public library. Even the most brilliant of spatial mages had struggled with this very problem. In most projects requiring spatial energy, the standard practice was to extract the energy from a spatial resource on the spot to fuel said project. It was very rare, if not impossible, to find a battery-like power source providing the energy on demand. Fortunately, however, unlike most challenges Alex faced in his projects, this one actually had a publicly revealed solution. That alone surprised him, until he read it. The so-called solution was a special alloy, an innovation born from the combined efforts of grandmaster spatial mages, forge smiths, alchemists, runesmiths, enchanters, and 3 other highly specialized professions formed from combinations of the latter 4. An alloy whose creation required the cooperation of at least 7, possibly even 10 or more, grandmasters. One could already imagine the prohibitive cost. The materials alone were rarer and harder to acquire than even the priceless nullcore crystal Merlin had given him. Heck, they weren't even on the same scale. In short, it was a solution feasible only for immensely powerful organizations, like nations. In fact, according to the document detailing the alloy, only the 5 major empires were known to possess it. It was a key component of the empire's interplanar investigation and discovery programs, an exclusive asset of the royal families, which was used to control their vassal nobles and ensure loyalty. This isn't an academic article meant to share knowledge about the alloy. It's basically propaganda to flaunt the power of the empires. Alex mused. Whatever solutions this world had already devised were far beyond his current reach, given his present level of power and wealth. While he could perhaps rely on the Dragonhold Enclave for former, and maybe on his father for latter, Alex didn't want to. Instead, he took it as a challenge for his Rune-Tech platform. One of the cornerstones of Rune-Tech was its ability to provide solutions where conventional magic failed. And it did so by fusing the power of runes with his memories of science and technological principles from his previous life. A saying from that previous life came to mind. We stand on the shoulders of giants. That phrase was practically a guiding principle of his Rune-Tech. Since I can't find the solution in available magical knowledge, I should look to science and technology, he murmured. Obviously, spatial energy hadn't existed in his previous life, but that didn't mean there was nothing comparable. Focusing on its nature, its resistance to both spatial and material confinement, Alex recalled phenomena from his old world with similar traits. Unsurprisingly, he found his lead within the realm of quantum mechanics, the very principles that would have governed spatial energy if it had existed back then. Then again, perhaps it had existed, just discovered by quantum physicists under a different name. Either way, his thoughts settled on two well-known examples, antimatter and plasma. Both were staples of physics, and both were impossible to contain through simple material confinement. Metal, glass, plastic, flesh, wood, it didn't matter. No material could safely hold either. When most people thought of plasma, their minds often jumped to the hot varieties, those associated with stars. These plasmas reached such extreme temperatures, millions of degrees, with quark-gluon plasma climbing into the trillions, that they could never be stored or confined within any material medium. Any such medium would simply burn away under the immense and unrelenting heat. Meanwhile, antimatter was, as its name suggested, the opposite of matter, defined by the relative charges of its subparticles. Whereas matter had negatively charged electrons and positively charged protons, antimatter possessed positively charged electrons, called positrons, and negatively charged protons, called antiprotons. Due to this inversion, whenever antimatter came into contact with matter, they instantly annihilated one another, releasing vast amounts of energy in the process. As such, no material medium could ever confine antimatter. All matter-based containers would be destroyed upon contact. Instead of using physical or material confinement, scientists for both antimatter and plasma turned to field confinement, often achieved by using components of the electromagnetic field in a vacuum, trapping the volatile substance without any physical contact. Alex's eyes lit up. Field confinement, that's exactly what I'm looking for. If he could design a formation capable of generating a confinement field to hold spatial energy, isolating it from the general fabric of space, it would be unable to trigger any spatial phenomenon. That meant it couldn't escape or be drained unintentionally. And with his Rune-Tech, practically more magic than science, he didn't face the same engineering limitations that plagued scientists. A suitably powerful formation would be enough to achieve the result, with the world itself handling the rest. Perks of having the code to the world's operating system. Alex wasted no more time pondering. He knew he had just found the best available solution. Unfortunately, he couldn't start right away. The work required for both upgrading the Voidheart core and creating a confinement formation for the produced spatial energy would be nothing short of extensive. Like the rune tattoos he planned for Udara, these were not projects that could be completed in a single day, nor did he currently have the required materials. Both projects needed specialist components he didn't have on hand. In many ways, he missed his hermit life back at the Dragonhold Enclave. Life had been simpler and calmer back then. All he needed to do was focus on his craft, with few concerns outside of it. Sourcing materials had been as easy as making a request. Well, most times. At least, unlike the rune tattoos for Udara, he now had a clear plan for what he wanted to do. It was simply a matter of finding time once the materials were in hand. With that in mind, Alex clapped his palms together, returned the nest to the bonsai tree's crown, and left the sanctuary pocket dimension. He composed a long, detailed message and sent it to his two gnomish friends, Baldric Pinchcoin, Chief Financial Officer of the Dragonhold Enclave, and Cromwell Haggleworth, CEO of Golden Palace, requesting their assistance in acquiring an extensive list of materials for his spatial energy project. Once the message was sent, Alex found himself with nothing urgent left to do. That was when he remembered someone he hadn't checked up on since returning from Worlton City in Kellerman Fief. Without hesitation, he rushed out of his officer's quarters and made straight for the cultivation room he had reserved for Fun. As soon as he neared the cultivation room, the door swung open, and a black figure pounced on him. It was none other than Fun. Woof. Whine. The wolf complained bitterly about Alex abandoning him. Alex could only chuckle wryly and offer an apology. It didn't take long for Fun to let it go, his excitement quickly overtaking any lingering complaints. Pulling Alex into the privacy of the cultivation room, the wolf proudly began showing off his changes. First off, Fun now looked like a proper adolescent wolf, an adolescent direwolf, to be precise. He stood at 5 feet tall, measured roughly 8 feet in length, and, judging from the force of his pounce, Alex estimated he weighed close to 200 kilos. You've grown well. All that food you've been eating hasn't gone to waste, Alex said, ruffling the thick fur around Fun's neck and face. Woof. Fun barked excitedly in agreement, missing the subtle jab entirely. The most striking physical change was in his fur color. The pure white coat Fun once had was mostly gone. Now, his fur was almost completely black, with only his spine, likely due to his crimson spine and frostback ancestry, and his mane retaining their snow-white hue. Yes, Fun had grown a mane, not unlike a lion's, or perhaps more like a massive mastiff's. Alex rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Keeping you as my secret weapon and protector is going to be harder now that you look so intimidating and gallant. Indeed, the sight of Fun's bared canines could strike fear into the heart of even the most battle-hardened man. Woof, woof. Fun gave a shake, and in an instant, his body shrank back to his cub form. Now, he looked even more adorable and harmless than before. He winked at Alex, flashing a wolfish grin that all but said he hadn't forgotten the importance of concealment. Alex was momentarily taken aback. He was the one who had asked for this. Yet Fun's practiced response made him wonder if he'd led the wolf down a stray path. Fun wasn't done. He showed off further refinements to his size manipulation ability, growing or shrinking specific parts of his body without leaving his cub form. A.N. I don't want to see any comments from you people of culture. Please, keep it to yourselves. This is a sensitive space. For example, he enlarged and shrank his front paws to adolescent and even adult size without changing the rest of his body. It was then Alex realized Fun was now a mid-class 2, intermediate rank, beast. Woof, woof, woof. There was one last change Fun was eager to reveal, one he was clearly most proud of. Fire breath. You've fully awakened your fire manipulation? Woof. Congratulations, Alex said with a smile. Fun had always wanted to awaken his innate fire ability. It was crucial to his wolfish dream. His dream of becoming the first, known, wolf chef and culinary grandmaster. Alex was speechless, but as the indirect cause of this dream, all he could do was cheer him on. Anyway, Alex thought, the beauty of chasing a dream is in the chase itself. The journey matters more than the destination. Even if he never becomes a culinary chef, I should make sure he enjoys the path there. Cooking, to Fun, was like RuneTech projects to Alex. While the results were satisfying, it was the process, the tinkering, the experimentation, the discovery, that truly mattered. At least, this was Alex's belief. Dreams aside, Fun's growth was a welcome development. It meant Alex now had more cards up his sleeve. There was only one issue. I'm going to miss that fluffy white fur, Alex muttered. At this, Fun smirked. Well, as much as a wolf could. He shook himself as if tossing something from his coat. To Alex's surprise, Fun's black fur shifted back to its former snowy white. He wasn't completely white, though. His mane and spine now had a faint, glossy gray sheen. The fiery warmth in the air around him faded, replaced by the familiar icy chill. Wow, so you can alternate between forms? Like ice and fire modes. Alex's eyes lit up. Woof. Fun nodded proudly. He went on to explain. According to his own intuition, Fun had yet to fully awaken the potential of his mutated bloodline. His lineage granted him dual affinities, ice, water, and fire, two inherently opposing elements. While the Blaze Frost Orchid allowed him to balance the backlash from these elements, it didn't remove it entirely. Back when his bloodline first awakened, Fun had been a cub. His body wasn't yet developed enough to withstand the full fusion of both elements and unleash its complete potential. To cope, his hidden wood/nature affinity had been quietly soothing the fusion, breaking it down into manageable stages that aligned with his growth. Now, in his two distinct modes, he could use the opposing element to a limited degree. In Black Fur Fire mode, he could reluctantly employ certain ice abilities, particularly those that let him rapidly cool internal and surrounding heat. Likewise, in white for ice mode, he could manage limited bursts of fire abilities. You're quite an honest one, aren't you? Alex chuckled, rubbing the wolf's head. Fun's explanation matched his color scheme perfectly. In fire mode, his predominantly black fur, with white patches along his spine and neck, indicated his fire affinity was dominant while ice was secondary. In ice mode, the reverse applied. Alex stayed with the wolf for about half an hour before leaving him in the cultivation room. He wanted Fun to make full use of the fort's excellent cultivation facilities to consolidate his breakthrough before the upcoming battles. Upon stepping out, Alex ran into Jared, Eudora, and Alan Holder. "Young Master Alex, your training continues," the Dark Knight announced, turning on his heel to lead the way. Alex's lips twitched. Then he sighed, knowing there was no point in wasting breath arguing with Jared about supposed rest days. He nodded in greeting to Alan and Eudora. Eudora silently took her place behind him as his guard, while Alan's expression carried both amusement and curiosity. Eudora and Alan had just wrapped up their first lecture session together. Eudora had been on her way back to Alex's quarters when Jared appeared. Alan decided to tag along after hearing Jared was in charge of Alex's warrior training. The idea of a mage undergoing such drills intrigued him enough to come watch the fun, or rather, the torture. After all, Alan knew firsthand just how gentle Jared was as a drill sergeant. The thought of that same gentle treatment applied to a mage, who were usually considered fragile relative to warriors, was too amusing to miss. But watching Alex keep up with Jared's punishing regimen without a single complaint quickly changed Alan's view. If he didn't know better, he wouldn't have believed Alex was a mage at all. While Jared continued verbally tearing Alex down, claiming he was worse than even a Fury Squire, Class 0 warrior, Alan Holder knew better. Alex was now able to keep pace with an early intermediate rank warrior who was giving his all, using internal energy, while relying solely on his own flesh and blood, without body-strengthening magic, nor dragon's commute. Jared might have been a strict, arguably sadistic, drill sergeant, but he had a gift for drawing out hidden potential, and Alex had plenty to draw from. After countless body refinements and the natural enhancements from his bloodlines, Alex was finally tapping into his physical potential. Too bad he wasn't fully aware of just how far he'd come. Surrounded by warriors who were all monsters in their own right, even Eudora, the weakest, could overpower him in a brawl. Alex still felt like the weak one. He knew he was improving, but the exact measure of his growth eluded him. Besides, all he really cared about was that he could now protect himself with his fists long enough to cast a spell. That was enough. He still thought of himself primarily as a mage, even if he could hold his own in the other two branches. Alan Holder, impressed by Alex's tenacity, couldn't resist offering a few tips on using hidden weapons. Alex's eyes lit up immediately. This was why he endured the torture sessions. They improved him. They made him a better member of the Brotherhood. And what better extra skill to learn than hidden weapons? Unfortunately, mastering them wasn't simple. It came with its own brand of repetitive, muscle-burning drills. By the time he staggered back to his quarters, with Eudora's help, it was close to midnight. His limbs screamed in protest, refusing to move, but his mind remained sharp. He called on Omnirune, prompting it to digitize his memories and feed them to a sub-AI routine tasked with analyzing the Fury Warriors' sparring methods, using footage from the training ground cameras he'd installed back at Ashen Castle. Once the data was compiled, Omnirune would be able to reconstruct the Fury family's standardized combat styles. From there, it could study stronger individuals, especially the ones Alex was meeting now, and refine those styles, even creating specialized variants: swordsman, knight, archer, assassin, and more. Alex imagined programming those styles directly into the Nest Queen's drone templates, so the resulting drones would develop to perfectly execute them. In theory, he could mass-produce soldiers in record time. What if I use the simulation function to create a sparring partner who has perfectly mastered these styles? Alex suddenly wondered. Sure, Omnirune was still just a pattern recognition engine, nothing close to sparring with a real human. But as it evolved toward true artificial intelligence, the simulation's quality would also improve. His eyes lit up at the thought. With its current limitations, The best he could hope for was something like a boss AI from a combat game. Predictable moves, limited variation. But that would still help him master the styles. And by the time he needed a true Grandmaster-level AI opponent, Omnirune might be advanced enough to provide one. There was no reason to wait. All he needed to do was tweak the simulation function and give a few prompts to the sub-AI already running. If it worked, his consciousness body could descend into the simulation and face the AI sparring partner head-on. Sure, the simulation had no physical effect on his real body, but that was exactly why it was perfect for him. According to Jared, Alex's body was already incredibly strong, so much so that there was a dissonance between his body and his mind. His mind simply wasn't aware of what his body was capable of, subconsciously placing limits on his movements. To truly improve, Alex needed to raise the ceiling of what his mind believed he could do. Easier said than done, especially for someone like him, a rational, methodical thinker who planned almost every move before executing it. It was hard to just let go and fight without restraint. The simulation gym solved that problem. Inside, he knew he couldn't actually injure himself, no matter how hard he pushed. He could go all out. Over time, repeated testing and confirmation would teach his mind exactly where his physical limits were. Perfect. Why didn't I think of this before? Then another realization hit him. He sighed. Great, more work on my plate. I missed the enclave. And so, Alex spent the entire night building the simulation gym. Fortunately, descending into his mind space was only a little different from deep meditation. With his body's natural regeneration and the Everspring rune working together, he was back to full strength by morning. And the simulation gym was ready for beta testing. Alex tested it immediately. Half an hour later, he got out of bed, rubbing his temples. Turns out this method eats up mental energy and spiritual force like crazy. Who would have guessed? He muttered with biting sarcasm. For someone with an eidetic memory, he had a habit of forgetting, overlooking, the most obvious things, a fact that was more than a little ironic. He absently stroked the strands of hair returning to his chin as he reflected on the test. Needs a lot of updates and improvements, he concluded at last. Still, the framework's in place. Or even Omnirune, can work on perfecting it over time. A few hours later, a message pinged on his beta bracer. The shipment from the Golden Palace had arrived. Haggleworth is efficient as always, he said with a faint smile. Throwing on a coat, he left his quarters and, before long, exited the fort on horseback, heading east to meet the courier. A wyvern touched down a kilometer from the fort, on the side facing Fury Lands. Alex met it there and received the package. Once the courier departed, he transferred the cash into his sanctuary pocket dimension and returned to the fort. The rest of the day was spent working on solutions to the Void Heart Core's shortcomings. By nightfall, he trained with Alan Holder, Jared, and Eudora, finishing the day with another simulation gym session, this time after a round of debugging from Omnirune. The third day followed much the same pattern, with one difference: an afternoon meeting with Lord Marshal Lawson to discuss the plans, objectives, and targets for Alex's new task force division. When asked for a name, Alex had already decided. Exercitus Alexii, Alex's army. The next morning marked the planned departure time of Alex's task force army. The bulk of the troops drafted into the Exercitus Alexii had already been stationed in a temporary camp outside the fort since the early hours of dawn. Because of this, rumors about the unit's mission and the identity of its highest general had already spread among the ranks. Reactions were mixed. Alex was, after all, a young noble with no record of commanding soldiers in a proper war. But every soldier here had served under Earl Drake or his most trusted generals, and they trusted that neither would assign in such a seemingly unfit commander without reason. Besides, the rumors surrounding the Earl's heir were promising. Leading a platoon of raw beginner-ranked recruits to defeat an elite-ranked armored troll and wipe out a goblin village several times their number, then going on to slay an armored earth drake single-handedly. And that was on top of the dominant presence he displayed when claiming his position as heir against his siblings, followed by his decisive, humiliating defeat of the representatives of the now-defunct family council. Each story made the troops more willing to give their new general the benefit of the doubt. This was no ordinary force. These were the true elites of the Fury army. The weakest among them stood at the extreme peak of the intermediate rank, while most of the rank and file were already elites. Although many of them technically surpassed Alex in cultivation rank, they were disciplined enough to follow orders, at least until he made a serious mistake. At that point, they might rebel, and with the rebellious streak running through the Fury army, it wouldn't even have to be the common soldiers. The higher-ranked officers themselves might strip Alex of command if they decided he couldn't hold authority. As for now, Alex and the officers were still inside the fort, finalizing matters before the unit set off. In the presence of Earl Drake, Lord Marshal Lawson issued the marching orders to the officers, for commanders and 12 majors. Each commander would lead one of the division's 4 regiments: infantry, cavalry, ranged, and magi, while each major would be responsible for a battalion of roughly 300 troops, depending on the regiment type. Only the commanders could actively participate in the briefing with the Fury family head and the Lord Marshal. The majors were there to observe and take notes. Alex scanned the officers, surprised to find no trace of visible displeasure toward him. The majors were easy to read, curious, but nothing more. The commanders were seasoned enough to hide their thoughts, but Alex's spirit sight, LV.2, laid their emotions bare. There was no resentment, not even mild irritation at being placed under the command of a 15-year-old boy, a child who, in their eyes, might have been in diapers when they were already seasoned warriors. Got to hand it to the Fury army for their discipline, Alex mused. Or, is this just normal in this world? Alex wasn't entirely sure if it was discipline or simply the norm in this world. Either way, he had no intention of forcing his authority over the commanders. Unless absolutely necessary, he would let them draw on their own experience to lead the army. There were few better opportunities to gain first-hand experience in commanding troops and to learn directly from seasoned veterans than this. Young Master Alex, do you have anything to say? Lord Marshal Lawson suddenly asked, turning his gaze on him. Alex felt every pair of eyes shift in his direction. This was his chance to shape the officer's impression of him. Backing down now would leave the wrong message. He met Lord Marshal Lawson's gaze, gave a slight nod, and stepped forward. I have little to add to Lord Lawson's words, Alex began, his voice steady. But I will say this, while I am the general of the Exercitus Alexii and the highest authority in this operation, I will be relying heavily on the experience and input of each and every one of you. There's no point sugarcoating it. I am not only the weakest person here in cultivation, I am also the least experienced in military matters. Frankly speaking, if not for the family head's direct order, I would never have accepted this position. That being said, now that I am here, I will depend on your collective strength, not for my sake, but for the soldiers under your command, for the lands we have sworn to protect, and perhaps most importantly, for yourselves. For most parts of this operation, I will lend my ear and defer to your judgment. In return, I ask that you lend me yours as well. Whatever bias you may hold about my age or rank, I ask you to set it aside and listen when I speak. As you will see things I cannot, I will also see things you cannot. I am not someone who speaks without thought. So when I do speak, I want you to understand the weight of my words. Every word I give carries meaning. I hope you never forget that. With your full cooperation, I believe that by the end of this campaign, we will be raising our cups to another victory, one more to the glory of the Fury army. Alex's tone was calm and composed, neither submissive nor arrogant. Even without invoking the concepts of his fused bloodline, he managed to project dignity and command presence. The subtle shift in the officer's expressions told him their acceptance of him had already grown. Inwardly, Alex released a silent sigh of relief and concluded his speech. Ex furor victoria, he declared. Thump. The Fury soldiers' boots stomped in unison as they instinctively came to attention. Sanguine honorem, virtut furor, they completed the House Fury motto in a resounding chorus. Earl Drake's lips twitched. He barely suppressed a smile, concealing it behind the hand resting under his chin in a show of practiced nonchalance. Lord Marshal Lawson gave Alex an approving nod before reclaiming the officer's attention. There you have it. I trust your unit will return in victory. May Providence guide your march. He dismissed the meeting with a wave. Alex was preparing to leave when Jared appeared behind him. Please come with me, young Master Alex, the man said. Jared maintained a facade of faint politeness and respect in front of the colonels and majors as he led Alex away. much to Alex's quiet relief. As expected, the moment they were out of the officer's sight, that thin veneer vanished like an illusion as Jared reverted his usual self. Well, it was an illusion. This was Jared, after all. Where are we going? Alex asked, keeping his tone casual. I've prepared some gifts for you, Jared replied. A reward for enduring my training sessions. Not many warriors have managed to last through them, and honestly, I didn't expect you, a mage, to do so. They stopped in front of a supply room door. But be warned, Jared continued, his voice steady. My gifts aren't easy to take. Whether you can claim them will depend entirely on your own ability. Alex caught the faint undercurrent of amusement in Jared's tone. This damned sadistic Dark Knight was so adept at schooling his expression that even when he was clearly mocking someone, not a flicker of it showed on his face. That said, Alex took his words seriously. If Jared said something was going to be difficult, it would be difficult. Jared opened the door to reveal a supply room that was anything but ordinary. Armors lay scattered across the space in varying states of completion. Why aren't these in the armory? Alex asked, frowning. They're technically failed products, so they can't be stored there. Jared explained as he led Alex to the far end of the surprisingly large room. There, set apart from the rest, rested a striking armor set, a bronze-colored chest plate paired with a dark brown, thick leather skirt reinforced with metal inlays. Alex froze. His eyes widened in surprise, no, in shock. The piece was almost identical to the armor of a Roman legionnaire general, complete with leather terrages hanging from the waist. The only difference was the absence of the idealized, muscular chest shaping often seen in historical recreations. Just the other day, he had offhandedly given his task force division a Romanist name. And now here was armor that looked like it was made for the general of such a force. A shiver ran down his spine. The coincidence felt too precise, as if he were dancing along to someone else's unseen machinations. Jared, misreading the shift in his expression, carried on without pause. As you can see, this is a failed piece from a Tier 3 magic armor set, he said. A veteran Tier 3 expert forgesmith tried to create it independently. As you can tell, it didn't quite work out. The result is a chest plate stronger than normal, but still falling short of the strict standards for true magic armor. It's yours now. He paused for a moment, then added with a faint glint in his eyes, as long as you can wear it. Alex was almost certain he saw the ghost of a smile there. Not everyone could wear magic armor. Much like rune tattoos, the ability depended on one's innate physique and constitution. Even though this was a failed set piece, it was still part of a magic armor, and such things did not accept just anyone. In the end, it would be the armor itself that decided whether Alex was worthy. Although Jared's words carried a teasing edge, he hadn't brought Alex here just for amusement. This armor had been specifically designed for mages. The creator's ambition was to craft a defense that would allow a mage to withstand a warrior's assault long enough to cast their spells. Apparently, one of the creator's own children had been a mage, and the armor had been intended as a means of protecting them through their craft. Unfortunately, that noble intention came with a steep cost. To bridge the gap between mage and warrior, the armor demanded harsh conditions of use. Not only was it restricted solely to mages, but the wearer had to possess an innate physique approaching, or even rivaling, that of a warrior's. Such mages were rarer than a diamond in a sea of sand. Jared had come across the armor by chance, and, after finding that not a single mage in House Fury or its army met the stringent requirements, had stored it away. Selling it was out of the question. Doing so would only risk strengthening a potential enemy. It was only after training Alex and seeing his performance in Dankrot that Jared finally decided to hand it over. Over the last few days, he had even been subtly conditioning Alex's body to bear the armor's load. Now he had done all he could. The rest would depend on Alex's fortune and the armor's judgment. Alex, having shaken off his earlier unease at the strange coincidence, crouched to inspect the runes etched into the piece. Though the scripting style differed from what he was accustomed to, he could still decipher it. With the knowledge he had gathered from working alongside master and grandmaster artisans in the Dragonhold Enclave, and aided by his spirit sight, he quickly uncovered a hidden truth that even Jared seemed unaware of. The forgesmith used a beast core that wasn't fully purified or refined, Alex realized, likely due to the absence of an alchemist. This allowed a remnant will to survive within the armor. From the spiritual residue, Alex deduced the core had belonged to a beast with strong mastery over its spiritual force in life. Though not on the level of a Wendigo, the creature had, whether by chance or intent, infused its remnant spiritual force into the core before its death. Then, without a runesmith present, the forgesmith failed to notice that the admittedly ingenious enhancement component of the rune formation they came up with wasn't just empowering the wearer, it was inadvertently also empowering the remnant spiritual force. Over time, that force had grown into a full-fledged remnant will. And worse, it had developed an instinctive hostility toward humans, the very species responsible for the beast's demise. In Alex's spirit sight, an invisible miasmic force coiled around the armor, thick with rejection toward any human who might try to wear it. That rejection was only growing stronger with time. What a pity, Alex thought with a quiet sigh. If the remnant will had been discovered early, it could have been refined into a true ego, an artificial mind, spirit, or intelligence for the armor, greatly increasing its potential. Picking up the armor had taken longer than the Dark Knight had planned. Without wasting more time, Jared led the way, walking briskly toward the fort's special stable. Unlike the public stables where the garrison kept their normal, average warhorses, this one was reserved for rare and exotic mounts, beasts that, more often than not, belonged to the fort's officers. Jared's own nightmare steed, Terror, was temporarily housed here as well. The massive, fearsome horse had already made itself at home, firmly establishing its dominance as one of the rulers of the stable. Even in a place where griffins, wyverns, and other fantasy beast mounts resided, the nightmare horse stood out so much that it drew Alex's attention instantly. True to its name, the steed radiated a palpable aura of terror and bloodlust. Very few mounts in the stable dared to approach it. Alex met the beast's gaze, and Terror stared back, snorting a sharp jet of steam from its nostrils. After a moment, Alex's eyes narrowed in realization. Terror progressed to Class 4. He asked, glancing at Jared in surprise. Jared gave a non-committal nod. I sent him into the inner regions of the Dankrot forest while protecting you. He found an opportunity to progress. He didn't seem to care about the details of how his steed had grown stronger, only that it had. Now, Terror was capable of accompanying him into far more dangerous battles. While Alex was still studying the Dark Knight and his steed, he noticed the air around him grow subtly warmer. His gaze shifted, and he spotted the source. Standing just behind Terror was another nightmare horse, smaller in size. Of course, smaller was relative. True to its species, this nightmare was still taller and more muscular than an average elite warhorse. Unlike Terror's ink-black coat streaked with faint purple, this one's hide was a striking mix of deep red and black. If Terror looked like the mount of a haunting horseman, this one seemed like a fire-breathing stallion straight from the depths of hell. For some reason, Alex felt that if this red-black nightmare reached Terror's size and age, its presence alone would inspire even greater fear than Terror could. Unfortunately, it still carried a youthful, almost untested air, likely having just reached adulthood and not yet experienced a real battle. A fine horse is he? Jared's voice cut into Alex's thoughts. Alex didn't respond right away. He studied the creature instead. The word fine was a little ambiguous. Aesthetically, it wasn't the word he would personally use. Then again, beauty was subjective, and perhaps to a grim Dark Knight like Jared, this was exactly what counted as fine. Jokes aside, Jared clearly wasn't referring to the horse's appearance. Alex nodded seriously. It looks like it's bred for battle. In fact, you can feel its impatience. Oh, you can tell. Jared raised an eyebrow in mild surprise. Isn't that obvious? Alex raised an eyebrow back at him. Jared didn't reply. He studied the red-black nightmare for a long moment, something unreadable flickering in his eyes. Then, without warning, he turned back to Alex. He is my second gift to you, Jared said. According to the Beast Master who oversees the secret grounds where the family breeds the nightmare horses, this one is the most promising of his generation, perhaps even equal to, or surpassing, Terror. He paused for emphasis before adding, as long as you can tame him and make him follow you, he's yours. Alex blinked, momentarily stunned. Nightmare horses were already exceedingly rare. those with the potential to rival terror? Practically unheard of. From what Alex knew, the finest nightmare steeds were almost always assigned to Jared's Knight Brigade, especially to the premier magic armor knight unit within it. After all, only mounts at the level of nightmare horses could carry a fully armored magic knight into battle and still be able to fight fiercely alongside them. This was no ordinary gift. Giving this horse to him meant delaying the day an elite magic armor knight would get a worthy steed. And was a knight really still a knight if they didn't have a competent mount? Sure, Alex was Earl Drake's heir, but even that status shouldn't justify receiving such a prize over an elite warrior. There were countless other mounts Jared could have offered him, while steeds fit for magic armor knights could be counted on the hands, and maybe a few toes. For a moment, suspicion flickered in Alex's mind, but he shook it off. There was no sense in looking a gift horse in the mouth. What mattered was that he was being offered an exceptional mount. After all, Finn didn't really count as a mount. The wolf was more of a hunting dog. Well, a hunting wolf, than something you could saddle and ride into battle. As a war mount, this nightmare was undeniably superior. Rune detection. Alex activated his derivative of the detection spell. His excitement spiked when he confirmed the horse could accept rune tattoos. 3 rune slots, each with above-average capacity. Jared frowned as he saw Alex casting on the horse. I know mages have spells for taming beasts, but don't bother using them on a nightmare horse. They won't work. Nightmare horses only respond to violence, superiority, and power. Those are the only ways you can make one obey, he warned. As usual, Jared had misunderstood what Alex was doing. And as usual, Alex didn't bother correcting him. He simply nodded. Jared gave a sharp command to Terror. Nay. The older nightmare called out to his younger kin, then led him toward a nearby exercise ring, pushing him inside. Alex entered from the opposite side. He and the red-black steed locked eyes, their gazes clashing in a silent battle for dominance. Alex's lips curled into a faint smile. If you want to catch a monkey, you have to act like one. If you want to catch a nightmare, you have to become a bigger nightmare. Beast intimidation, Solmir concept, regality and dominion. Velker concept, domination and subjugation. Dragon dignity, abyssal conqueror's steps, 4th step, tyrant's descent. In an instant, multiple forces fused into a single, oppressive aura that burst out from Alex's body, slamming down on the younger nightmare as Alex walked closer, one slow, purposeful step after another. For the first time in its life, the beast felt true terror, one that clawed deep into its core, eclipsing even the fear its older nightmare horse kins, terror included, had ever inspired in him. Beast intimidation shredded through the stallion's mental defenses, allowing Alex's bloodline concepts to weigh directly upon its mind. Resistance was impossible. His Velker bloodline came from the Infernals, creatures that were living embodiments of negative energy, against an existence that was the very quintessence of all negative emotions, not just fear or terror. A mere nightmare horse stood no chance. Submit. The cold, imperious voice rang inside the stallion's mind. Even the language barrier crumbled before it. The nightmare instinctively understood the command. It dropped to its knees, lowering its head. It's done. Walk up to it, and place your forehead against his, Jared instructed. Alex nodded, striding forward. His bloodline presence still pressed heavily on the steed, ensuring it dared not resist when he placed his forehead against its own. A moment later, the stallion's taut muscles loosened, its body relaxing completely in surrender to its new master. Give him a name, Jared said. Alex almost sighed. Another naming headache. His gaze swept over the horse. The reddish hue across its coat made it seem like a steed wreathed in red-hot flames. It reminded him of one of his favorite comics, the tale of a cursed soul who became a burning skulled agent of hell, forced to roam the earth hunting the damned. In one era, that burning skulled rider had charged across the land atop a flaming red steed. This nightmare was just like that, a creature that would make the wicked tremble at a single glance. Dread. Alex's eyes lit up. Dread. Your name will be Dread. That said, the armor is really well made. From the preparation of the special alloy to the actual crafting and finishing, every detail spoke of the craftsman's passion and dedication. This was not the work of someone going through the motions. The maker clearly cared, both for their craft and, perhaps, for the armor's intended wearer. In fact, Alex thought, I doubt the craftsman was just some veteran Tier 3 expert forgesmith. More likely, they were on the very cusp of advancing to a Tier 4 master forgesmith. Although the armor had ultimately ended up as a mere Tier 3 artifact, most suitable for elite and great mages, it had both the potential and the foundation to be improved. With a little refining from a true master, it could have reached the Tier 4 level it was originally meant to achieve. In theory, Alex mused, if I were willing to invest in it, I could use this armor until I reached the Grand Mage rank. Maybe, it could even remain useful until I become a legend. He glanced at Jared, not expecting this sadistic, disrespectful, and endlessly annoying knight to gift him something so genuinely useful. I have a feeling you're thinking of something that would earn you a beating, young Master Alex, Jared remarked dryly, catching the youth's gaze. Yep, as disrespectful as always, but oddly, kind of cute now, Alex thought, a smile tugging at his lips. No, I just thought you're nicer than you look. I didn't expect you to prepare such a wonderful gift for me, Alex replied with a slight shake of his head. As I thought, you're asking for a beating. I'd invite you to the training ground, but unfortunately, you need to lead your first proper campaign in a couple of hours, Jared said, before adding. Then again, it still remains to be seen if you can actually receive the gift. After uncovering the armor's hidden nature, Alex knew he was no longer bound by the original conditions required for its approval. With a smirk, he approached the armor. Instead of reaching to wear it, he simply laid his palm against the chest plate. You're up, Etherkindle, Alex called in his heart. From his mana heart, a golden flame in draconic form burst forth, flowing through his mana pathways and down his arm. It ignited upon the armor in a shimmering, illusory blaze. Ah! A psychic shriek erupted from the armor as Etherkindle burned away the remnant while lurking within. As the origin primal flame, embodying the concepts of purity and refinement, Etherkindle put the armor, including its integrated beast core, through the purification and tempering process it should have undergone long ago. To Jared's credit, he didn't step in to stop Alex. Instead, the Saint Dark Knight simply watched, eyes narrowing as he assessed the scene. It didn't take him long to realize that the strange flame wasn't harming the armor at all. At first, he assumed it was just the youth's way of cheating his way through the user acceptance process. But as he observed more closely, a faint flicker of understanding crossed his mind. For the briefest instant, Etherkindle's flames exposed the armor's true nature. It was more than enough for a powerful saint to detect the signs. A beast's remnant will? Yes, Alex confirmed. That's the main reason the armor has been rejecting wearers. The craftsman's skill was far too high for this to be some careless mistake. I see. The remnant will's psychic shriek grew louder and more desperate as Etherkindle continued its relentless work. Before long, dark miasmic smoke began to seep from the armor, only to be instantly burned away by Etherkindle's golden flames, which could not ignore even the slightest trace of filth or corruption. Seizing the moment, Alex quietly slipped his spiritual force through his connection to Etherkindle, exploiting the armor's current vulnerability. He wove his way into its rune formation and created a hidden backdoor, granting himself control without ever going through the official user assessment process. It was a chance that could only exist due to the perfect alignment of several rare coincidences, and Alex was not the sort to let such an opportunity pass. Within 5 minutes, the miasmic remnant that had slumbered and grown inside the armor for centuries was completely erased. Another large coincidence, Alex mused. For centuries, no master artisan from any of the 3 major craftsman professions ever came into contact with this armor. Usually, artifacts with such history are snapped up quickly, either to recover ancient techniques or study forgotten methods hidden in their design. Lifting the armor, Alex slipped it on with ease. Thanks to the backdoor he had planted, the armor's runes now recognized him as its rightful user. There was no resistance at all. He wore it over his usual Brotherhood-style garb, long-sleeved tunic concealing his wristblade, hood, and all. It gave him the air of someone out of a medieval play, though instead of a cloak that would have perfectly complemented the armor, the hood hung loosely at his upper back, ready to cover his head when needed. The armor enhanced his noble bearing without dampening the roguish edge of his style. Feeling the weight settle on him, Alex noted it was far heavier than what most mages could tolerate while moving in battle, but for him, it was manageable. Jared, watching, gave a small nod. He had expected this result, though his eyes twitched slightly at the ease with which the young noble wore it. He had dealt with enough magic armors to know Alex must have done something. Cheated, somehow. Still, it didn't matter. Cheated or not, Jared had intended to give him the armor either way. Does the armor have a name? Alex asked once he'd adjusted to its weight. No, Jared replied. The crafter died shortly after making it, and the intended user never had the chance to wear it. It was never named. You can name it if you want. You gave me an armor with such an ominous history? Alex raised an eyebrow. Jared met his gaze silently, as if to say he was welcome to take it off if he didn't want it. Of course, Alex wasn't about to give up such a fine piece over mere superstition. Thinking back to the string of coincidences surrounding the armor's creation and survival, and drawing on his usual naming sense, Alex decided. Plate of happenstance, he muttered. Jared didn't comment on the name, just gave a simple nod. Come along, young Master Alex. There's one more gift, he said, quickly ushering him out of the storage room. Once Alex named his nightmare horse, the ceremony, if it could even be called that, was complete. One of the stable hands stepped forward, carrying a saddle that had clearly been prepared in advance by Jared. It bore the same insignia as Jared's Knight Brigade and was nearly identical in quality to Jared's own saddle. Time was pressing. Alex mounted, and the two of them rode their nightmare horses out of the fort. At the crossroads, Jared split away to meet up with his company, which would be accompanying the Exercitus Alexii convoy, while Alex rode toward the heart of the temporary camp established by the task force troops. Riding into the camp on a fiery red-black nightmare was a sight that drew instant attention. There was no announcement was needed. Anyone with eyes could tell Alex was far from ordinary. The horse itself was proof enough. Only a select few elites were ever granted nightmare steeds. Add to that, Alex's distinctive silvery gray hair and crimson eyes, unmistakable markers of the Führer bloodline in the Dankrot region, and his identity was practically clear for all to see. Almost every veteran soldier, practically everyone present, immediately realized that Alex was the division general. They straightened and respectfully cleared a path for him. One of the mounted guards approached, though not without difficulty. His horse balked, hooves scraping the ground as it resisted moving closer to Dread's oppressive aura. Alex had to give his steed a calming pat, urging Dread to rein in the dreadful pressure he was giving off. Only then did the guard's horse dare edge closer. Sir, please follow me. I will lead you to the general's tent, the guard said. You know who I am? Alex asked, a faint furrow creasing his brow. Yes, sir. I was at the gate when you first arrived with your platoon, the guard explained quickly. Oh, I see. Alex nodded, his frown easing. For a moment, he had worried that the man had simply assumed, albeit correctly, that he was the division general just by appearance. By that flawed logic, even Ulfman could have walked in on a nightmare horse and claimed command. Fortunately, he had been overthinking it. The guard led him through the rows of tents until they reached the largest one, clearly prepared for the general. Nearby stood 4 other sizable tents, belonging to the divisions for commanders. Outside his own tent, Alex spotted 4 familiar figures waiting for him. The first 2 were Laura Fury and Lieutenant Cross, the adjutants he had personally chosen, Laura as part of their agreement, and Cross for his invaluable wealth of experience. Behind them stood Eudara and Fun. Alex had asked Eudara to fetch Fun from the cultivation chamber. Judging by the wolf's calm aura and the steady look in his dark eyes, the black-furred cub had stabilized both his cultivation rank and his bloodline. Fawn, however, looked a little aggrieved as Alex rode in atop a steed that was clearly no ordinary mount. Alex ignored the sulking wolf, his gaze instead shifting to Eudara. Surprisingly, she had chosen to reveal herself, or at least, partially. She wore a sleek, custom-crafted full-body armor that concealed her identity, though it was still evident from her build and movements that she was a woman beneath the steel. Alex asked through their telepathic link. Eudara confirmed. Alex nodded. He didn't dwell on it. He trusted her to act in his best interest, and that was what mattered at the end of the day. Whether she chose to walk in the shadows or step into the light, it was her decision. Instead, his attention shifted to her armor. It was clearly extraordinary, perhaps even a masterpiece. Still, Alex didn't ask. He didn't need to know everything. She tilted her head in confusion. She couldn't understand why Alex would ask such an obvious question. Alex chuckled wryly. Alex sighed inwardly, feeling a headache coming on. He dropped the matter there. It looks like you've met my personal guard for the duration of this campaign. Eudora, correct? Alex said aloud. Lieutenant Cross and Laura nodded in confirmation. When can we set off? Alex asked. The division is ready to march at any time, General. However, Lieutenant Cross hesitated, then advised. I strongly recommend you address the men before we depart. It will set the tone for the campaign. Whether intentional or not, his gaze shifted toward the tents of the 4 commanders. Alex immediately caught his meaning. The 4 commanders were seasoned veterans, men who had led entire regiments within the Fury family army for years. To the soldiers of the division, these commanders, leaders of infantry, cavalry, magi, and archery regiments, were the true figures of authority they followed. By comparison, Alex was a distant superior, a higher-up they would rarely, if ever, interact with. Lieutenant Cross was subtly warning him. He needed to bridge that gap, or at least reduce it, before the march began. Very well, Lieutenant. I will address the troops before we set out, Alex decided firmly. Cross gave a sharp nod and left briskly to make the arrangements. Less than half an hour later, the 5,000-strong Exercitus Alexii division was assembled before a makeshift podium. Alex, dressed in his Brotherhood-style attire, with the plate of happenstance worn over it, stepped onto the platform. The young noble, now Task Force Division General, gazed down at his unit. A faint but undeniable aura radiated from him, regal and commanding, the presence of a man born to rule. Instantly, the murmurs of thousands died away. The entire division fell into pin-drop silence. My name is Alex Fury. He paused, scanning the crowd, letting the weight of his words settle. By now, many of you may have heard countless things about me, be they rumors, stories, and/or exaggerations. But from this moment forward, I want you to forget them all, save for one thing. I am Alex Fury, and I am the commander of this Exercitus Alexii task force. Another pause. His ruby-red gaze swept across the assembled soldiers. About a week ago, the Wildkin infiltrated and seized the city of Worth in the Kellerman region, our empire's gateway through the Iron-Morn Desert, leading north to the empires of Alarion and Ironhammer. As the guardian family of the North, the Fury family cannot, and will not, allow this to stand. That is why we march. We march to Worth, and through every city the Wildkin scum may have infested along the way. And we will return them all to the light of the Empire. Make no mistake, we are not marching to wipe the Kellerman's arses for them. We march for something closer to home. His voice carried over the silent ranks, steady yet burning with conviction. From fury, victory, honor and blood. Fury through strength. Alex looked toward the army's banner fluttering high. These words are carved upon our crest, he declared, pointing to the banner. Carved upon our banner. He thumped his chest with a fist. And carved within our hearts. Fury through strength. His voice rose like a war drum. A man becomes who he is through the power and strength he possesses. Each of you stand here today because you have proven that strength. Each of you is worthy of being called a Fury soldier. Each of you is among the elite our family has to offer. You can boldly claim this truth. He spread his arms wide. You are strong. Honor and blood, he continued, voice sharp. The Wildkin claim to only target the strong. To fight the strong in beautiful battle to the death. For centuries, they fought our Fury army because even they could not deny. We are the strongest of the North. But this year, his tone darkened, pressing down on the division like a storm. This year, they dared to turn their fangs upon the Kellermans. Was it disregard? Was it fear? Whatever it was, they slighted our honor. His crimson eyes gleamed. And I ask you, my brothers and sisters in arms, how do we reclaim the honor they have stolen from us? Honor and blood, the division thundered back. And how will we answer them? Honor and blood. How will we prove once more that we are the strongest of the North? Honor and blood. Alex nodded firmly, lips curling into a thin smile. Yes, once again, I tell you, we march not for the Kellermans, but for ourselves. To reclaim our right. To reclaim our honor in blood. For each of us is a fury, and we know only victory, only honor, only glory. For victory, for honor, for glory, for victory, for honor, for glory. The chant rolled like thunder, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Alex let it continue, let it swell, before raising his hands high. Instantly, silence returned. Now that you know our division's goal, you must also know this division's law. As long as I remain your general, as long as you stand as soldiers under my command, you will live by these 3 rules. He raised 3 fingers, his tone cutting like steel. 1. Obey my orders, without question. 2. Protect your life, and the lives of the brothers and sisters beside you. 3. If anything bears its fangs, claws, or blades at you or your comrades, you kill it. His gaze swept across the entire division, weighing them, binding them. Understand and live these rules, and you and I will never have problems. A pause. His final words came low but thunderous, like the strike of a war gong. Now, gather your arms and provisions, because war beckons. Exercitus Alexii marched for 3 days until they reached the borderlands between Fury and Kellerman territories. During that time, Alex spent his free moments working on solutions to the 2 major problems plaguing the Voidheart core. Most of his focus settled on improving the core's energy efficiency, the single most critical issue that demanded resolution. And it was during this time that the Beta Bracer stood out. Since this was a military campaign filled with dangers, Alex couldn't risk allowing his consciousness to descend into Omnirune's simulation space within the greater rune mark in his mind. Doing so would cut him off completely from both his body and the outside world, leaving him more vulnerable than even during cultivation meditation. The Beta Bracer solved this problem. Through it, Alex could access Omnirune's simulation functions safely. The legendary grade artifact was not only versatile, but also served as Omnirune's physical terminal. Even better, its projection screen had been specially incorporated with the Enclave's proprietary magical equivalent of a privacy screen filter, ensuring no one but Alex could see the contents displayed. It was admittedly less convenient than working directly inside Omnirune's simulated space. Still, it allowed Alex to maintain awareness of his surroundings while working. That trade-off alone made it invaluable. It also helped that Dread was an unusually stable steed. Unlike normal horses that tended to wobble with each step, the Nightmare Horse's gait was firm and even. Riding him wasn't quite like walking on solid ground, but after a few hours, Alex hardly noticed the difference. Speaking of Dread, over the past 3 days, he and Fun had reached an understanding. The Nightmare Horse and the Bielemental Wolf had come to some kind of truce, though Alex had no idea what agreement passed between them. Whatever it was, the result was clear. Fun was now permitted to ride on Dread's back along with Alex, provided he remained in his cub form. The 3 days of travel also meant more than 2 weeks had passed since the city of Worth fell to the Wildkin horde emerging from the Ironmorn Desert. In that time, several other cities west of Kellerman territory, closer to Fury lands, had also fallen. Splinters of the Wildkin horde had broken away after Worth's fall, scattering across the region to raid and pillage with terrifying efficiency. Upon crossing into Kellerman territory, the Exercitus Alexii task force had expected to be met by at least a retinue of Kellerman troops to guide them toward the affected areas. Instead, they found no one. After communication was exchanged between the 2 noble houses, the Kellermans claimed the Wildkin had cut off the routes leading west. As such, it was impossible to send a Pathfinder retinue from their heartlands, which lay further east. Alex scoffed when he received the news of the Kellerman's response. They were trying too hard. The Kellerman family wanted the Furies to believe they had lost control of the west of their fief to the Wildkins. Such a move would make the Furies look down on them, yet still push them into sending a sizable force to root out the invaders. Once that force was committed, the Kellerman's grand scheme of striking the Fury army from behind and crippling it before it could regroup would be made that much simpler. In Alex's eyes, the whole ploy was laughably transparent. The west of Kellerman fief was like an unclothed woman tempting a man, while her husband lurked behind with a weapon, waiting to strike the distracted man in the back of the head. But once the husband failed and was subdued, the woman would be left vulnerable to the man's penetration. and Alex had no doubt his father intended to penetrate the Kellerman fief as deeply as he could. A knowing chuckle escaped his lips. After a short meeting with the division's 4 regiment commanders, the decision was made to form a vanguard force. This group would move ahead of the main army, splintering into smaller scout units to explore nearby territories and identify possible threats. Orders were issued, and a 1,000-strong vanguard unit, led by 4 colonels, was dispatched. The vanguard soon split into 4 columns, each taking a different path from the main force. From there, they had the flexibility to divide further as needed, sending back information while pushing deeper to scout into enemy territory. The regiment commanders took charge of all operational orders, while Alex simply observed in silence. His eidetic memory was invaluable here. Every word, every subtle detail, both what was explained openly and what slipped out unintentionally, was carefully stored within the memory palace of his mind. Unsurprisingly, the first wildkin each splinter group encountered were goblins. These relatively weak yet opportunistic creatures had seized the chaos created by the larger, stronger wildkins. While Kellerman's militia struggled to hold their lines, the goblins slipped through, bypassing defenses to strike at loosely guarded villages. The first Vanguard Splinter Company to encounter them was commanded by a relatively young but grim-faced colonel. That company, which had recently broken off into smaller groups to scout a mountain range, stumbled upon a human village already occupied by goblins. The stench of blood was heavy in the air. The wails of survivors still carried faintly from within. The raid had only just taken place, not more than half a day ago. From a hill overlooking the village, the colonel narrowed his gaze, analyzing the enemy's strength and weighing whether to alert the main force or deal with the threat using only his company. 1 Class 4 priest, 5 Class 3 lesser priests, for Class 4 goblin hunters, 5 Class 4 goblin fighters, over 100 Class 3 goblin warriors and archers. The rest are Class 2 hobgoblins. Roughly 400 in total. The colonel muttered after his count. Someone whistled beside him. That's enough goblin power to wipe out a proper town, let alone a small, insignificant village like this, the man remarked. Watch your words, Major. There is no such thing as an insignificant village. The people who live there were humans like us. The colonel chided the older middle-aged man with a stern glare. The major, however, only shrugged. He was clearly used to the colonel's stiffness. Like the colonel, he too hailed from a village in the Dankrot Plains. He had no intention of disregarding the villagers. He was merely voicing the harsh reality of things in the greater scheme. What do you want to do then? He asked, glancing back at the troops behind them. Their force is on the weaker side. The colonel replied after observing. Though, in truth, the force below would have terrified Alex and his platoon had they ever seen goblins grow to such strength back in the Dankrot forest. There's no need to disturb the main group. We'll take them down here. His decision was firm. Immediately, the company, composed mainly of archers, raised their bows. Dozens of arrows were knocked in unison, all aimed at the goblins below. The colonel's eyes fixed particularly on the Class 4 priest among them, the obvious centerpiece of the horde. Fire! Swoosh! 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 A storm of arrows filled the sky, so dense it blotted out the sun. The goblins were caught off guard, but their higher-class warriors reacted swiftly to protect their kin. The goblin hunters drew their bows and fired blasts of energy upward, scattering a large section of arrows midair. At the same time, the goblin fighters spun rapidly, creating whirlwinds that deflected another portion of the deadly rain. But the most impressive was the goblin priest. He stepped forward, chanting quickly. A shimmering shield of energy flared into existence, spreading like a suit to cover each goblin beneath the falling arrows. The barrier absorbed the worst of the assault, saving the horde from grievous injuries and certain death. The lesser goblin priests immediately followed his lead, chanting and layering their own shields atop his, reinforcing each individual barrier even further. The goblin priest, clearly the leader of this horde, then turned his gaze toward the human company. With a furious roar, he pointed at them, his twisted face contorted with rage. Oh, is it just me? Or do they get uglier the stronger they become? The major muttered, taking a step back at the priest's monstrous expression. What now? They seem angry. The colonel sighed. silently questioning why the higher-ups had paired him with such a carefree man. That barrier must be the new Goblin Priest defense spell reported recently, he expressed. They've become more troublesome to kill, but the principle remains the same. If one arrow won't kill them, two will. And if two doesn't, the Major asked cheekily. Then three will, the Colonel replied coldly. We'll keep shooting until they die. The Major smirked. While you do that, mind if I lead the others to cut them down? That goes without saying, doesn't it, Major? The Colonel shot him a sharp glare. The Major chuckled, but his expression hardened as he drew his weapon. Let's go, men. Yes, sir. The infantry, mostly sword and spear-bearing shield-bearers, stepped forward at once, following their commander down the slope. The Major and his troops charged downhill just as the goblins surged upward to meet them. Boom. The two forces clashed violently, steel against claw and fang, as the battle began. Back with the main force of Exercitus Alexii, Alex sat quietly as reports from the vanguard were read aloud to him and the 4 regiment commanders. It felt surreal. The vanguard was already clashing with Class 3 and even Class 4 wildkin this far away from the city of Worth. What struck Alex even harder was how neither the regiment commanders nor the scouts delivering the reports seemed surprised. They accepted the information with calm professionalism, as though such strength from the wildkin was nothing out of the ordinary. It was clearly the norm. In a way, this explains the strength of the Fury Army, Alex thought. The Fury Army's baseline strength was already high. Ordinary divisions often fielded mid to late intermediate soldiers as their weakest troops. For the elite divisions and legions, especially those under the direct command of the family head, or those tasked with special operations like Jared's Knight Brigade and the Exercitus Alexii, the standard was pushed even higher. The benchmark there was elite rank. The reason was obvious. The wildkin were simply that strong. The nature of wildkin meant that, particularly among the stronger races, such as the orcs and the Mandasuri, any individual below elite rank wasn't even considered worthy of being a soldier. Thus, in order to face them, the Fury Army had to maintain the same standard. Its troops could not afford to fall behind the enemy's strength. This was no small achievement, because in truth, humanity wasn't naturally as gifted as the wildkin, or any other race, for that matter. Some would even argue that goblins were more gifted than humans, if only because goblins could evolve into stronger forms with relative ease, while humans had no such luxury. Over the past few days since the operation began, Alex had been given a front-row seat to the challenges the Fury family dealt with as if they were ordinary. Alongside this, his ongoing work on the Void Heart core and his growing fascination with energy in its many metaphysical forms had led him to study humanity's cultivation methods more deeply. The deeper he delved, the more curious he became. He found himself recalling the books he had read back at the Dragonhold Enclave. His eidetic memory allowed him to summon them perfectly, but even so, there was a catch. A drawback of his Truth Seeker Eye's ability was that while they allowed him to remember everything with absolute clarity, they did not mean he comprehended everything. Much of what he had stored was raw data, unprocessed information piled up inside the memory palace of his mind. He could not truly be said to know everything he had seen, because most of it remained untouched. Now, with his growing interest in cultivation, Alex had to sift through that memory palace, retrieve the fragments related to the topic, process them carefully, and convert them into actual knowledge. To be fair, this wasn't entirely a flaw. It was a form of self-protection. After all, the brain could only handle so much information at once. As Alex began piecing together his memories, his own accumulated insights on cultivation, and even the fragments of knowledge from the novels of his previous life, he started to form his own conclusions. Slowly but surely, new perspectives on humanity's cultivation methods began to form in his mind. Like in most stories, humanity in the world of Pangaea had not always been naturally gifted in cultivating energy or its metaphysical properties. Unlike elves, dwarves, dragons, or even the wildkin, humans had once been utterly powerless. There was a time, a dark time, when humans were nothing more than weak, fragile beings, livestock even, to many of the stronger races, particularly the beastly non-humanoids. Other than their relatively faster rate of reproduction compared to most powerful races, save for exceptions like the goblins, humanity had nothing else of advantage. They lacked the powerful, indestructible bodies of titans and dwarves. They weren't the beloved children of the world like the elves, nor were they favored by mana itself like the dragons. Simply put, humanity had no talent for cultivation. So then, how had humanity rise to where it stood today? That was a long-debated question of controversy. Optimistic scholars claimed it was through sheer luck. Pessimistic, disillusioned scholars argued that it had been through trickery, cunning, and ruthlessness. When the number of cultivators among humans reached a critical mass, human nature revealed itself. Those with power naturally sought dominance. The result was a bloodbath. The strong slaughtered the weak, carving out their authority and prestige. To beings like the elder dragons, this rise happened in the blink of an eye, no more than a short nap in their endless lifespans. This led to painfully slow progress when compared to the powerful races, who had long established systematic methods of learning cultivation. The dwarves, for instance, learned by watching and mimicking their elders. The elves learned through synchronizing with the world itself, guided directly by nature. The dragons, however, were on an entirely different level. They inherited the experiences and knowledge of their parents through a unique, draconic form of bloodline memory. Even without their elders, a young dragon instinctively knew how to cultivate, thanks to the memories implanted into its mind at conception. Dragons were also favored by mana itself. For them, cultivating could be as natural as living, breathing, and eating. Unlike humans, the powerful races were rarely plagued by what could be called deceit. Most of them did not lie. Some had no concept of lying at all. And even among those who did, deceit was considered beneath them, especially when dealing with weaker beings. Humanity had no such restraint. Driven by the 7 vices, humanity's forebears lied, cheated, and stole whenever necessary to acquire the knowledge they so desperately needed. It would not be wrong to say that humanity's cultivation system was built upon a foundation of lies, trickery, betrayal, and blood. Even now, many races still speak with disdain of humanity's so-called hideous and nefarious nature. And yet, it would be equally wrong to deny the value humanity's ancestors provided. For all their sins, those same nefarious pioneers laid the foundation for the systemized cultivation academia that now existed across the realm. Knowledge stolen from other races could not be applied directly without consequence. Even with cultivation, humanity remained innately weaker and less talented than the beings they stole from. Though warriors were favored more heavily than the other two, the developments in all 3 branches proved critical. To Alex's surprise, humanity's ancestors were also responsible for the creation of standardized spells. Before this innovation, wizards manipulated mana directly, which led to enormous disparities in ability, even among mages of the same rank. For less talented mages, the introduction of standardized spellcasting provided them with templates to guide their use of mana. This meant that even the weakest could eventually cast spells, provided they followed the method. For the talented, however, the benefits were even greater. With the framework of standardized spellcasting, they could create and refine spells far more easily. With the standardization of spells came the rapid growth of the mage branch. It was soon discovered that mastering a set number and grade of spells not only improved one's magical ability, but also directly boosted a mage's cultivation. Even more so, the creators of these spells benefited immensely from their own innovations. Thus, spellcasting and spell mastery became cornerstones of mage cultivation. It became the accepted standard that a mage needed to learn and master a certain number of recognized spells in order to advance to the next level, something that had been ambiguous and inconsistent before. For the warlock branch, humanity's ancestors made yet another critical discovery, that one could not only become a warlock by synchronizing with the world, but also by synchronizing with one's own bloodline. In essence, humanity was responsible for the creation of bloodline warlocks. And it was no surprise then that humanity had the largest population of this particular type of warlocks compared to world warlocks. It should be noted, however, that elves were still considered the most talented and most numerous of the world warlocks. That said, compared to their contributions in the warlock and mage branches, humanity's greatest achievement was undoubtedly in the warrior branch, or at least, as far as humanity itself was concerned. Unlike most species, who cultivated internal energy by converting mana and storing it within special cores, humanity had gone an entirely different route, turning the entire body itself into the storage core. This deviation wasn't without reason. As mentioned before, humanity possessed the weakest innate bodies among the cultivation races. Their ancestors, unwilling to accept this frailty, devoted entire eras of research into finding a solution. The result was the warrior cultivation method humanity still used to this day. The warrior path was essentially one of body cultivation. And through painstaking research, humanity's forebears discovered a crucial truth. What humans lacked in natural talent, they made up for in malleability. By combining this weakness and strength, they pushed the warrior system to a unique peak suited only to humanity. Warrior cultivation typically involved absorbing mana through breathing methods, not only through the nose and mouth, but at higher levels, even through sweat pores and other orifices. Once inside the body, the mana was dissolved and used to temper the flesh. In this process, mana mixed with vitality and the body's natural chemical energies to form a unique energy type specific to the warrior path, known as internal energy. Most races then gathered this internal energy within a specialized core called the lower energy core, located just below the navel. But humanity's cultivation ancestors rejected this. Instead, they devised a method of storing internal energy directly within the very cells of the body where it was produced. This energy was then continuously recycled, tempering the body over time. On its own, the improvement was negligible, worthless to races like dragons, whose bodies were already powerful by nature. But for humans, with their fragile forms, even the smallest improvements accumulated. Over time, these improvements stacked layer upon layer. By the time a human warrior reached legendary rank, their body, though still unable to rival the innate might of a dragon, had surpassed the frailty of mankind and risen to rival the physical strength of orcs. And there was more. This unique method of cultivation unintentionally granted human warriors with distinct general characteristics, traits that not only enhanced their power, but also acted as natural indicators of their rank. When a human warrior first begins training in the warrior breathing method and body tempering techniques devised by humanity's cultivation ancestors, there are no obvious changes at the start. At this stage, the breathing method is still acclimating the human body to the process of drawing in ambient mana with every breath, while the tempering technique helps strengthen the body to draw in and accumulate more energy. Even when mana is successfully taken into the body and transformed into internal energy, there is very little control over it. The energy becomes trapped within the cells, subtly altering and empowering them. Over time, the repeated tempering causes the cells to adapt and mutate to their new reality. The direct result of this process is the strengthening of the body beyond the limits of ordinary humans. In most cases, the individual's physical parameters, strength, speed, endurance, are doubled compared to a normal human. When this transformation occurs, the individual is said to have truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. Such individuals are referred to as trainees or squires. This is why the Class 0 rank of the warrior branch is called the trainee, squire, rank. While it may sound as simple as breathing, the process is anything but. Only humans with genuine cultivation potential can draw in mana through the breathing method and retain it within their bodies to form internal energy. For others, the mana simply disperses, either being used up unconsciously or leaking back out. Once a warrior passes the trainee stage, they begin to consciously draw upon the internal energy stored in their cells. They can then channel it to specific parts of their body, temporarily amplifying their physical parameters, or circulate it throughout their entire body for a brief surge in power. Those capable of doing so are referred to as beginners, thus marking the existence of the beginner rank. Progressing further, a human warrior learns to channel internal energy throughout their body more efficiently. At this point, they gain the ability to externalize it, materializing the energy as a visible aura that coats their entire body. This phenomenon is known as aura coating. Aura coating acts as a sheath of internal energy reinforcement, allowing the warrior to push their body beyond its natural limits. With it, they can perform feats that would normally cripple or kill a human body, albeit for short bursts of time. Mastery of aura coding soon became recognized as the hallmark of the intermediate rank. As warriors continue to progress, their control over internal energy deepens, and its volume within their bodies increases. Their physique improves far beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. Their resistance to disease and toxins grows significantly, while their aging process slows to a noticeable degree. More importantly, intermediate warriors refine their use of aura coding to enhance themselves for longer durations, unleash energy bursts for explosive attacks, and, most uniquely, extend the aura coding beyond their own bodies to cover external objects. Thus, the ability to coat weapons or any other handheld object in aura became the signature of the elite rank. Elites were warriors who had not only mastered coating their bodies, but also extended their internal energy outward into their weapons. In doing so, they transcended mere physical combat, stepping into the realm of energy projection, something previously thought exclusive to mages and warlocks. From this stage onward, however, traditional physical training was no longer enough. A warrior could not simply trick their body into absorbing more mana and producing more internal energy via just physical training. Like mages, who required both talent and enlightenment to advance into the rank of great mage, warriors too needed innate talent and a spark of enlightenment to break through into the veteran rank. Up to this point, internal energy could be visualized as a gaseous substance stored within the body's cells and circulated through the bloodstream to fuel energy-intensive feats. This is why the stages from trainee to intermediate are collectively referred to as the gas state. But everything changes at the elite rank. A portion of the internal energy within a warrior's body eventually condenses into liquid form, fusing permanently with the individual's blood, transforming it into life liquid. The cells continue to produce gaseous internal energy, which dissolves into the bloodstream. Over time, it condenses further, gradually increasing the proportion of internal energy within the liquid component of the blood. However, this process soon encounters a roadblock. There is only so much liquid volume human blood can naturally contain. The next step, the threshold of the veteran rank, is the complete replacement of the blood's liquid component with internal energy itself. But this was easier said than done. Worse still, there was no universal method that worked for all warriors. The path forward depended heavily on each individual's body. Every cultivator had to ponder, experiment, and find their own unique way to achieve this transformation. This process of self-discovery was the aforementioned required enlightenment. Even then, not all warriors succeeded equally. Some progressed more smoothly due to the unique adaptability of their bodies, what people often referred to as talent. Once this metamorphosis is complete, when liquefied internal energy, life liquid, fully replaces blood, the individual begins to step beyond the realm of the superhuman. They become veterans, true cultivators walking a path few mortals could even imagine. Veterans possess near-perfect control over internal energy circulation in their bodies. The sheer quality and quantity of their internal energy allow them to maintain aura coating, weapon coating, and full-body reinforcement far longer than those below them. In addition, they gain the ability to unleash ranged internal energy attacks, techniques resembling mage spells in both scale and impact. But beyond the veteran rank lies a greater pursuit, one glimpsed only upon after completing the substitution of blood into liquefied internal energy. This was the threshold of the realm of laws. At this stage, warriors could draw upon the energized state of their bodies as a bridge to resonate with the laws of the world. For instance, a warrior whose internal energy aligned with the fire element could use their energy blood as a channel to touch upon the laws of fire. Once this resonance was established, the warrior transcends superhuman and steps into a realm of power bestowed directly by the laws of the world themselves. Hence, those who reached this stage were called saints, and their rank was known as sainthood. Saints advanced in two ways: by refining their internal energy blood to higher density, and by deepening their comprehension of the laws they had connected to. However, their limitations remained. Saints did not comprehend true laws. Instead, what they touched were derived laws, fragments, or lesser reflections of the true concepts. Only after mastering a derived law could a saint even hope to comprehend a fragment of a basic law. When a saint's internal energy blood reached its highest possible density, and they had comprehended one or more derived laws to a satisfactory depth, the path to the next metamorphosis opened before them. This path was known as the legendary path. The legendary path was not a simple breakthrough, but a metaphysical transformation. By invoking their derived laws and fueling the process with their internal energy blood, a saint initiates a complete metamorphosis, dissolving their physical body into pure energy, purifying it, and reconstructing themselves into a form that was neither holy matter nor energy, but something in between. Those who survived this ordeal and completed the transformation became known as legends. Their rank was called the legendary realm. In essence, legends could no longer be considered part of their original race. Every species, upon stepping into the legendary realm, shed its biological nature and was reborn as something beyond mortal classification. All legends were, in truth, energy life forms. The physical appearance they retained, still resembling their former bodies, was nothing more than a facade, an illusion sustained by the stubborn ego of their identity. In reality, every legend had begun the transcendence process, breaking free of the limits imposed by their birth and racial origin. At this point, the baggage of birth, be it racial talent or inadequacy, no longer held sway. What mattered instead were the strengths bound to one's soul and the fruits of personal effort, fortune, and providence. The individual had begun stepping away from the realm dictated by their species and onto a path shaped entirely by themselves. As beings of pure energy, legends were no longer confined by the distinctions of warrior, mage, or warlock. These paths were reduced to little more than methods of preference. Still, as the saying went, it is difficult to teach an old dog new tricks. Most legends continued along the branches they were familiar with, even though they were no longer shackled by those constraints. Thanks to the tireless efforts of humanity's early cultivation ancestors, fragments of the truth behind transcendence had been revealed. Using the warrior path as a template, they were able to deduce commonalities across other branches of cultivation. The greatest of these was the concept of energy states. Just as internal energy in the warrior path passed through gas and liquid states, so too did the power of mages and warlocks follow the same transformations. From acolyte to intermediate rank, the mana within a mage's mana heart and a warlock's spiritual core existed in a gaseous state. At the elite rank, that gaseous mana condensed into liquid. Here, many cultivators faltered. Just as warriors struggled to take the step from elite to veteran, countless mages and warlocks found themselves unable to completely liquefy the mana in their mana hearts or spiritual cores. Only those with sufficient talent and enlightenment could do so, and by achieving complete liquefaction, they advanced to the great mage or great warlock ranks. From there, they could begin to brush against derived laws, stepping onto the road of transcendence and eventually legendhood. In essence, no matter which path one walked, all roads converged the further one climbed. For all their faults, humanity's ancestors had been the driving force of cultivation progress on the Pangea plane. Their relentless thirst for knowledge and ceaseless experimentation carved a path for a weaker race to stand alongside those born innately superior. And because their system had been designed around humanity's frail physique, its effectiveness was undeniable. If it worked for humans, it held value even for the so-called stronger races. Thus, even the mighty races of the plane could no longer ignore humanity's contributions. Trade and knowledge exchange followed, leading to mutual development. Humanity offered their cultivation frameworks, and in return, they acquired specialized techniques unique to other races. This exchange laid the foundations for the realm-spanning academia that still existed to this day. Reading and pondering on this history, Alex found one of his personal beliefs reaffirmed. Brains beat brawn, but in truth, both were necessary. From the records, it was clear that the greatest weapon of humanity's ancestors was their intelligence, the ability to deduce, adapt, and innovate. Yet they had only been able to do so because they first possessed the strength to back their research. Without cultivation, they would never have had the security to conduct their studies, nor the might to gather the resources needed for their experiments. Brains had guided humanity to enlightenment, but brawn had paved the way. So yes, While it was intellect that fueled humanity's rise to its current heights, it was brawn that safeguarded and enabled that growth. It truly is an underdog story, Alex thought to himself. Unlike races such as titans, dragons, elves, dwarves, or orcs, we humans are not giants in and of ourselves. Instead, it is because we stand on the shoulders of those before us, our predecessors, that humanity as a collective can cast a vast, unbeatable shadow upon a world filled with stronger adversaries. I wonder what those from the Dark Ages, the very first cultivators, would think if they were told that a time would come where humans could clash with such innately stronger races with nothing more than our so-called fragile bodies. That we would one day negotiate with dragons as near equals, that we would even be capable of slaying them. Indeed, it was upon their boldness and sacrifice that humanity stands where it does today. Alex's eyes glowed faintly. He felt a powerful resonance with this realization, this truth. He had never thought of himself as a genius. He didn't believe he was particularly special. If there was anything unique about him, it was his ability to take the ideas and creativity of others and rework them into something new. He was not a creative genius, but a pragmatic innovator. His RuneTech platform, at its core, wasn't some grand, original masterpiece. Instead, it was the innovative culmination of principles and knowledge, compiled, refined, and reapplied from the work of humanity's predecessors across both his past life and his present one. The platform wasn't about creating something entirely new from scratch. It was about finding solutions through adaptation, repurposing what already existed and bending it to meet his current needs. Did that make him seem less extraordinary than others believed him to be? Perhaps, but Alex didn't care. In truth, he was only walking the same road humanity had always walked. Yes, there had always been creative geniuses who pushed humanity forward in great leaps. But innovators like him could not be discounted either. They were the ones who ensured humanity continued advancing, a small step at a time, yes, but never stopping. I may not be the one to revolutionize the world, but like the first cultivators, the ancestors, and the scholars after them, I can be of the one who facilitates that revolution when it does come. As Alex reflected on humanity's rise, from frailty to a force capable of clashing with dwarves, wildkin, and other innately powerful races, such a clash was unfolding only a few tens of kilometers away. There, in an unremarkable village nestled deep within a remote mountain range, Exercitus Alexei's vanguard squadron's first company was locked in battle against a horde of nearly 500 goblins. The company's archers held the high ground, raining arrows to suppress the horde, while its warriors surged forward to meet the charging goblin fighters and goblin warriors who sought to overrun the hill. The humans rushed downhill in unison, crashing boldly into the goblin front lines. The result was something the people of humanity's dark ages could never have imagined. Clad in armor-like aura coating, the warriors tore through the goblin ranks like mounted cavalry in a devastating charge. A few among them even possessed weapon coating, their blades gleaming with deadly reinforcement as they cut down the weaker goblins before turning seamlessly toward the stronger goblins, striking with trained precision and ruthless efficiency. Not only did these human warriors prove themselves physically stronger than the innately gifted goblin warriors and fighters, they also fought with a fearlessness born from having slain countless goblins before. It was a sight that would move any human from the Dark Ages to tears of joy, for it was undeniable proof of how far humanity had come, carried here by the courage and sacrifices of those who came before them. Class 0 goblins could evolve into Class 2 hobgoblins. From there, Class 2 hobgoblins typically advanced along 3 evolutionary paths: warrior, archer, or priest. A hobgoblin on the warrior path would evolve into a Class 3 goblin warrior, and eventually a Class 4 goblin fighter. A hobgoblin choosing the archer path would become a Class 3 goblin archer, later advancing to a Class 4 goblin hunter. Finally, a hobgoblin blessed with both magical affinity and leadership qualities could evolve into a Class 3 lesser goblin priest, the prerequisite form for becoming a Class 4 goblin priest. Among the current horde, 3 of the 5 Class 4 goblin fighters surged ahead, leading the goblin frontline charge uphill. The Fury warriors under the Major's command deliberately concentrated their downhill countercharge along the line of one of these goblin fighters. With the veteran-ranked Major spearheading their assault, the combined force smashed directly into the goblin fighter's position. The impact blasted the hulking goblin backward into its own kin, tearing open a gap in the goblin formation. The Fury warriors immediately exploited this hole, their formation driving deep into the horde. Rather than focus on killing, the Fury warriors used their momentum to smash goblins aside, sending them crashing into their allies and compounding the chaos. By the time the charge formation had cut through the goblin ranks, the enemy line was in disarray, collapsing inward as lesser goblins were trampled beneath the bodies of their own stronger kin. The first goblin fighter, still struggling to regain its footing, never had the chance. The Major's blade, its weapon coating so concentrated it stripped away the aura coating from his own body, swept down and cleaved through the goblin's neck. The protective magical barrier around the goblin fighter barely slowed the strike. Such was the overwhelming force of the Major's blow, akin to an ultimate move, that it simply shattered through. Blood gushed into the air from the severed head. Yet instead of falling, the crimson spray seemed to defy gravity, drifting toward the Major before sinking into his weapon. The reddish aura of the blade flared, deepening in color as the weapon coating visibly strengthened. The Major stepped forward at once, placing himself squarely before the two remaining Class 4 goblin fighters. Seeing this, the other veteran-ranked warriors of the Fury infantry stepped up to take command. They ordered the rest of the troops to concentrate on cutting down the goblin front line, making no move to assist their commander. It was clear the Major would face the two goblin fighters alone. He locked them in combat, ensuring they couldn't disengage to aid their lesser kin. Each time one tried to break away, the Major's retaliatory strikes carved chunks out of their protective barriers, forcing them to stay on him. Even so, the Major's situation was far from favorable. The use of his ultimate strike had stripped him of the armor-like defense of his aura coating. Without it, he was forced to meet the goblin's heavy blows head-on, each strike carving new wounds into his body. Yet he endured, skillfully mitigating every attack to lessen the damage. Still, the battle was only growing harsher. The more of their kin that fell, the more frenzied the two goblin fighters became. Their initial technique gave way to raw savagery, every strike driven down with brute force. And it was seemingly effective. This change in attacks steadily drove up the Major's fatigue. Even in such dire straits, none of the Fury army nearby made any move to help. Or so it appeared. With veteran rankers supporting the human troops while the Class 4 goblin leaders were locked down, the outcome was already inevitable. Goblins fell in droves. The battlefield reeked of blood. The pungent stench further agitated the goblin fighters. Yet, in their frenzy, they failed to notice that they were not the only ones affected by it. The Major, who only moments earlier seemed battered and on the back foot, suddenly smiled. Blood spike. With a sharp swing of his blade in an upward diagonal arc, the very ground erupted. Spikes of blood surged up, impaling both goblin fighters clean through the midsection. Each was skewered by no fewer than 4 spikes, held in place before they could even react. Only then did they realize the truth. They hadn't been fighting the Major on even ground. They had been lured into a carefully laid trap. The Fury warriors hadn't been killing goblins at random. Each strike, each kill had been precise, designed to maximize blood loss. The spilled life fluid had been subtly channeled across the battlefield, converging on a single area. The very place the goblin fighters had been drawn into during their duel. Now, that blood had answered the Major's call, turning into crimson spears that bound the goblin fighters in place. The fatigue and weakness that once weighed on the Major's expression vanished instantly. Calmly, the middle-aged man walked up to the skewered goblins and drove his greatsword through one. The goblin fighter shriveled almost instantly, its body collapsing into a husk as every drop of blood was siphoned into the blade. The remaining goblin fighter's eyes widened in horror. With its limited intelligence, even it could recognize the truth. They had been tricked, lured into focusing on this human, all to enable him to steal the very life liquid from their lower cores. But the realization came too late. Punch! The greatsword plunged into its abdomen. The goblin fighter convulsed, watching helplessly as its painstakingly cultivated life liquid was drawn away, its strength and essence devoured by the human before it. When the Major finally withdrew his blade and released the spell, the corpse fell lifelessly to the ground, dry, brittle, and bloodless. Slowly, the energy coating his sword flowed upward, spreading from the hilt to his hand. It seeped across his body, wrapping him in a thin crimson film, finer and sharper than ordinary aura coating. His hair shifted as well, turning from black into a vivid, blood-red mane. The Major now stood as a figure drenched in crimson, a being as if born of blood itself. "Are you done? It's always a pain setting this up for you." One of the other veteran rankers approached, speaking casually despite the carnage. "You do it because it's worth it, don't you?" The Major replied with a grin. "I can't deny that," the other man sighed. "All right, enough chit-chat. Let's move. I can already feel the Colonel's glare burning holes into the back of my skull." The Major chuckled. The other veteran ranker laughed with him before returning to lead the troops. The infantry gathered their weapons and pressed forward once more, charging toward the village and into the exchange of arrows between the company's archers and the goblin bowmen. This time, however, they did not advance alone. They had among them a being of war, one whose strength, speed, and resilience only grew the more blood stained the battlefield. A crimson berserker. The battle between the Fury Army archers and the goblin archers, and their higher variant, the goblin hunters, did not end when both sides' infantry clashed. If anything, it only intensified. The Fury Army held the advantage in skill and sheer number of arrows loosed, but the goblins possessed something equally dangerous: superior defense, provided by the goblin priest and its subordinate lesser priests. The Vanguard squadron, unfortunately, had no barrier mage to match. The Vanguard was built for speed and mobility. Mages couldn't keep up without slowing them down, and besides, they were far too valuable to waste outside the main force. That was why the first company lacked a clean defense against the endless rain of goblin arrows. Instead, they had to resort to crude means, blasting volleys out of the sky, using personal shields/items, or even relying on the vegetation to block incoming bolts. Even so, men still fell. The colonel stood further up the slope, eyes locked on the midpoint of the hill where the Fury infantry had met the goblin fighters and goblin warriors. He immediately recognized the formation's intent and their impending success. So he made his own decision. Disperse. The colonel's order carried over the chaos, sharp and undeniable. At once, the Fury archers scattered. Unlike the field archers of the main force, the ones attached to the vanguard were different. Deadly specialists trained not for mass volleys, but for precise, targeted kills amidst the battlefield's chaos. They didn't normally fire in groups. Instead, they melted into cover, stalking their prey until the perfect opportunity presented itself. They were not mere soldiers. They were predators. They were the fangs of the Fury family. Unlike goblins, who favored reckless, overt shooting, the fangs thrived in the dark, where each arrow was death unseen. As the infantry tore apart the goblin front lines, the fangs seized the chance. They advanced under the blanket of the goblins' own volley, closing in unseen on the archers and hunters in the rear. And then, the massacre began. Goblin archers and hunters fell one after another. The protective cloaks casted onto the goblins by the goblin priest and lesser priests made things more difficult, but the fangs were experts at single-hit kills. Their arrows struck with such precision and force that the magical barriers collapsed after no more than 3 strikes each. It wasn't that the goblin priest and his subordinates didn't wish to replenish their protections. It was that they couldn't. Their hands were already full, locked in a deadly clash against the colonel himself. The colonel stepped forward, crossing into the range of the goblin priest and its lesser priests. A suffocating aura burst from him. As a late-stage veteran, his pressure alone was enough to lock down the priests, freezing their ability to act freely and preventing them from interfering with the slaughter of their kin. He spared a glance downslope. The Fury infantry had broken through the goblin front line and were already pushing toward the village to link up with the fangs. The colonel sighed, relieved, but also faintly annoyed. That damn major. You just couldn't hold back. You had to use your berserk mode. Berserkers. A warrior archetype infamous across the battlefield. Their strength and physical attributes grew explosively when certain conditions were met. For Crimson Berserkers, the trigger was blood. The more they were drenched in it, the stronger they became. It was precisely why this class was considered terrifyingly suited for war. But nothing came without a price. Crimson Berserkers were prone to bloodlust, losing themselves in a haze where friend and foe blurred into one crimson blur. Worse, they were highly vulnerable to mental control techniques, exactly the kind priests excelled at. That was why the Major had been placed in this unit, and why he remained under the Colonel's command. The Colonel's unit needed a weapon of raw devastation. While only someone of the Colonel's level could restrain him should the Major spiral out of control. One side found use on the battlefield, the other gained a strong card to be played as needed. Plus, their opposing characters meant they managed each other's extremes to balance out the nature of the unit's leadership. The Major's blood-soaked advance meant two things. It made life easier for the Fangs, drawing goblin eyes toward the Berserker rampage so the shadowy hunters could strike from the shadows between buildings. It also created a new urgency. If the goblin priests managed to seize the Major's mind, the battlefield would turn catastrophic. The Colonel had no intention of fighting both a goblin priest and a Crimson Berserker at once, so he would end this quickly. His internal energy surged, flooding into his hands before flowing into his bow. But unlike an ordinary warrior's weapon coating, the energy did not simply energy cloak on the weapon. It transformed the weapon entirely. The bow's frame twisted, its limbs lengthening, etchings glowing faintly along its surface as though drawn from another space. Magic Bow Metamorphosis. This was the hallmark technique of the Magic Archer class, morphing their weapon into the true bow born from the fusion of their internal energy and the vision of their mind's heart. The morphed bow resembled a sleek recurve, yet it lacked a string. The Colonel mimicked the motion of knocking an arrow. A bowstring of sky-blue energy flickered into existence, taut with power. As he drew it back, a massive, deep brown arrow condensed into being, formed from ambient earth elemental mana. The shaft was the length of a ballista bolt. Etched spirals twisted along its head, radiating lethality. The goblin priest stiffened. Thick killing intent locked onto it, cold as an executioner's blade. It scrambled behind two goblin fighters and its three subordinate lesser priests. Thwack! Boom! The arrow screamed forward, ripping the air apart. A sonic boom cracked across the battlefield. This was not just an arrow. It was the quintessential killing technique of a late-stage veteran magic archer. Nearly all of the Colonel's internal energy packed into a single strike. The projectile punched through the goblin fighters and the lesser priests as though they were parchment, flesh and bone dissolving into mist. But by the time it struck the priest, the bulk of its force had been spent. The goblin's dome-shaped shield held, quivering violently before both energies shattered and dispersed. The priest wasted no time. Stigmata. For grotesque, tentacle-like limbs erupted from its back and lashed onto nearby civilians. Where they touched, pulsing black sigils seared into their flesh. The Colonel froze. His next arrow died in his hands. The tide of battle had already turned. In the village below, the Fury infantry and the Fangs had crushed the goblin horde, leaving only scattered resistance. The Major, blood-soaked and exultant, turned in the Colonel's direction just in time to witness the current situation. "What are you doing?" "Shoot him," the Major shouted. But the Colonel's gaze was ice. He did not move. "Why did you let him go?" the Major barked, striding up beside him. "It used stigmata," the Colonel said flatly. "If it is killed now without clearing the curse, only those villagers will die in its place. I am not about to kill for innocence just to kill one vermin." "Are you serious right now? Do you grasp how much damage that one vermin can do?" "More than you know." The Colonel's voice dropped into cold steel. The goblin priest retreated swiftly, always keeping its hostages between itself and the Colonel's line of fire. Moments later, it vanished into the wilderness. The Colonel's fingers curled into a fist. Then he flicked a coded signal at one of the nearby Fangs. The shadowy hunter dipped his head once, then melted into the undergrowth, pursuing silently. Hours later, the Fang crouched at the edge of a hidden glade, eyes widening at the scene before him. He couldn't help gritting his teeth. His expression was murderous, but he held control of himself. He pulled back, retreating into the shadows to carry his report back to his superiors for further instructions. Back at the Exercitus Alexii main camp, Alex scanned the return missive. His eyes widened. He shot to his feet. What? The Wildkins are keeping the city by using civilians as hostages. The main force of Exercitus Alexii had just finished setting up camp for the night when a scout arrived, breathless, with word from the Vanguard squadron. The Vanguard had successfully cleared most of the Wildkin splinters in Conradin Barony, within Kellerman Earldom. After days of coordinated skirmishes, the different companies within the Vanguard had reached the same conclusion. The Wildkin and Conradin were operating directly out of the barony capital, Cal City. It had been simple enough for Alex to order the Vanguard to make preliminary preparations to storm the city and retake Baron Conradin's castle within it. But before the operation could even begin, more reports arrived, reports that forced the Vanguard to a halt. The Wildkin had dragged their hostages onto Cal City's walls, binding them where every Fury soldier could see. Then came their message. Back away, or we will kill them all. The Vanguard's colonels had frozen. This was no longer a routine operation. Any decision now would carry consequences directly tied to the Fury family's reputation and name. When Alex received the news, his initial shock was palpable. Never before had the Wildkin used hostages in such a calculated, deliberate way. It was a terrible omen. But after a long moment, he forced himself to calm down and seated himself at the center of his command tent. What do you believe is the right move, commanders? His voice was even, but his eyes weighed heavily on each man. The infantry regiment commander spoke first, his tone hard. I say we take the city regardless. We cannot allow the Wildkin to hold the upper hand. Even if we retreat, the civilians' fate will not improve. Only by putting down the Wildkin can their lives return to normal. That is madness. The cavalry regiment commander slammed his heel into the ground, face twisting with frustration. Do you not realize how many lives would be lost? The Wildkin could slaughter the hostages before even our fastest horse reaches the gate, much less breaches it. They could massacre the entire city before we get in. The oldest among them, the Magi regiment commander, folded his arms, his expression cold. The civilians are not our problem. If they die, so be it. They swore fealty to a weak lord who could not protect them. That is not our burden. He turned to Alex and inclined his head with deliberate weight. General Alex. He emphasized the military title. Our mission is to eradicate the Wildkin threat, not to safeguard civilians. That duty belongs to House Kellerman. Whatever happens here, the blame will not fall at the heels of the Fury family. It is the Kellermans who have failed in their responsibility. War is cruel, with lives being its most significant price, civilian lives especially so. That is inevitable. That is no reason to forsake the innocent. The Archer Regiment commander's voice cut in, firm and resolute. Even if it is not our legal duty, we are still an army of nobility. If we abandon morality, then what remains of us? If we cannot protect the weak, then we are no better than the Wildkin themselves. The cavalry commander gave a firm nod in support. Across the table, the Magi and warrior commanders only snorted and exchanged disdainful smirks. The tension in the tent thickened. Finally, Alex turned to the last man who had yet to speak. Jared, the Dark Knight, commander of the Heavy Knight Company assigned to protect Alex, had sat in silence throughout the argument. His massive frame loomed in blackened armor, with his usual unreadable expression beneath the shadow of his helm. At his back stood his adjutant, another fully armored knight, still as stone. When Alex's gaze fell upon him, the entire tent seemed to hold its breath. Although Alex's spirit sight reported that Jared's adjutant was only an elite-ranked knight, based on the energy emissions, Alex couldn't shake the nagging feeling that the man was more extraordinary than he appeared. Both his mage intuition and his spiritual force warned him, louder than the calm energy signature the adjutant displayed. Alex trusted his instincts far more than what his eyes or ether senses claimed. Even so, he kept his suspicions to himself. His gaze lingered on the adjutant for barely a second before shifting back to Jared. The Dark Knight seemed to have been dozing. Only when he sensed Alex's eyes upon him did he slowly open his own, the weight behind them like a cold steel blade. You are the highest decision-maker for this operation, Jared said, his voice unhurried yet heavy. You have heard the opposing views. The The final decision rests with you, General Alex Fury. Whatever you command, we will follow without question. Whether intentional or not, Jared's saintly aura seeped outward, filling the tent. It pressed down on the regiment commanders, each of whom was at best a half-saint. To the others, it felt like Jared was warning them to obey Alex without hesitation. But to Alex himself, it was different. Jared's aura wasn't just compelling obedience. It was denying them the chance to influence him, a silent reminder that the choice was to be his alone. Sweat beaded the brows of the commanders as they strained under the pressure, while their adjutants instinctively staggered back a step. Jared's control was flawless. Under his impeccable command, his aura, though weighty, proved his point without humiliating them. The only two who remained completely unaffected were Alex and Jared's adjutant. And Alex knew it wasn't that Jared spared the adjutant. No, this man was simply unaffected by Jared's saintly presence altogether. Alex gazed towards the man thoughtfully for a moment, before eventually pushing the matter aside. He had a far heavier problem before him. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. What a first decision to make as a general. Whether he ordered a retreat or a full assault, criticism was guaranteed. Either way, the Fury name would carry the weight of the consequences. In that case, if the game is rigged, then I'll just ignore the rules and flip the board instead. Alex drew in a long, steady breath. His expression hardened, and when he finally spoke, his voice left no room for doubt. Retreat is not an option. The regiment commanders remained outwardly calm as usual, their faces carefully schooled. No trace of approval or disapproval showed. Alex pressed on. According to the report, the Wildkin leading this scheme is most likely the goblin priest the Vanguard's first company engaged. Taking hostages is not a tactic the Wildkin are known for, not even goblins, for all their cunning. But if this tactic succeeds against us now, they will repeat it elsewhere. Goblins will make it their habit, while other Wildkin will make it their standard. We cannot allow ourselves to be threatened by terrorists. We will not negotiate with them. We will not retreat under their threats. We will end it here, so this never happens again, neither in this campaign nor elsewhere. Am I clear? By your orders, General, the regiment commanders responded in unison. Good. Alex's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glint flashing within them. Because I already have a plan. He turned to the two officers who just so happened to be seated together to his left. Magi Commander. Archer Commander. I'll be needing your aid most of all. The two officers exchanged a look, then gave firm nods. Alex leaned forward, his voice low as he began to explain. A day later, just a few hours before dawn. Cowl City, capital of Conradin Barony, Kellerman Earldom. The main force of Exercitus Alexii halted several kilometers outside the city, far enough to avoid the eyes of the watchtowers. Spectre-like figures slipped from the flanks of the army into the night. Even the most vigilant beasts of the forest failed to notice their passing. The cavalry and infantry regiments stood ready in their lines. Yet, the most important piece of tonight's operation was not them. It was the Magi Regiment. At the army's rear, something extraordinary was underway. A sharp whistle cut the silence. 6 Magi centuries began chanting in unison. At the same time, a circular array formation, 5 meters in radius, flared to life. At its center sat Alex. As expected of the Magi Regiment, they built the mental enhancement formation in record time. His voice was calm, but his eyes were sharp. He sent a mental command to Omni Rune just as the chanting reached its climax. Fireball. It was the simplest of spells, one almost every battle mage could cast in their sleep. But tonight, they chanted as one, not because they could instacast it, but for precision. The synchronization was the key. They all needed to activate the spell simultaneously. Through Spirit Sight, Alex watched hundreds of spell circles come into existence at once. As the mage's mana began pulling on the ambient mana to power the spell circles, he raised both hands. Spell interception. His relatively vast spiritual force surged outward, amplified by the mental enchantment array. In an instant, it blanketed the hundreds of spell circles. Thanks to the mage's cooperation, he met no resistance. Their formations opened willingly, like doors, waiting for him to act. In this moment, Omnirune moved and carried out Alex's prior mental prompt. The greater rune I Mage Assistant worked across the spell circles, rewriting and merging them at nigh instantaneous speed. Hundreds of spell circles collapsed into one titanic runic formation which spread out high above the city like a luminous blanket from the heavens. And in the next moment, sky over Cowl's city burned. Special warfare spell, Meteor Lance Fall. At Alex's mental command, fiery lances, each reaching almost the size of ballista bolts, rained down. Every strike found its mark. The wildkins stationed along the city walls, those who dared hold hostages as shields, were annihilated in an instant. With the last of his strength, Alex's roar tore through the battlefield. Attack! The army surged forward, and Alex collapsed, unconscious, as the world around him thundered with the first clash of steel and fire. The moment Alex collapsed, 3 fully armored individuals immediately rushed forward to surround him and take custody of his unconscious body: Eudora, Jared, and Jared's adjutant. Under Jared's bulwark-like protection, the adjutant moved in swiftly, supporting Alex's weight alongside Eudora. Together, they carefully lifted his limp form and carried him away from the Magi regiment's formation, heading further to the back line toward the tents that had been prepared beforehand. Although the surrounding soldiers were filled with worry for their general's health, especially after the incredible, almost unbelievable feat he had just accomplished, they could not afford to linger. They understood all too well that hesitating here would only mean throwing away the very effort Alex had poured into his last act. And so, with heavy yet determined hearts, they obeyed his final order before he collapsed. They charged. A unified battle cry erupted, shaking the night air as the infantry surged forward like a rolling tide, charging straight at the city that was still in chaos and reeling from the visually unfathomable mage attack that had just struck. Yet, despite their speed, the infantry were not the first to enter within the city. Surprisingly, it wasn't even the cavalry, who had already overtaken them in the race to reach the walls. The first to enter the city were the archers, and not just any regular archery unit, but the infamous Fang unit who made up the bulk of the Vanguard unit. They were led personally by the colonel of the Vanguard's first company, a man on a mission to atone for his past failure in allowing the goblin priest to escape. For him, this operation was not only about duty, it was also about redemption and reclaiming the honor of his unit. Exploiting the confusion within the walls, the Fangs infiltrated through gaps created in the city's defenses, moving with the precision and silence of shadows. According to Alex's plan, the Fang unit carried with them special mana lamps, tools specially modified by the Mage Regiment. These lamps served a single purpose: to mark key targets that Alex would then strike. In essence, Alex's special warfare spell, Meteor Lance Fall, mimicked the very basic principle of a modern guided missile launch systems. The Fangs identified critical enemy positions, lit them with the magic lamps, and Alex, through the Omni Rune, synchronized with their signals. He then adjusted his colossal spell to strike precisely at those locations. That was why the Mage AI assistant had been able to calculate the bombardment positions with uncanny speed. It hadn't started its calculations after the spell's formation. No, long before that, it had already been tracking the locations of the lamps, preparing in advance. When the meteor lances finally fell, the effect was devastating. The Wildkin captors holding the hostages were annihilated in a tightly controlled blast, leaving the civilians miraculously untouched. The sudden precision strike shattered the enemy's defensive rhythm and threw the Wildkin's wall garrison into utter disarray. The Fangs, daring as ever, wasted not a moment. They dove straight into the chaos, exploiting the panic and confusion to carve their path deeper into the city. Some fearlessly scaled the battered walls under cover of darkness and chaos, while others slipped through fresh breaches blasted open by the earlier meteor strikes. The sudden, ghost-like arrival of the Fangs spread panic among the defenders. Their appearance caused the Wildkin defense line on the city walls to collapse even faster, buying precious time for the main troops pushing forward on the ground. Under the archers' relentless cover fire, the advancing Fury soldiers finally reached the walls without suffering usual devastating losses. Once the Fury army secured control of the gate-bearing sections of the wall, the divisions surged through, storming into the city proper. And here, within the twisting alleys and shadowed corners, the Fangs were in their element. Like fish to water, They scattered across the city, assassinating key-looking wildkin figures, sabotaging defensive efforts, and sowing chaos wherever they went. Meanwhile, their colonel advanced steadily toward the city's main plaza, the very heart of the city and wildkin occupation, where the majority of the captured citizens had been herded together as hostages. Moving like a phantom, he swiftly neutralized every guard posted in the vicinity. It was then that his eyes fell upon his true prey, the detestable goblin priest, the very creature responsible for his previous shame. Once again, the wretch was attempting to flee. The colonel's gaze sharpened. His mission of redemption had truly begun. Fortunately for the colonel, more fangs soon arrived in the area. He made a series of quick hand signals, silently instructing them on how to spread out and cover the civilians gathered at the plaza. Then, like a shadow blending into the night, he vanished from their side, flashing toward his true target, the goblin priest. The wretch was fleeing once again, flanked by 3 goblin fighters who guarded it with tense, watchful eyes. The colonel's gaze grew even frostier when he saw the priest's disgusting tactic repeated. The vile tentacles on its back had once again latched onto 4 terrified civilians, holding them up as living shields for its escape. Just as he prepared to strike, he felt another presence rapidly approaching. The aura was unmistakable. Turning slightly, he caught sight of a crimson figure cutting a bloody trail through the battlefield. The man ignored stealth altogether, leaving corpses in his wake as he bulldozed forward like an unstoppable force. The Crimson Berserker Major. Unlike the colonel's subtle stealth approach, the Major knew only one language: raw violence. Every wildkin unfortunate enough to block his way was hacked apart without hesitation. The colonel let out a faint sigh and shook his head. This reckless fool. Still, he channeled his internal energy, pushing his movement technique to its limit. In a blur of speed, he arrived ahead of the fleeing goblins, materializing before them like a phantom. The sudden appearance of the human made the goblin fighters falter, their feet skidding to a halt. Their expressions darkened with solemn fear. Even without drawing his bow, the colonel's presence was suffocating. His late-stage veteran aura pressed down on them like a mountain, making their breaths heavy and shallow. They exchanged brief, uncertain glances, a flicker of hesitation visible in their beady eyes. But the goblin priest reacted instantly. Shua, Xing, Shine. Bursts of magic light flared around the goblin fighters as the priest raised its staff and unleashed a flurry of support spells. Strength boost, speed enhancement, goblin shield, vitality trigger, damage nullification barrier. The fighters' bodies pulsed with unnatural energy, their frames bulging with power. With their parameters pushed to new heights, the 3 early-class 4 goblins found the courage to raise their blades against the late-stage veteran before them. Meanwhile, the goblin priest cast the colonel a mocking, human-like smirk, as if to say, "You can't touch me now." Then it turned, intending to retreat deeper into the city. But before either the priest or its guards could move, boom, the street exploded. Boom. Like a meteor crashing into the earth, the reckless major landed in their midst, the impact blasting the ground into rubble. A shockwave of stone shrapnel burst outward, striking the goblins and forcing them to brace under the hail of projectiles. The colonel and the major locked eyes for a brief instant. No words were spoken, but their understanding was absolute. Both men unleashed their trump cards at once. Magic Bow Manifestation. Crimson Berserk Mode. The colonel's weapon shifted in his hands, morphing into the manifestation of his mind's bow, a deadly recurve that radiated pure killing intent sharp enough to chill the air. At the same time, blood from every nearby wildkin corpse surged through the air, drawn into the major's body. His frame grew more monstrous by the second as his aura twisted into something feral, his greatsword gleaming crimson as if thirsting for more blood. The major charged without hesitation. His greatsword swept in a wide arc, smashing into all 3 goblin fighters. Though their enchanted shields spared them from lethal wounds, they were flung aside with brutal force. That was all he needed to achieve. The colonel's line of fire was clear. Almost instantly, a bolt of pure killing intent streaked past the major, tearing through the night air with unstoppable force. The goblin priest panicked. Its tentacles writhed, desperately trying to hurl one of its hostages into the arrow's path. But the projectile was far too fast. It struck clean. The arrow slammed through the priest's chest with brutal precision, pinning it against a nearby wall. The impact shook its body violently, forcing its tentacle-like limbs to spasm and release their human captives. The hostages tumbled free, gasping in shock, while the priest writhed in pain. The goblin priest did not panic at first. Even as it staggered and struggled to rise, a twisted confidence burned in its eyes. After all, it had already placed stigmata upon the 4 civilians. With those extra lives in reserve, it believed it could still escape. It only needed to stand and flee before the toll became too much to bear. But the moment that thought crossed its mind, the arrow wound in its chest blazed with a white-gold light. A runic brand seared into its flesh flared to life, releasing a devastating light elemental eruption that tore through its body from the inside. The cursed stigmata, marks branded onto the civilians, instantly shattered, dispersing into motes of fading magic. The curse was broken. Ah! The goblin priest's shrieks rang out across the plaza, its wretched body convulsing violently as light consumed it from within. The sight left the goblin fighters frozen in horror. That single hesitation proved fatal. Fwish! One of the colonel's arrows found its mark, piercing cleanly through a goblin fighter's skull. Crash! At the same moment, the Crimson Berserker's greatsword cleaved another goblin cleanly in half at the waist, spraying gore across the stone street. The last goblin fighter roared in desperation, raising its blade, but the effort was futile. The major's relentless strikes overwhelmed it, and moments later, the final guard fell. With the enemies down, the colonel moved swiftly to the freed civilians. He knelt to examine them, his stern expression softening when he confirmed they were still alive. Their condition was poor, but they were still breathing. For now, that was enough. A sigh of relief escaped him. His eyes shifted back to the goblin priest. The wretch still clung to life, its unnatural goblin vitality allowing it to resist longer than expected. But still, its body was breaking apart under the radiant runes, and its screams had lost all strength. The colonel did not step closer and just watched. He had no desire to repeat the humiliation of their last encounter, when the priest had slipped away. This time, he had prepared in advance. Before the assault even began, he had secured a special light elemental spell scroll from the division's healer unit, crafted for this exact moment. The scroll had not only incapacitated the priest, but had also purged its vile stigmata curse. As the goblin priest's body finally crumbled under the holy light, the colonel straightened. A long-held weight was lifted from his chest. His shame had been erased, and his unit's honor reclaimed. And perhaps, with this death, the Wildkin would think twice before ever again using hostages to hinder human military operations. Without further hesitation, he quickly guided the freed civilians to a safer spot, keeping them out of sight while the major stood guard. All they could do now was hope the healers arrived in time to save them. But the battle outside still raged. Not far from the plaza, a Fury cavalryman was suddenly ambushed by a sand gecko beast. The rider was thrown violently from his mount, and before he could recover, the beast lunged, tearing into his throat with savage jaws. The gecko reared its head to devour its prey. SHHHK. A crimson slash of sword light ripped through the air, cleaving the beast clean in half. The major stepped forward from the bloody mist, his greatsword dripping crimson. He reached out, catching the reins of the fallen soldier's horse as it bolted past. With a powerful heave, he vaulted onto its back in one fluid motion. He turned toward the colonel, awaiting orders. The veteran raised a hand, delivering a single sharp signal. The message was clear. Support the Fury soldiers. Push forward. The major gave a single nod. With a tug of the reins, he galloped away, charging back into the chaos of battle to carve a path for their comrades. The colonel lingered for a moment. His gaze drifted upward toward the smoke-filled skies, where the clash of steel and the cries of men and beasts merged into a storm of violence. A faint sigh left his lips, the weight of countless battles pressing upon him. Then his form faded into the smoke and shadows. The veteran-ranked Fong resumed his silent hunt. Although the presence of minor desert beasts had made the fighting appear more chaotic, the true number of wildkin occupying Cal City had not exceeded 2,000. Even more telling was the absence of the major races, the orcs, mantisari, taurus, and goatmen. Given that disparity in numbers and combat strength, it was little surprise that once the men of the Exercitus Alexii division forced their way into the city, the tide quickly shifted. The wildkin resistance crumbled, and by late morning, the city was firmly back under human control. Almost every wildkin had been eliminated. In battles between humans and wildkin, mercy was rare and prisoners were almost never taken. The one exception on the human side was the capture of the major wildkin races, those of the Mantisari, orcs, Taurus, and goatmen. These were spared only to be sold into slavery, a deliberate humiliation meant to dissuade further raids, as well as the simple truth that they made for exceptionally useful slaves. The Taurus and goatmen were little more than humanoid bulls and goats, strong beasts of burden who could be worked to exhaustion for all they were worth. The orcs and Mantisari, meanwhile, were natural-born warriors. Give the orcs a battle, and they would fight it, loyal and unyielding, at least most of the time. The Mantisari, however, respected strength and skill above all else. Place them beneath a strong leader, and they would fight with unwavering loyalty, until the moment they smelt weakness. Then, without hesitation, they would strike to overthrow that very leader. As for the wildkin themselves, the fate of their captives was far darker. Prisoners were reduced to meat for later feasts, or, particularly in the case of females, used as breeding stock to increase the numbers of their captors' race. The cruelty of war was ever present, and no one raised naive ideals of human or wildkin rights. This was a conflict of survival between races, and both sides knew it. Once the last of the wildkin had been driven out, the soldiers of Exercitus Alexii began releasing the surviving civilians. Freed at last, the people dispersed into the ruined streets, some desperately searching for loved ones, others for their corpses, and still others clinging to the hope of salvaging what little remained of their homes. While the soldiers tactfully celebrated their first major victory of the campaign and aided the civilians, their general lay unconscious inside the command tent in the back line, outside the city. At last, Alex stirred. His eyes flashed open, and the first thing he saw was a familiar armored figure, Jared's adjutant, standing guard at the entrance. For a fleeting moment, Alex thought he was hallucinating. Perhaps his mind was still reeling from the strain of overextending himself. Yet even after regaining clarity, that strange familiarity remained vivid. A smirk curved across his lips as he slowly pushed himself upright. "Are you all right, master?" Eudara's worried voice reached him from the bedside. "I'm fine. I just took a little nap, that's all." He joked lightly, but Eudara's expression did not soften. She clearly did not find his humor amusing. Alex gave a wry chuckle, swinging his legs off the bed to sit at the bedside. Eudara rose from her stool to help him, but he waved her back with a shake of his head. Thanks to the ever-spring rune and his body's own natural recovery, his condition had already improved greatly. Turning his gaze toward the tent's entrance, Alex called out, "Please, come in." Jared's adjutant stiffened, surprised that the general had called to him so directly. After a brief pause, he gave a sharp nod and stepped inside. "Sir," his gruff voice rang out. "Ha ha ha." Alex burst into laughter so hard that tears welled at the corners of his eyes. Eudara blinked in confusion, while the adjutant frowned deeply. Alex tried. He really did, but he couldn't stop himself. His laughter kept bubbling out. It took him a while before he finally calmed down enough to speak through his grin. "Drop the act. I know it's you." The adjutant stiffened. "I don't know what you mean, you." "Oh, please, old man. You're killing me here." Alex almost broke into laughter again. "I know you used to be a mercenary, but you're a noble now. There should still be a limit to your madness." The adjutant let out a long sigh. Without another word, he stepped over to a wooden chair and sat on it with casual ease. "How did you know?" he asked at last. "How could I not recognize my own father?" Alex shot back without hesitation. The adjutant sighed again. Then, with deliberate motion, he reached up and removed his helm. The face revealed beneath was unmistakable. The Mad Earl Drake Fury himself. Eudara tilted her head, her brows knitting in confusion. His body didn't match the Earl's imposing figure, even if his face did. As though answering her unspoken doubts, Drake's frame twitched and expanded. His body swelled, and in the blink of an eye his body returned to its towering, familiar form. "A body manipulation technique?" Alex asked, eyes gleaming with curiosity. Can I learn it? Drake smirked faintly. I do have similar techniques you could study, but what I just pulled off is a slight manipulation of my legendary right. He left it at that, offering no further detail. But Alex already understood the gist. Legends were energy beings whose egos anchored them into physical form. That process was normally instinctive and difficult to changeable, but under certain conditions, perhaps it could be influenced, at the very least. Seems Merlin turned you into a more competent mage than I expected, Drake commented. Alex shrugged. Well, you did pay a fortune to get me under his tutelage. And that performance of yours before shipping me off to the Enclave? Let's just say I couldn't exactly rest easy after that. Nor did Master take things easy on me. Drake snorted. Huh. That money-grubbing old fox would never go to such lengths just because of my payment. I'm sure others have offered him more, and yet, I don't see their offspring achieving what you have. Then, a mischievous glint flashed in his eyes. Perhaps your secret is that you managed to snag his darling daughter? Alex didn't take the bait. He simply leaned forward and brought the conversation back to the point. So, why are you here, father? Worried about your son. So, why are you here, father? Worried about your son. He didn't forget to tease lightly. Drake chuckled darkly. Huh, you wish. As I told you before, if you can't handle even a minor inconvenience like this, you'll never have a chance at usurping me. His smile faded. His gaze grew distant, contemplative, as he looked between Alex and Eudora. Eudora took the hint and began to rise, intending to excuse herself. But Alex caught her hand and stopped her. You don't have to leave, he said firmly. Then he turned to Drake. She is my shadow guard. Whatever you tell me, she'll know eventually. You misunderstand, boy. Earl Drake shook his head slowly. Much less her. I was debating whether to tell even you. Alex's expression hardened. His frown deepened. So I was right. There are bigger forces at play than just the Kellermans. Drake gave him a sideways glance, lips curling. You know, you're too bright for your own good. You're the one to blame for that, aren't you? Alex chuckled. You stuck me in a place with nothing but books for entertainment, then sent me to an old man who made me read even more. There's nothing new under the sun that hasn't already been written somewhere. He tilted his head slightly. So, am I right? Earl Drake Fury didn't answer. He only stared at his son in silence. I see, Alex muttered. He thought for a moment, then nodded to himself. Knowing you, old man, you're probably here to cut off the hand reaching for what's yours. Isn't that right? Drake's gaze didn't waver. Why do you think so? Because that's what I would have done. Alex smiled. His eyes glowed faintly crimson, his grin laced with a strange edge of madness. Calm madness. Drake's lips curved as well, his expression almost a mirror of his son's. In that moment, Eudora could only stare at the two of them, father and son, frighteningly alike. The only real difference between them was age. Enough chatter, Drake finally said. As fun as it is trading words with this old man of yours, you'd better go check on your troops. The battle for the city ended while you were enjoying your little beauty nap. Alex turned to Eudora. She gave him a confirming nod, then quickly summarized the situation. What about the civilian casualties from the spell? Alex asked. Lieutenant Cross investigated, as per your orders, Eudora replied. 12 hostages died in total. 3 were caught directly in the lance. The others perished in the immediate aftermath. Have their families been found? Alex pressed. Yes, sir. She picked up a small booklet from the bedside table and handed it to him. Identities, family records, and current locations. The survivors have been gathered at the city hall, awaiting your arrival. All right, let's go. Alex pushed himself to his feet. For a brief second, dizziness washed over him, but it passed almost immediately. Where are you going? Drake asked, frowning. To meet the families of those who died. To apologize and seek their forgiveness. Seek their forgiveness? Drake's frown deepened. He rose from his chair, snatched the booklet from Eudora's hands, and flipped it open. Your spell took husbands from wives, wives from husbands, parents from children. Do you think simply asking for forgiveness will fix that? His voice was cold, cutting. What are you expecting, boy? That they hand you benevolence? Alex stiffened, unable to respond. Drake's eyes narrowed. If someone killed your wife, your siblings, or your children, would you forgive him just because he said, I'm sorry? Alex's throat tightened. He said nothing. See? You already know the answer. Drake leaned in, his tone almost mocking. You're a fury. You and I both know you wouldn't forgive. So why should these people be any different? What you're asking for is false benevolence. Eudora opened her mouth, wanting to interject, but no words came. Drake pressed on, relentless. You claim you're asking forgiveness, but what you really want is hypocrisy. Benevolence means sparing someone when you have the power to destroy them. But those widows and orphans? They can't touch you. You're the heir of a noble house. They'll have no choice but to accept whatever you say. That's not benevolence. That's coercion and hypocrisy, plain and simple. Earl Drake stepped in front of his son. There is nothing to apologize for. You did the right thing by stopping that farce. If anyone should be blamed, it is the victims' families. What are? Alex started, but Drake cut him off. Have you forgotten, boy? This is a game of power. Drake growled. They were put in that position because they were weaker than the Wildkin. They died because their families were too weak to save them. They died because the liege they swore fealty to abandoned them and fled. If it were me, if anyone dared to lay a hand on my son, I would cut him down along with everything he holds dear. And if anyone dared touch those under my protection, I would hunt them down before they could ever strike. His eyes gleamed as he stared Alex down. If anything, the people here should be thanking you for freeing them from the Wildkin's grasp and sparing them a lifetime of suffering. He snorted. Yet you want to apologize? Absolutely ridiculous. Alex clenched his jaw. He wanted to argue, to call him out, but forced himself to hold back. In this world, where war and chaos were constant, where civilian deaths were just another statistic, Drake's twisted words weren't entirely wrong, and it was Alex's decision that was flawed. Drake was a man who had preached the principle of power to him from the very first moment he awoke in this world, so of course he was consistent. Would Drake truly hunt down anyone who harmed his child, no matter who they were? Alex wasn't sure, but seeing him here, disguised as a knight's adjutant, prepared to strike against the secret force aiding the Kellermans to threaten his lands, combined with his infamous title of Mad Earl, Alex was inclined to believe it. The man was just that crazy, which meant it was pointless to try to win him over with humility. Father, Alex finally said, you're not wrong. This happened because the civilians were powerless to resist. But do you know what else isn't wrong? What? Apologizing for a wrong I committed, even though I'm strong. You may call it false benevolence, but to me it proves something. Alex met his father's eyes, a spark of defiance in his own. While you may be stronger than me, I understand human nature better than you do, or ever want to. Drake's face darkened. So, you intend to defy me and drag the Fury name through the mud? I will do no such thing, Alex replied calmly. He opened his mouth to say more, then paused, shook his head, and changed his words. There's no point trying to sway you with morality. Unless you plan to strip me of the role you forced onto me, then watch quietly. I'll prove to you. Power alone does not make a leader. Sometimes, a leader needs something else. He walked to the exit the tent, leaving a word behind. Empathy. Eudora followed close behind. Outside, Dread and Finn rushed to greet him, Finn leaping into his arms while Dread nudged against his side. The sight drew the attention of nearby soldiers, but Alex wasn't in the mood to indulge them. He mounted Dread with Finn in his arm. Eudora climbed onto another warhorse. Together, they galloped toward Cal City. Jared emerged from the shadows beside the tent and stepped inside. What do you think? Drake asked. He's the same as always. Smarter than his peers, but just as, if not more, naive, Jared replied. At least he knows how to coat that naivety with a mask of pragmatism. Drake chuckled, agreeing with Jared's assessment. What do you want to do? Are you going to punish him for defying you, Master? Jared asked. Of course not. Drake waved a hand dismissively. I'm not looking for a puppet heir who only knows how to follow my instructions. Making mistakes and learning from them is part of the important learning process. Besides, it remains to be seen whether he'll actually fail. Master, do you believe his intentions will succeed? I believe he believes they will. Drake shrugged. This wouldn't be the first time he's pulled something interesting out of nothing. Let's go and watch for ourselves, shall we? Jared nodded. The two left the tent and mounted their steeds, also riding toward the city. Arriving at City Hall, Alex and Eudora met Lieutenant Cross, who was coordinating and collating military affairs on Alex's behalf, as well as Laura, who was engaging the victims' families in another room. Nodding briefly toward the lieutenant, Alex headed to the family's room first. Why have you gathered us here? Killing our loved ones wasn't enough? A middle-aged man suddenly roared at Laura. Hey, calm down. Another man tried to restrain him. Calm down. My son is dead, the grieving man shouted, his voice cracking. Not only did the so-called guardian family of the Empire arrive late after the Wildkin attack, but you unleashed the very spell that killed my son. What right do you have to celebrate a victory? You came late, and you killed the people you were supposed to protect. His eyes burned as he turned to the others in the room, even shouting toward those lingering outside the doorway. Why are you all silent? Is it fear? What more do you have to fear from them? Who among you hasn't lost someone to the Wildkin? Or them? Where were they when the monsters stuffed themselves with your loved ones before your very eyes? Have you forgotten the screams, the agony, as your kin were devoured alive? And now they dare claim victory? The man's voice broke into sobs. Yes, you are strong, aren't you? Another man wept bitterly. If you had arrived earlier, my wife, she would still. More and more people broke down in grief. Sadness morphed into anger, and that anger spread like wildfire. The Fury soldiers also lost themselves to rage as their patience was worn thin by their words. We owe you nothing, one soldier snapped. Blame yourselves for swearing fealty to a weak lord. Alas, as I feared. The ugliness of human nature reared its head before Alex's eyes. The grief of the people, combined with years of resentment under noble oppression, was about to erupt. And it was the Fury family who would bear the brunt. If it were any other noble, they would suppress the unrest with threats and violence. But Alex could not bring himself to do the same. He stepped forward, striding into the room where his victims, families gathered. The civilians fell silent, almost instinctively, as his very presence exuded the gravitas of authority. Alex stopped in front of them and faced the crowd directly. The Fury family was only recently informed of the true severity of the Wildkin raid. The Kellerman family, in their hubris, downplayed the threat. By the time we could rally sufficient forces, the situation had already spiraled beyond control. Even the Kellerman nobles themselves abandoned these lands in secret. His voice grew heavier, every word deliberate. You have every right to be angry. Be it us, the guardian family of the North, or the lord you swore fealty to. We nobles have failed you. We failed in our duty to the people of the great Varelian Empire. He paused, his crimson eyes sweeping the room. But from this moment onward, with your support, I tell you this, we are here now. We will drive the Wildkin scum from your lands. And the Kellerman family will be made to answer for the failure they brought upon you. Alex drew in a deep breath. I know that nothing I say now can ease the sorrow or grief in your hearts. But if you will allow this grave sinner to try. He lowered his head and bowed deeply. I sincerely apologize for the pain and suffering you have endured because of our failure, the Empire's failure. Not only the victims' families in the room, but also the civilians gathered throughout City Hall, and even the Fury soldiers themselves, were utterly stunned. Young Lord Alex, what are you? A soldier began, but was quickly pulled back by his companion, who silently shook his head. Who might you be? Asked the grieving father who had first cried out. His voice was raw, trembling between anger and disbelief. Without lifting his head, Alex replied, My name is Alex Fury. I am the general in command of the Fury family forces tasked with reclaiming your lands from the Wildkin. Fury? A scion of House Fury bowing his head to commoners. The civilians could hardly believe their eyes or ears. Yet Alex wasn't finished. I am also the one who killed the loved ones of those gathered here. A ripple of shock spread through the crowd. That spell? It was you? A young woman whispered, her voice unsteady. Yes. Alex confirmed without hesitation. The revelation struck them harder than the spell itself. Some fell back onto the floor, their legs giving way. The idea that one so young could unleash such destructive power was unfathomable. But more confounding still was the question, why would someone so powerful bow his head to them, mere commoners? Why? Why have you gathered us here? Another woman asked, her voice trembling with fear. Alex finally raised his gaze to meet hers. No one can deliver true justice to you for what I've done. So I felt you deserve at very least to see the face of the man responsible. If you cannot let go of your loss, then if one day you gain the power, or if you can move someone who has it, you may come after me. That is your just right. And As someone pointed out, it is exactly what I myself would do. His voice carried a heavy note of guilt, tinged with bitter self-mockery. Then why? The father demanded, his eyes burning. Why did you strike such a spell down upon us? Alex drew in a slow breath and exhaled. Because we could not allow the wildkin to use you as tools to threaten us. If it worked here, they would repeat the tactic in every human settlement they conquered. There would be no end to it. And for you, for the common folk, that would mean enduring far worse suffering under wildkin rule. His crimson eyes dimmed as he continued. The spell was designed to kill only the captors, allowing my forces to rescue the hostages. But I miscalculated. 3 of the lances struck the hostages themselves. I also failed to account for the vitality of certain wildkin. They were meant to die instantly, yet some survived long enough to drag another 9 hostages from the wall to their deaths. He added softly, I say this not as an excuse, but because, in that moment, it truly was the best move we could have made. The civilians fell silent, unsure how to respond. Then, a hesitant voice broke the quiet. One of the soldiers just called him young lord. Is he the heir of the Fury family? Of Earl Drake Fury? With his strength, it would make sense if he is, another muttered. If the heir of the Fury family is here personally, while our own fief lord and his kin cower into hiding, then it's clear who deserves our blame. Yes, this isn't the general's fault, nor the Fury armies. The monsters and those false nobles are the guilty ones. And yet, he bows before us commoners. The murmurs spread like wildfire. The father who had lost his son clenched his fist so tightly that his nails pierced his own flesh. Blood welled from his palm. The man beside him, who had lost his wife, stepped forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. It will be all right, he said gently. I lost my wife, my brother, my niece, and nephews that day. I know your pain. His voice wavered but did not break. It will be hard, but we who survived, we must live on. We must cherishing the lives we still have. That is what our loved ones would have wanted. So please endure. Live, for yourself, and for those waiting to hear your stories when you meet again. At those words, the grieving father collapsed to his knees and wept bitterly. Alex exhaled heavily, his chest tight. The hegemony of power, it is simple, natural, even rational. But human nature is not so simple. Nobles in this world have become so fixated on power that they've forgotten this truth. And as a result, they have become disconnected from the very people they are meant to guide and protect. He suddenly felt a gaze upon him. Looking up, he saw Jared, and beside him, Drake, once again disguised as Jared's adjutant. Drake, father, I hope you see and come to understand. Ambition for power does not demand the sacrifice of one's humanity. A noble's desire for dominion need not be opposed to a commoner's yearning for peace and stability. If you pursue peace and stability with even the barest humility and humanity, then the people will devote everything to your ambition. Almost as though in answer to his thoughts, the grieving father lifted his head. His tears had not dried, but in his eyes now burned conviction. General, no, young Master Alex. He straightened and bowed deeply. Thank you for freeing us from those wildkin monsters, and for saving our homes. Alex hurried forward and caught the man by the shoulders, pulling him back up. No, don't. I don't deserve this. You do. The man interrupted firmly. His grip tightened around Alex's arm. You are not like the nobles I've known, nor like the people of high station I always imagined. I can feel it. You are still human, just like us. He clasped Alex's hand, his eyes glimmering with hope. You promised, didn't you, that you will rid our lands of the wildkin? Alex shook his head. I can only promise we will do our utmost. The father accepted this with a firm nod. You asked for our support, yes? Then I believe I speak for everyone when I say, please, tell us what you need. We will do our best, for our loved ones, and for our homes. Others stepped forward, echoing the sentiment. Please tell us what you need, General. Alex's gaze swept over them. He nodded solemnly. Information, he revealed. You live here. You know these lands better than we ever could. Any and all details, roads, terrain, hidden paths, rumors, sightings, everything. The more we know, the faster we can crush the wildkin threat. He gave a cue, and Lieutenant Cross along with several officers stepped forward, guiding the civilians to give their statements. Alex turned his eyes toward Drake and Jared's position. Do you see, Father? Show people humanity and humility, and they will offer you their loyalty. In the right moment, such gestures achieve far more than fear or raw power ever could. He looked back at the citizens now lining up, determination on their faces. Before long, these people will be the key to nailing the Kellermans for their betrayal. Alex had no idea just how right he was. Within hours, the Exercitus Alexii officers reported a flood of vital intelligence, details not included in the operation dossier. Some of it was so obscure that even Black Mantle had no knowledge of it, and the interviews had only just begun. Recognizing the value, Alex ordered the division's Black Mantle attaché to call in and have operatives of the Intel wing take over the interviews. This freed up the Task Force Division to press deeper into Kellerman lands and break the Wildkin occupation. The information uncovered by Cowl City's citizens exposed several previously unknown Wildkin hideouts nearby. These were swiftly eliminated before the creatures could regroup and grow stronger. Even more shocking was the discovery of the secret refuge where Baron Conradin and his family had hidden throughout the Wildkin occupation of the city, abandoning their people to fend for themselves. As thanks to the citizens for their aid, Alex returned the Baron and his kin to the people, but under one condition, that he was not to be killed. What the people of Cowl City chose to do with their fief lord afterward was no concern of his. Somehow, news of Exercitus Alexii's actions in Cowl spread quickly. With the existence of rune phones, stories of their general bowing to commoners reached neighboring settlements, stirring hearts and inspiring trust. Soon, civilians across the region came forward with their own information and assistance, accelerating the collapse of the Wildkin's grip on northwestern Kellerman territory. By then, the task force had carved deeply into enemy lands, pushing toward Worth, the epicenter of the Wildkin occupation. Exercitus Alexii was preparing for the decisive battle when Alex received two critical pieces of intelligence obtained through his own secret channels. First, the orc chieftain ruling over Worth was no ordinary foe. He was a half-legendary orc. Second, the Kellermans had begun to move. Their forces were already slipping through hidden routes into Fury territory. Their first target, the northern Dankrot barricade fort, gateway to the Fury lands. Exercitus Alexii had made massive progress in their incursion into Wildkin-held western Kellerman territory over the last few weeks. This was thanks to the support of the locals, who not only aided in retaking occupied settlements, but also provided vital intel and resources to aid the army's march. At last, the Task Force Division arrived within 3 days' distance of the city of Worth, the epicenter of the Wildkin occupation. This was the final objective the Fury family's forces had to complete in order to fulfill their guardian mandate in the Kellerman fief. Once Worth fell back under Imperial rule, the gateway to the Ironmorn Desert would be sealed. The Wildkin still lingering inside Imperial territory would then become trapped prey, waiting to be hunted down and destroyed. Yet Exercitus Alexii did not rush to attack. While the rank-and-file soldiers grew restless to take the city and return home, the higher command only became more solemn. The campaign to take Worth was never expected to be easy. The Wildkin were not experts at defending cities, but they were exceptional fighters. Reports indicated that the best of the best among them remained in Worth. Only the useless rabble had been driven out, sent to carve out petty territories of their own. Over the past weeks, Alex's men had hardly encountered any members of the major Wildkin races. These elites had withdrawn into Worth, fortifying it into an advantageous fortress and battlefield designed to swallow the Fury siege whole. In the eyes of Alex and the regiment under him, Worth was not merely the last city to reclaim. It was a beast's open maw, waiting for prey to step inside before snapping shut. No flag officer dared take chances. They sought every scrap of intel, every ounce of preparation, and every conceivable advantage before walking into what was certain to be a long, bloody siege. That night, as the Task Force Division set camp, Alex scrolled through his contacts as usual to check in with his networks. Eventually, he got on a call with Hagelworth, who reported, "Chairman, we've confirmed the Kellermans have received all the arms they purchased from us. The shipment was broken down and moved to multiple locations, so we couldn't track them all. No matter. Did you do as I instructed before the arms were shipped?" "Yes, it was done." "Good. Then don't concern yourself with the rest. I'll handle it from here." "All right, Mr. Chairman, Haggleworth replied. Then, as if recalling something, he added, also, Chairman, Alpha reports he's acquired the rune phone ID of Josiah Kellerman, the Kellerman heir. He wants to know if he should forward it to you. Alex smirked faintly. Looks like he wants to cut out the middleman and deal with me directly. I believe so as well. Blackwater is already up and running, so he's reluctant to stay in contact with anyone who isn't his direct employer. Occupational paranoia, as he says. He's right to be cautious, Alex said. I'd want direct contact too, if not for this damned campaign. Whatever the case, give him my number. Have him send intel to me directly. As for a meeting, the plan doesn't change. We keep it scheduled for after the campaign. Understood, sir. Not long after the call ended, Alex hadn't even found the time to settle down and make use of the information provided by Haggleworth when his beta bracer's phone rune lit up with a new message. The message was from the inaugural leader of Golden Palace's, and by extension, Alex's, intel outfit, Blackwater, codenamed Alpha. Surprisingly, the message contained simply Josiah Kellerman's rune phone ID. Nothing else. Alex had expected someone so desperate to get in contact would at least include a brief introduction or some form of self-promotion. But no, Alpha sent just the ID. Amusingly, it only made Alex appreciate this Alpha more. Now that he had Josiah Kellerman's true phone ID, he could finally track and spy on the Kellerman heir's communications properly. He had tried to do so earlier, but discovered that the ID listed under Josiah's name was little more than a smokescreen. Like many nobles, Josiah had secretly obtained a second phone under an alias, reserved for his shadier extracurricular dealings. A few seconds later, OmniRune remotely accessed the secret phone, and as luck would have it, the device was a high-end model with a built-in record function. Perfect. Thanks to Alex's own programming, the phone carried a hidden storage section where all calls were automatically recorded before being temporarily cached on the device. Of course, no one, especially not even the user, would ever know this function existed. Without a shred of hesitation, Alex ordered OmniRune to access and download everything for chatter processing. There was nearly 2 months' worth of call recordings sitting there. Alex wasn't about to waste time personally listening to Josiah's idle conversations. Fortunately, OmniRune could multitask. While it processed the backlog of recordings, Alex assigned it another task, tracking the arms shipment recently sold to the Kellermans. After his little parley with Lucas Zellback in Walton City, Alex had instructed Haggleworth to exploit the Kellermans' frantic procurement drive and sell them a massive bulk of resources, including arms. First, it helped Golden Palace clear out low-cost inventory Haggleworth's network had acquired dirt cheap and needed to offload. Such a large transaction gave the company greater legitimacy in the eyes of noble clients, cementing it as a reliable trading house. Second, it served Alex's greater purpose of draining the Kellermans' financial reserves. If their resource stockpile was ever disrupted, the lack of liquidity would make replenishment much harder. That, in turn, would leave them unable to sustain a war of attrition, forcing them to attempt a blitz campaign, where a single mistake could prove fatal. Third, the deal tested the waters of Kellerman support. With both Dark Mantle and Alex's Blackwater monitoring their finances, any sudden flow of money to refill the Kellerman coffers would reveal the identities of their secret backers. And Alex had no doubt the Kellermans weren't pulling this grand scheme off alone. But above all else, the shipment carried Alex's Trojan horse. While Dark Mantle had narrowed down possible locations of Kellerman supply routes and hidden stockpiles, there was still no certainty in the locations. Instead of waiting for the Kellermans to move, Alex had Haggleworth employ runesmiths to inscribe special tracking runes on weapons and goods across every shipment. These weren't ordinary tracking runes used across Pangea. Rather, they functioned more like the communication runes of the phone rune itself. Instead of leaving magical traces that could be detected via specialized detectors, these runes worked on a one-way system, allowing OmniRune to continuously communicate with them, silently transmitting their location through a runic network similar to the one rune phones used. A runic method of GPRS, if one were to draw an analogy. Now that Alex had confirmation the Kellermans had received the shipment, it was time to check where the runes had ended up. OmniRune projected the runic network map and superimposed it over the northwestern region on the Beta Bracer's projector screen. Alex's eyes widened as the map bloomed across his beta bracer's projection. Multiple glowing lines tangled together, forming a web-like logistic network sprawling in and out of Olward's Bend. It was far more elaborate than he expected. While this confirmed both his and Alan Holder's suspicions about the town, Alex found himself less pleased than he thought he'd be. This wasn't the work of amateurs. A logistics network this sophisticated meant the Kellermans had someone talented, very talented, handling their supply chains. And Alex wanted that person. Badly. If not for his Trojan horse embedded in the shipments, Dark Mantle would never have unraveled this supply network until long after the conflict was decided. Even now, staring at the map, Alex had to admit his own limits. He didn't know enough about logistics to break it down alone, and asking other was out of the question. He couldn't risk either revealing the intel itself or exposing how he acquired it. Neither were acceptable options. No matter how complicated the network is, it still needs a nexus, a linchpin, Alex mused. An army supply line can't afford to be overly complex on or near the main front. At some point, it all converges. Somewhere it becomes simple to follow. Find that linchpin, take it out, and the entire supply line collapses. That was the path forward. For now, though, what he could determine was the general flow of resources out of Olward's Bend. The shipments are heading toward Fury Lands. From the trajectory, the Kellermans have bypassed the east border fort. That leaves only one probable entry, just near the northern Dankrot Fort. Dankrot Fort doesn't just hold the forest. It also supports the east border fort, together forming a barrier against any incursion from the east. If the Kellermans take Dankrot, Fury Lands will be exposed, both to them from the northeast and to threats lurking in the forest itself. That's too much ground to defend. His expression hardened. The fort cannot fall. Ting. Omni-Rune's notification chimed, snapping him out of his thoughts. The chatter processing was complete. Among the 2 months' worth of call recordings on Josiah's phone, one stood out. Recording of Josiah Kellerman's call with his father. Father, it is done. The York chief attacked Worth. I am aware. I am also aware you left behind the deputy commander of the city guard force. Father, someone had to confirm the chieftain's strength. You know nothing will go well without confirming that. Don't treat me like one of your lackeys. You think I don't know you set up Fodl because he stood up to you? Because he didn't kiss your arse like the rest of the imbeciles you surround yourself with. Father, are you really reprimanding me over a dead nobody? A nobody. Fodl was to be our next legend, you stupid brat. Why else would I place him at your side? Why else would I trust him to sharpen your awareness? And instead of winning him over when the chance was served to you on a silver platter, you had him killed. Idiot. If you weren't better than your remaining useless brothers, I'd skin you alive. Father, I didn't. Why am I cursed with useless sons? Arrogant, foolish, and worthless, the lot of you. Huh. What's done is done. At least tell me you learned something from it. Yes. The York chieftain leading the invasion. He's at least a half-legend. In that case, Drake will have no choice but to move if he wants to fulfill his mandate. Yes, father. Very well. No use crying over spilt milk. Fall back and prepare for when the Fury army arrives. Yes, father. And Josiah, for your sake, for all our sakes, you had better not screw this up. I won't, father. Alex's brows furrowed deeply as the recording ended. The conversation between Josiah Kellerman and his father left little room for doubt. Drake's intervention in the Wildkin crisis was part of their plan. Without hesitation, Alex strode out of his tent. Laura, he called, head to the knight's camp. Tell Lieutenant General Jared I need to speak with him immediately. Make sure you relay, and he understands, the urgency in my tone. Yes, Lord Alex. Laura rushed off. Turning, Alex faced Lieutenant Cross. Clear 20 meters around this location. Anyone or anything that enters, kill on sight. By your command. Lieutenant Cross left at once to carry out the order. Yudara, Alex summoned. A shadow stirred. Yes, master. His armored shadow guard appeared, kneeling. Kill anyone that slips past the soldier's barricade. No questions asked. If they are too strong for you to pull off, alert me before immediately. They mustn't escape. Understood. Yudara melted back into the darkness. At that moment, Finn padded over and rubbed against his leg, sensing his tension. From where it was hitched, Dread grunted uneasily. Alex picked up the wolf, insistent on remaining in its cub form, stroking its soft fur. and gave the nightmare horse a steadying look. Dread calmed, lowering itself back into a seated position to rest. The soothing warmth of Fun's fur eased Alex's nerves, and with a sigh, he realized he might have gone too far with his orders. How likely was it that anyone would dare spy on the conversation of a general and a saint warrior in the heart of an army encampment? Very unlikely. More likely, his drastic measures would draw attention and stir panic among the troops. I should have acted more calmly, he admitted to himself. But caution was never a sin. He let the orders stand and waited. Before long, Laura returned, Jared with her. And as expected, the Dark Knight hadn't come alone. He understood well enough that the urgent summons was not truly for him, but for the man disguised as his adjutant, Earl Drake. The trio entered Alex's tent. Laura lingered outside the encirclement. Drake wasted no time. What was so urgent you had to throw the entire camp into an uproar? My intuition tells me the Kellermans are about to strike at Fury Lands, Alex said. We've known that for some time, Jared commented dryly. No, Drake corrected, eyes narrowing. He means the attack itself will happen now, or in the very near future. Alex gave a firm nod. Drake held his gaze. The boy remained silent. Get on with it, the Earl said, waving a hand. You know how this dance works. Oh, realization dawned on Alex. I was reviewing Dark Mantle's reports on how the Wildkin seized Worth, trying to spot vulnerabilities we could exploit. That's when I noticed a problem. Stroking Fun's fur had given Alex's the calm and time to come with a plausible-sounding reason to explain his unease without revealing any secret information. The deputy city guard commander of Worth was a veteran saint under the Kellermans. Yet he fell too easily against an orc chief who supposedly showed no signs of reaching the legendary realm. That can only mean one thing. The orc chieftain holding Worth is at least a half-legendary. And that is a power far beyond what Exercitus Alexii is equipped to face. I see, Drake murmured. You will most likely be forced to call for me to reinforce your unit against the threat. As a legend, I can make the journey here in relatively short time. But not short enough. Alex countered. If they launch their assault on Fury Lands during your absence and seize key positions before your return. Drake finished the thought with a grim nod. Then reclaiming them would prove difficult. They will likely deploy their own legend, or some other means, to keep me occupied. Father and son wove the scenario back and forth, the weight of it hanging heavily in the tent. And what if I don't show up? Drake asked, his tone rhetorical. But Alex answered anyway. Would you not? From what I know of you, you are someone protective of your possessions. You would surely act if anyone dared covet what belongs to you. And since you are here, I suspect the Kellermans, or whatever power backs them, understand this as well as I do. They must have done something to earn your attention, to draw you out here. The orc chief may be nothing more than insurance. A guarantee that you'll act. Earl Drake nodded his head, accepting the reasoning. It matched his own deductions. But Alex wasn't finished. Even if you don't take the bait, the outcome is the same. To defeat a half-legend would be a Pyrrhic victory. We would have no choice but to reveal the Fury Army's tactical reserves. And with the fact that the Fury Army gathered its elites gathered in this division for this campaign. If they fall, the Fury Army will bleed for years to come, especially once the Kellermans begin their invasion. They've put us between a rock and a hard place, Drake admitted. He turned to his son. So then, what plan of action have you devised? Huh? Alex blinked, caught off guard. Isn't this the part where you take charge and get us out of this? Drake leaned back casually. Fury military law dictates subordinates follow orders. As of this moment, I am Jared's adjutant. Since Jared answers to you in your capacity as general of this task force division, that means I answer to you as well. Alex gaped. But you're the head of the Fury family. That law doesn't apply to you. Drake smirked. I'm not here as head of House Fury. I'm here as an adjutant. Alex's face twitched. Damn you. Honorless. No, prideless mercenary noble. Then again, who was he to talk? He himself rejected the trappings of the world's nobility, choosing instead to dress like a rogue. If I didn't know better, I'd say it's in our blood. He rubbed along the bridge of his nose. There's no changing his mind. Best to make the most of it. Just so we're clear, Alex said at last. You're going to follow my orders, right? As long as they're reasonable, Drake replied with a lazy shrug. Like any other soldier. In that case, Alex drew a deep breath. Here's what I want to do. After the meeting with his father and Jared, Alex called for the regiment commanders, gathering them together in the command tent, where he brought them fully up to speed on the situation. He revealed the presence of Earl Drake, who had been masquerading as Jared's adjutant, before moving on to brief the group on the details of his action plan. With Earl Drake himself openly consigning to Alex's plan, none of the regiment commanders raised a single word of opposition. Then again, even without Earl Drake's presence looming over the divisional council, it was unlikely that they would have opposed Alex in any case. The young general had already earned at least that much respect from them throughout the course of this campaign. After the briefing, Alex quietly departed Exercitus Alexii, making for the northern Dankrot fort to meet up with Lord Marshal Lawson. Before leaving, he entrusted the leadership of Exercitus Alexii to the regiment commanders. It was fortunate that Alex had not been heavily involved in the day-to-day management of the division in the first place, so his absence created little disruption to their operations. For important decisions that could not be agreed upon by the 4 regiment commanders collectively, the ultimate authority was of course consigned to Earl Drake, who still maintained the facade of being the heavy knight commander's adjutant in the eyes of the rank-and-file soldiers. Alex departed camp in the midst of a contingent consisting of Jared's heavy knight company, alongside a mixed company of fangs and specialist infantry led by the magic archer colonel and the crimson berserker major, who were officially assigned a special operation unit. Fortunately, after the long weeks of campaigning, there were still enough spare horses within the camp for the mixed company to ride, effectively turning them into a formation akin to light cavalry. The troop traveled swiftly, for Alex wished to reach the fort as quickly as possible, ideally within a week. Yet, interestingly enough, it was the light cavalry of the mixed company who struggled the most with maintaining this demanding pace. While Alex, Eudara, and the heavy knights rode horse-type magic beasts, the mixed company had only mundane, albeit elite, warhorses beneath them. The difference was stark. The endurance and stamina of the magic beasts far outstripped those of even the finest trained warhorses, forcing the group to halt for rest more often than Alex would have preferred. Still, there was no helping it. Even so, they managed to arrive at the northern Dankrot fort within 6 days of tireless travel. Unfortunately, upon arrival, Alex learned that Lord Marshal Lawson had already left the fort. The Marshal had headed back into Fury Heartlands, taking command of the combined forces of the Fury Army and the private legions of the family's fief lords in order to confront the Wildkin incursions from the north. Although the Wildkin raiding parties descending from the Ironmorn Desert that year were relatively smaller than those of previous years, that did not mean the Furies enjoyed much reprieve. The forces of the realm still had to be stretched carefully in order to counter the raids. Thus, Lord Marshal Lawson had far more on his plate than merely focusing on Kellerman's sudden raid. The Kellermans chose a truly opportune time to attack, Alex mused grimly. Due to the fact that the northern Dankrot fort did not belong to the Fury family, but instead to Earl Drake personally, command of the fortress inadvertently fell into Alex's hands. As the Earl's heir, and more importantly, the highest-ranking military officer present as a divisional general, his authority could not be questioned. This time, however, Alex had already prepared himself for the burden. He did not complain, but instead began issuing orders without hesitation. The first was to appoint Jared as the acting proxy commander of the fort on his behalf. Once that was settled, he moved on to his second directive, ordering the array master, supported by the runesmiths and every available mage within the fortress, to begin constructing a series of runic formations arrays around the base. At least 2 of these were standard military-grade array formations, but Alex had them upgraded with the help of Omni-Rune, which had refined them as part of its ongoing self-learning process. Drawing on the programming principles of his past life, the AI had streamlined the designs, cutting out redundancies and improving efficiency. The result was a significant 20% increase in potency, without making the formations any more difficult to inscribe. On top of these improvements, Alex added another couple experimental formations of his own design, developed with Omni-Rune's assistance, that he hoped could tip the scales in critical moments. His only concern lay in their execution. These experimental formations were so complex that even within Omni-Rune's simulation environment, they remained purely theoretical. Not even Alex himself had succeeded in drawing them functionally. Still, the problem was not with the theory itself, but with the raw strength and mastery required to bring them into reality. Fortunately, the array masters stationed at Dankrot Fort were more adept array masters than he was, so Alex believed they would be able to succeed where he failed. Alongside these preparations, Alex also ordered minor adjustments to the terrain surrounding the fortress, subtly reshaping the defenses to make any direct assault costlier for an enemy. Once the fort's troops and defenses were properly delegated, Alex turned his attention to the soldiers he had brought with him. The heavy knights were straightforward enough. They would remain with Jared, reinforcing the defense of the fortress. The Fangs, however, along with the specialized infantry trained to operate alongside them, gave Alex pause. He had different plans for them. The more Alex considered the Fangs' role within the Fury Army, the more they reminded him of the elite special operations units from the militaries of his past life. Their very presence, even their discipline, carried the same weight as the operators he once met. Men who had helped test one of his company's more experimental products for the DoD. If I am already bringing technology from my past life into this world, Alex thought with a wry grin, then why not bring military techniques as well? His mind then recalled a famous memorandum from his previous world, penned by the Prime Minister of one of its greatest superpowers, words which had echoed across countless pulp novels and screenplays since then, etched into history as a philosophy of war. Enterprises must be prepared, with specially trained troops of the hunter class, who can command a reign of terror through unconventional and ungentlemanly warfare. As Providence would have it, Alex murmured with a soft chuckle, the Fangs are indeed hunter-class troops, perfect candidates to be reshaped into an unconventional force for ungentlemanly warfare. With that in mind, he summoned Colonel Conrad Horst, the magic archer, and Major Aldrich Jaeger, the Crimson Berserker, to pass on his instructions. By the time Alex had finished issuing his orders and laying out his plans, night had already fallen. Exhaustion weighed heavily on his body, but rest would not come so easily. He had a gnawing premonition, one that told him he would soon need the Void Heart core. If so, then he had no choice but to push himself harder, to advance its development as much as possible within the next day. The following day would be consumed by final preparations before the Fang's deployment, leaving him with no spare time afterward. Resolving himself, Alex stepped into his sanctuary pocket space for the first time in weeks. And there, an unexpected sight greeted him. Crack! A sharp sound split the silence as something shattered, along with the space surrounding it. Alex's head snapped toward the sound, only for his heart to sink when he realized it came from the direction of the bonsai tree. Thump! His chest tightened, panic rushing through him. For a brief, dreadful moment, he thought something had gone wrong with the Void Heart core, but his fear proved unfounded. He had simply been too paranoid. What had cracked was not the Void Heart core, but the Nightmare Eagle's egg. Or at least, Alex believed it was the Nightmare Eagle's egg. He had reason to doubt. The egg now in front of the bonsai tree was far larger than the one he last remembered seeing a few weeks ago, when he had last stepped into the sanctuary. This one now stood almost a full meter tall. If not for the familiar runic symbols carved into its shell, Alex might have thought some other egg had inexplicably found its way into the sanctuary, a possibility that would have been truly alarming. The fracture spread further across the shell as the creature inside fought to break free. Through the bond of their contract, Alex could feel his Nightmare Eagle's restlessness and its thinly veiled resentment toward him. He could only chuckle wryly in response. Poke! A sharp beak pierced through, poking out from the egg shell. From there, the little eagle worked furiously, expanding the gap piece by piece until the entire shell split apart with a final crack, collapsing around the hatchling. Alex's jaw nearly dropped. What stood before him was not a helpless, fluffy chick. As he should have guessed from the egg's monstrous size, the creature that emerged was already a feathered fledgling, a juvenile Nightmare Eagle. And what a sight it was. The young eagle stood a staggering 90 centimeters tall, almost a meter, already more than half the height of a full-grown Nightmare Eagle. Unlike its kin, whose feathers were a dull, matte jet black with ashen gray tips and talons, this one's plumage gleamed a bit. Its body was covered in glossy black feathers, the edges of its wings shrouded in a faint, misty haze. Running across its chest and crown were vein-like streaks of white gold, glowing faintly as though they pulsed with life. Its talons, already 8 centimeters long, glistened with a silvery sheen that radiated an ominous threat, as if they could slice through steel or even space itself. Gazing through spirit sight, Alex immediately noticed that the fledgling harbored 3 mana elements within its body and beast core. The overwhelming bulk was the pitch-black essence of the Nightmare Eagle's native darkness element. Interwoven with it was the brilliant white-gold light element, an inheritance from Alex himself through their eternal magic companion contract. And finally, coiled within its frame, the silver strands of space element, the product of greedily absorbing spatial energy produced by the Void Heart core during its incubation. This hatchling was already unlike any other of its kind. Alex couldn't help but recall Fawn's situation as well. Am I going to end up building a zoo of unique beast companions or something? At least Dread, his nightmare horse, was still normal enough, for now. Which, of course, led to another ridiculous thought. Since I already have 2 nightmares, maybe I should try to build a whole deck of nightmares. He smirked at his own joke, but his amusement was cut short when the juvenile eagle abruptly turned its head and locked eyes with him. Clee-clee. The fledgling's cry echoed through the sanctuary as it flapped its wings and bounced towards him, scolding him with every hop. Alex blinked in surprise, then reaching through their bond, he came to understood. The bird was berating him, complaining that he had left it alone for weeks without so much as checking in. A guilty laugh escaped him, and with the benefit of his experience handling Fawn, Alex managed to coax and soothe the indignant bird. Though it took far more effort than he expected, the fledgling eventually quieted. Screamed. Even so, it gave a sharp cry, turned its head away, and deliberately ignored him, making its displeasure crystal clear. From the fledgling's reaction, Alex didn't need anyone to tell him. This eagle of his was female. Come on, go eat your eggshells. You'll lose important nutrients if you don't, Alex said, recalling countless fantasy stories from his previous life where beast cubs did exactly that. To his utter surprise, the bird gave him a look of very human-like disdain. Then, without hesitation, she walked over to the shattered remains of her egg and deliberately stomped them into powder. Before Alex could open his mouth, her shadow surged outward like liquid darkness, dissolving the fragments whole until not a trace was left. Alex chuckled wryly, realizing he'd been outsmarted by his own beast companion. Relying on fantasy novels had been a mistake. If he had trusted common sense instead, he would have remembered hatchlings didn't eat their shells. It was the parents who did, so as to recycle the nutrients for their young as breast milk or semi-digested meal. Since no parent was present here, of course no one was eating the shells, at least not through conventional means. Scree. Another irritated cry snapped him from his thoughts, pulling him back to the matter at hand. According to the Eternal Magic Companion Contract method, the final step required to complete the bond was to name the beast companion. For eggs, that step was always deferred until hatching. Now, with the juvenile eagle standing before him, the moment had come. Alex didn't even need to ponder about it. From the instant he took her from her nest in the Dancroft forest, only one name had been on his mind for an eagle companion. Senu, Alex declared. Your name will be Senu. Clee. The eagle let out a clear cry of delight, flapping her wings furiously to show her approval. Thankfully, she couldn't fly yet. Otherwise, Alex was half worried she would have launched herself straight into his face, talons first, in her excitement. After the brief celebration, Senu transmitted her next demand to him. She was hungry. Alex grimaced. The sanctuary space was barren, with every edible scrap having been devoured by the Nest Queen's drones for their queen's metamorphosis. The drones had even consumed each other, leaving behind only one dormant drone left behind. There was nothing left in the sealed space for the young eagle to eat. With no other choice, Alex exited the sanctuary and immediately ordered one of the fort's live cows brought to him at the stables. Nightmare eagles were notorious for refusing to scavenge or eat the kills of others. Alex wasn't about to risk offending her by offering secondhand meat. His caution was justified. The moment he gave permission, Senu pounced toward the cow, wings spreading wide. To Alex's shock, it wasn't her dangerous dagger-looking talons that struck first, but the tips of her wings. Spatial rent. Wrapped in a thin film of silvery energy, Her wing edges cut across the air itself, severing the cow's neck in a single, merciless strike. Shri! Senu cried in triumph as the animal collapsed, blood gushing. She waited with eerie patience for the lifeblood to drain out completely, and only then tore into her first kill with savage satisfaction. Alex watched only briefly. He didn't have the time, or patience, to stand around until she finished her meal. After giving the juvenile eagle a quick explanation, he called Yudara to keep an eye on her before moving to leave. Finn padded over as well, drawn by the new arrival. Through their shared bonds with Alex, the wolf and the eagle seemed faintly aware of each other, though Finn kept his distance as she fed. Perhaps it was beastly etiquette, or perhaps Fawn, the culinary wolf, simply couldn't stomach eating raw meat anymore. Either way, Alex had more pressing concerns. He returned to his private quarters, then slipped back into the sanctuary space. His gaze instinctively moved towards the bonsai tree, and the crystal heart resting in a nest on its crown, the void heart core. Noticing no visible changes, Alex moved on, walking to his workstation near the nest queen's cocoon. From his storage, he drew out a carefully prepared beast hide, laid out his rune inscription tools, and got to work. Alex quickly prepared the ink. Then beast hide was smoothed and stretched, and finally the rune pen was loaded with the freshly mixed cartridge. He exhaled once. Then, with full concentration, he lowered the pen to the hide and began inscribing the greater rune formation he had devised as his attempt at solving, or at least improving, the Void Heart Core's crippling energy efficiency problem. Since the core was organic in nature, close enough to a living being, and, for some inexplicable reason, possessed an innate rune slot, Alex's idea was to inscribe a rune tattoo onto it. His reasoning was simple. Rune tattoos were his unique, greater runes, essentially compressed and condensed, specialized formation arrays, which were inscribed as tattoos onto a living medium. Different from the special formations used by Alex for his rune tattoos, typical array formations were designed to be carved or inscribed onto inanimate media, usually at fixed location, forcing the user to remain within the formation's range in order to benefit from its effects. But what if these typical formations could also be converted into a rune tattoo? That would mean the Void Heart Core would always carry the formation with it, wherever it was, gaining permanent access to the formation's efficiency-enhancing benefits. It sounded brilliant, groundbreaking, even another leap forward for the limits of his rune tattoos. Of course, reality was never that kind. The difficulty was staggering. Typical array formations, as mentioned before, were designed for inanimate mediums, materials with constant, consistent, predictable structures, with little to no special variables to consider. His rune tattoos, however, had been forged through endless refinement to work in the opposite direction. They were carefully designed to function on living organisms, augmenting them without interfering with natural structure or bodily functions. In other words, he had built his tattoos from the ground up to handle the complexity of the living structure and functionality. Now, however, he was attempting to take that rigid, lifeless array formation, to reshaping it into something capable of integrating with a living, ever-changing organic entity, which it was never intended for. The scale of work was unimaginable. In many ways, it would have been much easier to create a greater rune tattoo from scratch with the same functionality than make the conversion. While testing within OmniRune's simulation world, Alex discovered that it was possible, but only barely. The conversion could be done, but the result wasn't the elegant, reusable base tattoos he'd once created with attribute rune tattoos. No, these new conversion tattoos would have to be tailor-made to each individual user's unique bodily conditions and variables, which meant the process was better suited to high-end custom tattoos than any sort of general-purpose application. Unless the formation is so useful it absolutely needs to be generic, it's more efficient to just build a proper rune tattoo from scratch with the same effects, Alex muttered under his breath, shaking his head at his own findings. Still, the design he envisioned for the Void Heart Core was promising. Its foundation was adapted from the energy-gathering formation he had learned back in the dragon lair of the Pangea Plains subspace sanctuary. But Alex had added two critical modifications: a temporary storage compartment, capable of holding accumulated energy, and a conversion mechanism, able to refine and purify that energy into a higher, purer form. As for how to achieve that all-important purification and conversion, Alex had no brilliant breakthrough waiting in his arsenal. So, instead, he would rely on the tools he had. Perhaps it was the urgency of the approaching Kellerman assault, or it was the exhilaration of sinews hatching still lingering in his chest. Whatever the reason, Alex worked past his limits without even realizing it. And by the time the early hours of morning era, 2 completed scrolls rested in his hands. The first was a rune socket scroll, designed to prepare the Void Heart Core's natural slot for binding. The second contained the true masterpiece, the rune tattoo scroll itself. Shine! A brilliant light flashed across Alex's face as the socket scroll dissolved, embedding smoothly into the crystalline heart's rune slot. Proof that the core could indeed accept his rune tattoo branding. Alex restored his mana to peak condition, then carefully pressed the tattoo scroll to the prepared slot. The parchment dissolved in a cascade of runic light, leaving behind the burning brand of a rune tattoo. Inch by inch, it branded itself onto the Void Heart Core, etching onto the top left section of the heart, its left atrium, where energy/mana was normally converted into spatial energy. Sweat rolled down Alex's forehead. His eyes stayed fixed on the forming tattoo for one crucial moment. The instant when the rune tattoo's purification component would begin to take form on the heart. When the moment it appeared, he moved. With a sharp mental command, Ether Kindle moved. The draconic primal origin flame residing within Alex's mana heart cut off the nail of its index finger, which was blazing with condensed power. Boom! The shock rippled through Alex's entire being, as his mana heart quaking violently. His vision rocked, but he bit down hard, forcing his concentration to steady into razor-sharp focus. Through sheer will and spiritual force, he guided the glowing fingernail down his mana pathways, threading it into the still-forming runic component, just before the branding sealed. The instant it connected, the rune completed. A blinding golden radiance burst from the Void Heart Core, shaking it so violently Alex feared the organ might reject the rune tattoo entirely. 5 long, nerve-wracking minutes crawled by. Then, silence. The shaking ceased, and the rune tattoo shone steady, perfectly imprinted upon the Void Heart Core. Alex exhaled shakily, but the real test had only begun. He maintained his focus. The Void Heart Core's passive pull began drawing ambient mana from the air. The familiar tide seemed to be flow per normal. However, the flow was suddenly intercepted, channeled directly into the tattoo. This energy inflow into the tattoo activated its energy-gathering component, which then absorbed and redirected not just the Void Heart Core's pulled ambient mana, but its own harvest of mana as well. This then streamed into the rune tattoo's temporary storage chamber, a space powered by the Void Heart Core's own spatial energy motes. This was where the all-important event occurred. The sliver of Ether Kindle's fingernail ignited, transforming into a golden flame suspended at the center of the rune tattoo's temporary storage space. Every particle of mana that passed through was caught and burned within that flame, purified and condensed into a higher form. Only after faux Ether Kindle flame has purified the mana did a special runic component integrated into the fabric of the temporary storage space draw out the purified mana to be transferred into the Void Heart Core's left atrium for the energy conversion process. The rune tattoo was designed deliberately not to fight the core's biology, but was instead woven into it, enhancing and continuing the organ's natural chain reaction instead of overriding it. Alex let out a long breath, as his shoulders loosening as the process stabilized. With OmniRune's assistance, he began running calculations. The results spoke for themselves. The improved system was working. Spatial energy motes were being produced at a noticeably higher rate than before. The exact increase was still in flux while the new equilibrium settled, but one truth was undeniable. The Void Heart Core had just become more powerful and efficient. It wasn't the rune tattoo, but the Void Heart Core itself that was ramping up its processes to match the steady influx of purer energy. Only once the Void Heart Core reached saturation would Alex be able to calculate the true efficiency gain. For now, he simply wiped the sweat from his brow and let his body collapse to the floor as he enjoyed a small, but hard-earned victory, which was worth celebrating. Only the spatial energy storage phase remained before the Void Heart Core could be fully put to use by him. Exhaustion caught up with him. Without realizing it, Alex drifted into sleep at the rune table, slumped over the remnants of his work. When he woke, he carefully returned the now-tattooed Voidheart core to its place within the nest on the bonsai tree's crown, then quickly left the pocket space. He returned to his quarters to find faint light was spilling into the chamber. A quick glance outside calmed his fears. Dawn had only just begun, and he still had some time before the sun rose fully. Inside his quarters, he found Finn snoring softly on the bed, while Senu lay curled on a makeshift nest near the window, basking in the mingling glow of moonlight and the rising dawn. The white-gold streaks across her feathers shimmered faintly, as if drinking in the light itself. The juvenile eagle stirred as soon as she sensed him. Clee, clee, clee. She flapped her wings and launched herself forward. To Alex's amazement, she managed a short glide, landing almost gracefully in his arms. All right, I'm here, he laughed, catching her. Already, in just a few hours, she was learning faster than he expected. At this pace, flight was only days away, at most. But Senu wasn't done. She proudly shared something new she discovered. Vision sharing. Alex's eyes widened as his mind filled with her perspective. Every detail she saw flowed directly to him through their bond. Synchronization. His eyes lit up. Lifting her by her wings, he exclaimed, "You really are my Senu." Ki. She didn't fully understand, but sensing his joy, she flapped her wings in excitement. Then suddenly, her body sagged. Klee. She gave a weak cry, slipped from his hands, and glided downward. But instead of hitting the ground, she melted seamlessly into his shadow. Alex froze. What? Through their link. Senu drowsily explained. She had gained the ability to rest within his shadow. It was like a beast companion's pocket space, but tied directly to his shadow. From now on, she could emerge from his shadow. Alex's astonishment turned into quiet admiration. Before he could ask questions, her presence drifted into sleep within the darkness. Shaking his head, Alex scooped Fun into his arms and left the chamber. By the time he reached the fort's main plaza, the Fong company was assembled, with only final preparations remaining. Jared strode up beside him. Do you really think you can find them? The Dark Knight asked. Yes, I do. Alex replied without hesitation. Yudara walked over pulling the reins of her horse and Dread. Alex received Dread's reins and mounted the nightmare horse. I'll leave the rest to you. Alex gave Jared a firm nod. The Bulwark Knight returned the nod silently. Dread carried Alex to the head of the formation, where he exchanged brief looks with Colonel Conrad Hoist and Major Aldrich Yeager. For a moment, Alex considered a speech. But one glance at the determined faces of his men told him it wasn't necessary. Let's go. With that, the Fong company thundered out of northern Dankrot Fort. Their goal? To bypass the incoming Kellerman family's army and strike directly at their backline supply convoys. Exercitus Alexis had shifted camp closer to Worth. Their banners now fluttered in plain sight of the city walls, a silent declaration to the Wildkin. We are here. But despite their close proximity, the humans were in no hurry to begin their assault. On Alex's instructions, the commanders delayed, careful to stretch out preparations without looking suspiciously idle. To further achieve this, the leaders of Exercitus Alexis sent a bold message to the Orc chieftain, a proposal to settle the conflict with a champion duel, expecting it would eat up more time. Both sides would send forth champions. The victors would decide the fate of Worth and the greater Kellerman fief. If the humans won, the Wildkin would withdraw from the city and back into the Ironmorn Desert. While if the Wildkin triumphed, Exercitus Alexis would retreat from the territory currently under their occupation. On the surface, it looked like an equitable pact. In truth, it was anything but. The regiment commanders had worded the terms with cunning. They knew the Wildkin had never meant to hold Worth indefinitely. The raid itself was the goal. Even if they lost and were forced to pull back, the Wildkins wouldn't hold Worth for long anyways before retreating back home into the Ironmorn. Worse still, the humans had split Exercitus Alexis into 3 separate contingents. Only one, the task force, currently negotiating, was bound by the proposed oath. Even if that unit lost, the others would be free to continue the campaign. A clever deception, the kind the commanders prided themselves on when dealing with uncivilized savages. The Orc chieftain, however, had his own traditions. He rejected the idea of a single duel, instead insisting on a series of paired battles. 5 champions from each side, all under the veteran rank Da. 5 duels, fought one by one. Whichever side claimed the most victories won the war. It was not the dramatic spectacle of a one-off death match, nor the bloody endurance of a King of the Ring format, but it was the fairest and most honorable choice. An obvious one for a people obsessed with glorious battle. Both armies were given 3 days to select their champions. It was time which the humans wanted in the first place, so they agreed. For the Wildkin, the process was complex. Orcs might dominate by strength, but they were not the only race among the coalition. Time would be needed to agree upon who represented them. For the humans, it was much simpler. Every regiment maintained lists of their finest combatants. The commanders needed only to pick the strongest from across those rosters, then drill them intensively for the duels. Training began at once. Regiment commanders poured effort into sharpening their chosen fighters, teaching them new tricks and refining strategies. This inevitably caused confidence and morale to swell. The Fury soldiers began to believe victory was assured. But then, something happened that shattered all their careful plans. The first day passed quietly. Scouts reported that the Wildkin were still competing among themselves to choose their representatives for the duel. But at midnight, on the eve of the second day, those reports suddenly stopped. The scouts had just returned to brief the regiment commanders when the alarm sounded. A Wildkin unit had attacked the Exercitus Alexii camp. The commanders were stunned. They had never imagined the Wildkin would double-cross them. They quickly issued order, rushing the troops to arms. The attackers struck with speed and ferocity. Wolf Rider orcs stroked from below, and winged mantisauri diving down from the night sky. The outer ring of the camp was shredded quickly, soldiers cut down in moments. Yet those deaths bought precious time. Barrier mages flung up wards, trapping the Wildkin within, and forcing their charge into narrow funnels. Only the winged mantisauri bypassed the traps, swooping freely above. But they didn't go scot-free. The Fury mages and archers filled the air with arrows and spells, riddling the winged mantisauri's bodies until they fell from the sky, screaming into the camp. On the ground, the funneled Wildkin found themselves herded into prepared kill zones. Shield-bearers and pikemen stood waiting, lines braced behind jagged rows of anti-cavalry spikes and trenches. The first wave of mounts crashed against the steel teeth, skewered in dozens. The more agile riders, wolf-mounted orc elites, darted around the spikes, but in doing so they exposed themselves. The long pikes lashed out, gutting beasts and riders alike. When the spikes finally splintered under the pressure, the shield-bearers absorbed the charge. Fortunately, the hostiles' charge momentum had already been bled away by barriers and spikes, so the flesh wall held. But not everywhere. Some of the elite wolf riders broke through in different sections of the camp, tearing into Fury troops and leaving bloody gaps in the camp lines. Hurn! The long, guttural blast of a Wildkin war horn rippled in the air across the battlefield. And then, the gates of Worth creaked open. From the city, fresh Wildkin forces poured forth. The mage and archer regiment commanders exchanged grim looks. They were barely holding the fight as it was, grinding down the raiders inch by inch. If those reinforcements joined, the balance would break. The camp might fall. There was no choice left. The regiment commanders gave the signal. From the shadows of the hills around Worth, the hidden human detachments moved. 2 groups under the warrior regiment commander's command surged forward, angling to slam into the flanks of the charging Wildkin. At the same time, the cavalry commander's concealed force instead charged towards the open gate itself. Hurn! At once, the retreat order echoed through the Wildkin ranks. The reinforcements outside Worth abruptly abandoned their kin, turning back toward the city in a surprisingly orderly retreat. The human cavalry pressed their charge anyway, hoping to cut down some of them before they reached the gate's safety. Meanwhile, the warrior regiment's hidden detachments gave up their flanking maneuver and instead moved to cutting off the Wildkin raiders' escape path from the camp back to the gates. They wanted to at least crush the raiders who dared assault their force's main camp. But before the cavalry could close the gap, the air itself shuddered. A crushing pressure rolled out of Worth. The orc chieftain had stepped onto the city walls. He stood tall, one massive fist cocked and ready to fire. Just the sight of that raised arm weighed like a mountain on the charging cavalry, a promise of annihilation aimed squarely at them. Retreat. The cavalry regiment commander's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He gave the order, though his riders were already turning on their own, their instincts screaming at them to flee. Boom. The chieftain struck. Not once, but twice. And not at the cavalry as expected. Bang. The first blow smashed down on the camp from over 5 kilometers away, ripping apart the magical barriers that had trapped the raiding wildkin. The second fist followed, streaking straight for the mage regiment. Prepared defensive wards flared, the array holding for a heartbeat before shattering like glass. The blast hurled men from their feet, but by some miracle, most of the mages survived. They wasted no time trying to rebuild the camp wards. Instead, every mage scrambled to reinforce their personal shields, desperate for survival. That single hesitation was all the wildkin raiders needed. Heeding the prior retreat order, they surged out of the camp in different directions to evade the incoming Fury warriors and fled toward Worth. Up on the wall, the orc chieftain's brow furrowed. His strikes had cleared the way, but his expression soured with dissatisfaction. Slowly, he raised his fist once more, ready to throw another earth-shaking punch. But then he froze. A gaze fell upon him. A cold, sharp and suffocating gaze. The air thickened with electricity, the hairs on his neck standing on end. This was a true hunter's warning. His instincts honed for years on the battlefield warned him, if he struck again, he would be struck down in turn. For a moment, his lips curled in a madman's grin. His eyes blazed with battle lust. He longed to ignore the warning, and instead clash fist with this unknown hunter. But then reason smothered the fire. His gaze cooled and let his fist drop. Not just yet, he muttered in the Orcish tongue. As he turned from the wall, the oppressive stare also faded, vanishing as suddenly as it had come. Shaking his head in regret, the orc chieftain walked back into the shadows of Worth. Back on the battlefield, the raiders used their swifter mounts to slip away from the Fury warrior formations. Reluctantly, the warrior regiment commander ordered his men to abandon the chase and regroup with the cavalry before returning to camp. The sight that greeted them was grim. The camp had suffered heavy losses. From an original 5,000 soldiers at the start of the campaign through Kellerman lands, Exercitus Alexii had already been reduced to around 4,300 after weeks of rooting out wildkin groups. Of these, 3,000 were stationed in the main camp while the rest had been split into the hidden units. Now, after the raid, fewer than 2,000 remained in the camp. Altogether, only 3,500 soldiers were left in the task force division. In other words, a single night raid had cost them nearly as many men as the entire campaign so far. The regiment commanders' faces were dark with shame. This would forever be a black mark on their record. Worse, it meant that the very first battle since General Alex Fury ceded command to his supposedly more experienced officers had ended in heavier losses than under the youth's leadership. And to top it off, it had all happened in the presence of the Fury family head himself. They had thought of protesting the orc chieftain's shameless betrayal of the duel agreement, but the thought died quickly. After all, hadn't they planned the very same thing if they lost? The orc chief had simply beaten them to it. Now, the 4 commanders stood in the command tent, heads bowed like chastised children before the still-disguised / full-armored Earl Drake Fury. The Mad Earl had been lost in thought about something else entirely, only noticing their downcast expressions belatedly. Realizing they had misinterpreted his silence, he still chose not to correct them. Instead, he said casually, "I think you've learned something valuable today. If you plan to double-cross someone, you'd best be ready to be double-crossed in turn." The commander's fists clenched as they ground their teeth, silently cursing the orc chief who had become the cause of the Mad Earl's barbed remark. "Either that chieftain is far more cunning than we expected," Drake continued, "or else someone has been feeding him information about our deployments. Either way, your stalling plan is over. You'll have to speed things up and take the city quickly." He shifted his gaze to the warrior regiment commander. "How fares the boys' plan?" "We've secured a route. My men are infiltrating as we speak." Drake gave a non-committal nod. "Then let's hope the ones you sent are truly skilled." The commander's expression stiffened. He understood perfectly what Earl Drake was implying. If the hidden group's movements had already been noticed prior to the Wildkin raid, then their secret infiltration unit might also have been discovered. And since those soldiers couldn't receive messages except for the final signal to commence operation, all he could do now was pray they were as good, or better, than he believed. Send word to your general that no more time can be bought. Prepare your men. You must take the city as soon as possible. The commanders bowed in acknowledgement and left the tent to ready the army. Once alone, Drake turned his eyes toward Fury Lands. Looks like your opponents won't let your plan unfold as smoothly as you hoped, my boy. So tell me, what will you do now? An amused smile tugged at his lips. Hundreds of kilometers away, in the wilderness between Fury and Kellerman lands, for days after they left the northern Dankrot fort, Alex held his own officers' meeting. He had just finished laying out the true situation behind the Kellerman fief conflict. Colonel Conrad Hoist already knew part of it from the officers' briefing at the fort before Exercitus Alexii set out. But for Major Aldrich Yeager, Laura Fury, and Lieutenant Kane Cross, the revelation landed like a thunderclap. General, you're saying the Kellermans plan to stab us in the back while we're busy driving the wildkin from their lands? Major Yeager asked, his voice strained with disbelief. Yes. Alex's tone was flat, leaving no room for doubt. The Kellermans orchestrated this wildkin invasion to weaken us before launching their own attack. The major stared. But, are they even allowed to do that? Don't they need some sort of justification? That was the question written across everyone's face. Colonel Hoyst's face was even more grim than always. Cross frowned darkly, and Laura gave the barest nod. The need for justification in war isn't nearly as strict as you think, Alex replied. There's long-standing bad blood between our families. They can dredge up any number of excuses if need be. If they're desperate enough, they could even claim we caused or allowed this wildkin raid. Silence followed. Alex didn't mention it to them, but he was certain the Kellermans weren't acting alone. If they dared flirt with the Empire's deepest taboos, such as tolerating goblin proliferation, then they must have powerful backing. Whoever stood behind them must be strong enough to shield them from the political fallout. And that thought led to a darker one. What truly worried him was the growing rift between Drake and his so-called backers, the Mockholt Grand Duchy. Alex didn't believe for a moment that a Grand Duchy, one of the Empire's oldest and most entrenched powers, whose history goes back to the time of the Empire's founding, would ever fail to expect that a freebound mercenary and scion of a rebellious lineage would move to slip from their leash. In fact, he would rather believe that they must already suspect Drake was up to something. Even if they hadn't yet uncovered his schemes, they must be waiting. If the Kellermans and their backers played it right, they could turn the Matchholts against the Fury family. With the Matchholts supporting their guise of justice to justify stripping away Fury lands, the Kellermans would gain their prize while the Matchholts replace or tighten their leash on Drake's neck. Alex pushed these thoughts aside for now. Dwelling on them now served no purpose. The nobility circle isn't as honorable or lawbound as it pretends, he told his officers firmly. This will happen whether it should or not. Our task is not to whine about it, but to do our part to foil it. One by one, the others nodded. Good. Alex allowed himself a small nod of satisfaction. He spread a map of the Empire's northwest across the table. Here's the situation, he said, his voice steady and commanding. And our objective? According to the intel reaching me, the Kellermans have created a secret route between their fief and ours. It allows them to move thousands of troops relatively unnoticed. Because of this, it has been difficult to pinpoint their exact location. However, we do know the general area. Alex said as he drew 3 circles on the map. We believe the Kellerman army has split into 3 units, an advance vanguard, a main force, and a rear guard. Beyond that, we know very little about their actual composition. In other words, we don't have the faintest idea of the true threat bearing down on our homes. Our objective is to change that. Alex's gaze swept the tent. This will be very dangerous for everyone involved. But it is a necessary danger that we must walk into. The officers exchanged grim looks and nodded. Now, our objectives. Our unit is technically a scout detachment. So, it goes without saying that one of our priorities is to locate the Kellerman forces and evaluate their strength, Alex continued. Then, to their surprise, he turned toward Lieutenant Cross. Lieutenant, I will leave this in your charge. Determine how many men you require and report back to me. Your mission will be to locate and evaluate the Kellerman army's main force. While this is indeed dangerous, You are one of the most experienced in our unit. I believe you are the best suited for this task among us." Lieutenant Cross's gaze hardened, his jaw tightening. After a moment, he gave a firm nod. "By your will, General." Alex returned the nod solemnly. This was just one of many difficult decisions he would have to make for this operation. Sending a peak intermediate-ranked warrior to track an enemy whose average strength likely surpassed that rank was almost the same as sending him to his death. But Alex believed Cross could do it. The lieutenant wouldn't be alone, and Alex wasn't asking him to fight the Kellerman army, only to track them. More often than not, tracking and reconnaissance demanded skill and experience over sheer power. And Lieutenant Cross, despite his limited strength, had proven himself again and again in these areas. That was why Alex trusted him with this mission. "It feels like I'm punishing him for being good at his job." Alex sighed inwardly. Another reason he had chosen Lieutenant Cross over the other officers was, ironically, because of his weakness. If Cross were ever captured, his low rank and limited strength would make it difficult for the enemy to suspect that their plans had already been intercepted. After all, what were the odds that the Fury family would send a mere intermediate ranker on such an important tracking and reconnaissance mission? He turned to the gathered officers. While the lieutenant and his team handle reconnaissance on the Kellerman's advance and main forces, the rest of the company will focus on locating their rear force. Unlike the lieutenant's task, ours is simple. When we find them, we destroy them. This is our top priority. Alex's voice was firm. The officers nodded solemnly. "How do you want to do this, General?" Colonel Hoist asked. "The rear force should be made up of about 3 supply units and a siege unit," Alex said, studying the map. "Given the terrain, it's unlikely they'll move together as one formation. They'll likely push the siege weapons ahead quickly while the supply units lag behind, establishing and maintaining the supply line." Alex raised his gaze from the map, sweeping it across the room. "Our main goal will be to cut down those supply units and cripple the line they're building. Shouldn't we be targeting the siege weapons instead?" Laura asked. "Depending on the type and number of siege weapons they're bringing, it may be too dangerous for a company of our size to tackle them head-on. The supply units are softer targets that still allow us to seriously disrupt their war effort," Major Yeager replied. "Exactly," Alex nodded. "Even if we could attack the siege unit, we won't. They actually serve a greater purpose if left unharmed. We need those weapons to remain in play. Once we eliminate their supply unit, the siege weapons will turn into a burden on the Kellerman army. By the time they realize the supply chain is gone, those machines of war will already have eaten a massive hole in their remaining resources." Laura didn't look convinced about leaving the siege weapons in play, but she accepted there was little their unit could realistically do about them. Alex suddenly smiled. "Don't worry about matters beyond your control. When the sky falls, it will be up to the higher-ups to hold it back up," he said cryptically. Laura only nodded perfunctorily, but Lieutenant Cross studied him closely. He had served under the youth long enough to know what that smile meant. Alex already had something hidden up his sleeve. Whatever trick it was, Cross wisely chose not to ask. The grim-faced Colonel Hoist leaned over the map and pointed at the circles Alex had drawn. "So, to recap, General, you want the main company to bypass the Kellerman army and strike their rear from behind." "Exactly," Alex nodded. He pointed at a region northwest of the Kellerman fief, where Exercitus Alexii and the Wildkin were currently clashing. "We'll sever their supply lines from here, then move upward, eliminating the supply units one by one. This way, their main force will remain unaware, believing everything is intact for as long as possible." Colonel Hoist nodded. Together, he, Major Yeager, and Lieutenant Cross offered suggestions, refining the plan. After half an hour, a concrete military strategy was prepared. "Good. Begin preparations. We'll be moving a lot in the coming days. Make sure the troops know and are ready," Alex said, closing the meeting. Just as the officers were about to leave, Alex turned to Laura. "By the way, Laura, do you remember the 2 options I gave you when you first became my adjutant? A.N. If you've forgotten, check chapters 145 and 146. Ah, the good old days." Laura stiffened. "While it is yet uncertain if you won't stab in the back, I should at least give up something to look forward to after this mission." Alex said, "Will you be reducing the duration of my branch's servitude to the family?" Laura asked, hopeful. Alex shook his head. I'm only asking for the children yet to come of age. We adults will bear the full punishment for our actions, Laura pleaded, desperate now. But Alex still shook his head. Listen first, Laura, Alex said. He projected a rune phone message from the projector screen of his beta bracer. I've set up a school to train gifted children, especially those from Fury lands, so they can reach their full potential. My brother, Wilbert, will also be attending this school. I've already gained the agreement of the family head. The children of the branches involved with the family council may serve their punishment by transferring to this school. There, they'll be trained in their chosen or innate fields. The only cost is that they'll undergo indoctrination, first to align their views with my goals, and second with the Fury families. Considering the value they'll gain, I believe that's a fair price. He closed the message, letting the weight of his words sink in. Laura stared, stunned. Instead of stripping these children of their chances, I'd much rather see you rise. If you successfully complete this mission, I will place you as head of your branch within a few years. That is my reward to you. Technically, Laura should have been the next in line to inherit her branch's head seat after her father's death. But her uncle had taken it instead, using her youth and weakness as justification. Alex was convinced that same uncle had twisted the story of Laura's father's death to secure his position. The man's reckless choices, joining the family council, instigating a duel, then pushing Laura forward as heir instead of his own son, were proof enough for Alex. To him, Laura's uncle was a snake, one whose head he intended to cut off at the first opportunity. By contrast, he was far more comfortable with Laura leading her branch. Even if she still harbored hostility toward him, at least Alex understood her bottom line. Her uncle? Not at all. Alex's gaze bore into hers. The choice is yours. Do you want your kin freed of their obligations to the family? Or will you accept my offer? Laura's lips trembled. Are you telling the truth? You're sending them to the same school as your brother? Have you ever known me to lie? Alex asked calmly. Not only will I send them to the same school, but they'll also receive the same opportunities as Wilbert, if they're brilliant enough to seize them. But be warned, when they graduate, they'll likely become my people. So, Laura, what say you? I agree. Laura immediately accepted his offer. Alex was already on course to become the next Fury family head. To come under his umbrella was an advantage, not a demerit. Neither she nor the children would end up in a worse situation than the one they were already trapped in. The older military officers subtly turned toward Alex. A flicker of fear crossed their eyes as they realized the full weight of his school initiative. Not only would he turn potential hostiles into allies and subordinates, but by binding the children to his banner, he would also force their elders, those who currently opposed him, to reevaluate their stance. Just as Laura had. A single action with multiple benefits. What's more, Alex had chosen to reveal this plan here, in front of them, when he could have spoken to Laura privately. That made the message clear. He was extending an offer to them as well. An offer for their own children or underage kin to join this school. The price? In the grand scheme of things, those children, and by extension their families, would inevitably be seen as his people. Of course, Alex didn't spell it out directly. He merely hinted, pushing too hard risks scaring them away, which would defeat the purpose. But Alex had no doubt. Each of the three officers was intelligent enough to grasp his intentions. He dismissed everyone except Colonel Hoist. Once Lieutenant Cross, Major Yeager, and Laura had left the tent, Alex finally spoke. Colonel, I need 3 men who are experts in stealth and infiltration. Men who can keep their mouths shut, rein in their curiosity, and follow orders without question. All my men are experts in those areas, General. Then more specifically, Alex clarified, I need men, strength aside, crazy enough and capable enough to sneak behind enemy lines, into a secure facility, and deliver a package for me. No questions asked. Colonel Hoist's brows drew together. How secure is this location? And how large is the package, sir? About the size of an average chest box. To this location. Alex pointed to a marked spot on the map. Surprise flickered in the colonel's eyes. I see. Now I understand why you asked for lunatics. Sneaking in there truly is insane. Do you have such people? Can it be done? Alex asked. Do you only need them to get the box inside the facility? No other conditions. Colonel Hoist pressed. Yes. All I need is for them to deliver the box, without opening it, under any circumstance. They'll die if they do. Alex's voice sharpened. And the deeper they get it inside, the better. In that case, I know exactly the right men for the job, Colonel Hoist confirmed. Good. Gather them. I'll send someone to accompany them with the package. Understood, General. Colonel Hoist exited the tent. Alex's gaze lingered on the marked location on the map, eyes narrowing. Yudara. The Amazon stepped out of the shadows behind him, silent and fluid, then half knelt. Master, I need you to accompany the box. You're the only one I can trust completely with it. Yudara placed a hand over her chest. I will ensure it reaches its destination, Master. I don't doubt you. Alex's lips curved briefly, but the smile faded just as quickly. His tone hardened. If something happens and delivery becomes impossible, leave the box behind and retreat. Yudara tilted her head. Master, don't worry. I have a way to recover it, even if it's taken. Your life is more important to me than whatever's inside that box. He lowered his voice, almost to himself. I can always replace an item. But people I can truly trust, they're far rarer. It wasn't clear if Yudara heard him. Her head was still bowed, her expression unreadable. I will see your will done, Master. Good. From his sanctuary pocket dimension, Alex withdrew a chest-sized box, crafted with straps to be worn like a backpack, and handed it to her. Leave as soon as Colonel Hoist gathers the men. Understood. Yudara slung the box onto her back and left the tent without another word. Now alone, Alex stared at the map with unfocused eyes. With this contingency in place, even if we somehow lose this war, the Kellermans won't walk away unscathed, he mused. But I'd rather not use it. The goal is to win outright, not to rely on a last resort. High above, a black bird soared through the night sky, weaving elegantly beneath the thin crescent moon. White gold streaks across its body shimmered faintly, lending it an otherworldly presence as its wide wingspan cut through the night air. But this was no ordinary bird. It was an apex predator. Its wings, spanning 2.5 meters, glimmered with a dangerous shadowy haze. Its talons gleamed like polished silver daggers, capable of slicing steel as easily as butter, while its crimson eyes blazed with predatory malice. Those burning eyes locked onto a cluster of tents scattered within a human encampment below. From its vantage point, the entire camp lay exposed, its defenses pitifully fragile. Guards patrolled the perimeter with lazy steps. Torches sputtered like dying candles. Blind corners stretched too long, where watchmen lingered carelessly. Even the makeshift walls sagged from fatigue and poor discipline. The camp was naked, helpless. The predator dipped lower, gliding soundlessly above the tents with haunting grace, studying every weakness. Then, shriek! Its piercing cry split the night like an omen of death. The watchmen stiffened, spines tingling in primal fear. Their heads snapped upward toward the source of that dreadful sound, the beast of the skies, crimson eyes glaring down, unaware that this was the final sight they would ever see. From the bushes nearby, a shadowed group drew near. Hoods concealed their faces in layers of darkness, but their eyes glimmered with cruel, merciless light. Blades were drawn without a whisper. Arrows knocked without a sound. Their boots pressed against grass and underbrush, yet the night itself seemed to swallow their footsteps. At their head strode a man whose hood was no mere cloth, but seemingly a part of his very being. From within, only his eyes were visible. Crimson eyes, eyes that mirrored those of the predator soaring above. It was as though he shared its vision, as though the camp lay just as naked and exposed to him as it did to the beast. Torchlight flickered in his gaze, but he was not looking at the obvious. His eyes seemed to pierce far deeper. Pitch darkness, his voice was low, cold. Perfect weather for an ambush. The avian beast above suddenly dove, wings slicing the air with terrifying speed. For an instant it seemed poised to strike at the shadowy force below. But just a meter above their heads, it pulled up in a graceful arc, gliding past as the hooded leader raised a hand. No hostages. Kill them all. At once, the underbrush exploded with motion. The shadows surged forward, the predator above swooping in tandem as if heralding their charge. An endless tide of darkness crashed against the exposed wooden walls of the camp. Shriek! The avian's cry resounded once more, echoing across the night. The signal of slaughter. The first note in a symphony of chaos. A.N. I think I was possessed by something when writing the above part. Wry smile. 300 fangs under Alex's command surged into the Kellerman army's rearmost supply unit like silent specters of death. Thanks to the aerial vision provided by Senu, the fangs slipped into the camp through its weak points with surgical precision. The lax night watchmen fell swiftly, throats slit before they could even gasp. Patrolmen collapsed with arrows buried in their chests, while the unlucky soldiers stepping out of their tents were seized and silenced, choking on their own blood. Those still sleeping within their tents met no better fate. They were slaughtered in their sleep, albeit clueless and painlessly. From above, a black shroud, cloaking the fangs, spread across the camp like a devouring tide. A cone of darkness that consumed everything in its path, leaving behind only splashes of crimson as evidence of the carnage. Speed was the essence of the ambush. There was no time wasted on honorable duels. Higher-ranked fangs were struck down on lower-ranked hostiles without hesitation. If one fang couldn't swiftly finish an opponent, others immediately piled in, overwhelming the target with ruthless efficiency. This was not a clash of valor or strength. No, it was a massacre born of shadows, where swift deaths and chaos reigned supreme. At the forefront was, unsurprisingly, Major Jaeger. He reveled in the slaughter, hacking and cleaving through anyone foolish enough to stand in his path. His tally of kills in those brief moments far outstripped anyone else. Close behind him advanced General Alex Fury and Colonel Conrad Hoist. The grim-faced colonel covered Jaeger's blind spots, shooting down any who escaped the major's blade. Meanwhile, Alex maintained the black shroud, the veil of darkness that masked the Fang's movements. Though the weakest in raw combat power, Alex's contribution was indispensable. He was the sole spellcaster of the unit, the linchpin enabling this night raid. Yet even while sustaining the spell, Alex fought with surprising competence, stepping into melee battles whenever necessary, something that did not go unnoticed by the colonel. Amid the slaughter, one Kellerman soldier on the camp's outskirts managed to keep his wits. His eyes locked onto Alex, recognizing the mage as the core of the ambush. Without hesitation, the soldier charged, rallying others to pin down Colonel Hoist, Major Jaeger, and the surrounding fangs. With cover secured, he lunged, spear aimed to skewer Alex's heart. But Alex was ready. He sidestepped smoothly, parrying the shaft away with his right arm. In the same fluid motion, his wrist blade snapped outward from the beta bracer, plunging upwards from beneath the soldier's jaw, driving deep into his skull. Bark! A sharp, urgent cry rang out from behind him. Without hesitation, Alex shifted his stance, his Velker instinct guiding him. Ice bolt. An icicle shot past his shoulder, slamming into a soldier creeping up from behind to ambush him, and pinning the soldier to the ground. Alex wasted no time. He kicked up the fallen soldier's spear, catching it midair, and spun it into motion. The shaft swept aside an enemy blade strike before darting forward like a serpent, piercing another soldier clean through the throat. Blood sprayed as the spear withdrew, only to sweep low, knocking the legs from the soldier he had just parried. In one fluid motion, Alex drove the spear downward, impaling the man's heart and nailing him into the dirt. The flurry of movements took but seconds, Alex dancing at the razor's edge of death, yet somehow holding his ground with unnerving calm. The Fury troops closed ranks, forming a rough defensive circle around him. Colonel Hoist shot him a worried glance, but Alex gave no verbal response. Instead, he raised his free hand and unleashed another spell toward the encroaching enemies. Chain lightning. Bolts crackled outward, leaping from one soldier to the next. The arcs of electricity seared flesh, numbing limbs and paralyzing bodies mid-stride. Though the stronger soldiers shook it off quickly, those precious moments of vulnerability were more than enough. The fangs swarmed in, arrows finding gaps in armor, blades carving into flesh, mercilessly cutting down the disabled foes. 15 minutes. That was all it took for Alex's 300 fangs to butcher a force over 3 times their size. The 1,000-strong supply unit was reduced to fewer than 100 survivors before they finally managed to regroup at the camp's core. But the survivors were no ordinary rabble. Where the outer ranks had been made of conscripted militia, barely intermediate rank at best, the final 100 were hardened elites. Most stood at elite rank, with their battalion commander himself a veteran ranker. Yet even this mattered little. Against the Fangs, stronger in both quality and numbers, the outcome was already set in stone. Even without Major Jaeger, Colonel Hoist, or Alex making a decisive move, the battle's conclusion was inevitable. But Alex had no intention of letting victory come with heavy casualties. His voice cut through the chaos. Attack together. Take no prisoners. Lightning Lance. A brilliant spear of lightning erupted from his hand, piercing straight into an armored foe. The metal only worsened his fate, conducting the electricity and frying him alive within his shell. The Fangs surged forward, a tide of shadows and steel. The remaining hostiles were crushed under their blades, some managing only a few desperate strikes before falling. A handful, however, broke formation and turned to flee. Alex's gaze sharpened. In a swift motion, he kicked up a broken short spear from the ground, cut it to size, and hurled it like a javelin. The weapon spun through the air and struck a fleeing soldier square in the back, pinning him where he stood. Let none escape. His cold command sealed their fates. Following Alex's command, the Fangs loosed a merciless storm of arrows. Any fleeing soldier caught in their sights was cut down before they could take another step. Shadow Scream, Dream Dive, Spatial Rend, Ice Breath, Fire Breath, Ice Bolt, Fireball. Sinew and Fun joined the slaughter. Fun, in particular, displayed its improved mastery over its twin elemental affinities, ice and fire, unleashing one after the other with devastating force. The drawback, however, remained. To use each element, Fun had to constantly shift between its two states. But now, at least, its speed of transformation was sharp enough to be viable, somewhat, in actual combat. Within half an hour, the 1,000-strong camp lay in ruin. Where once there had been soldiers, tents, and supplies, now only corpses remained. The stench of blood and charred flesh clung to the night air. Alex turned to leave, only for Colonel Hoist to drag a captive before him. Bound and bleeding, the man was shoved onto his knees. It was the veteran-ranked leader of the camp. "I am a noble. You cannot kill me," the man cried out in desperation. "General, this man claims noble birth," Colonel Hoist explained. "I am Baron Dick of Harrisville, under Earl Kellerman's domain," the prisoner stammered. "I demand the rights of nobility. Grant me proper treatment, and allow me to ransom myself." Alex's crimson eyes locked onto the man. From beneath the shadow of his hood, those eyes burned, a madness hidden behind calm calculation, piercing through the noble as though to strip him bare. Then, shing! The beta bracer's wrist blade slid out. Before the man could utter another word, Alex drove the blade straight through his open mouth, piercing out the back of his skull. Thud! The corpse slumped to the ground, twitching before going still. Alex turned to Colonel Hoist, his voice cold, absolute. "This is no longer a conventional war. The rules of war no longer applies. When I say no prisoners, I mean no prisoners." Colonel Hoist bowed his head, grim-faced. "Understood, General." "Good." Alex nodded curtly. "Have the men clear the scene. Take what we can, destroy the rest. Move fast. We still need to strike the other two supply camps before the main force senses something is wrong. By your command." The 300 Fangs, Alex's specters of death, vanished into the night. Hours later, they fell upon the remaining 2 supply units of the Kellerman army, seizing the supply line in a brutal campaign of fire and blood. But victory came at a price. Nearly half of the original 300 Fangs lay dead on the battlefield. Yet with their sacrifice, they dragged down at least 5,000 enemies. A bloody exchange, but a profitable one, so far as the Fury forces were concerned. Even so, there was no time to rest. Before the weary unit could catch their breath, Alex received grim tidings. The battle for Worth against the Wildkin had begun. Not long after, another missive arrived. North Dancrot Fort was under attack. Though exhaustion weighed heavily on them, Alex rallied the remnants of the Fangs. Together, they marched at full speed back toward the fort. By the time they arrived, the Kellerman siege machines were already in position, massive engines of war looming over the horizon, their shadows bearing down on the battered fort walls. The siege of North Dancrot had begun. Rewinding the clock, back to the moment Alex and his 300 Fangs launched their assault on the first Kellerman supply camp. At the same time, An army of more than 10,000 had made camp within the northern periphery of the Dankrot forest. The forest had yet to recover from the devastation left by the goblins. Months had passed since their systematic extermination, yet the ecosystem still reeled in flux. Beast populations remained scattered, territories were left unclaimed, and many of the cautious packs lingered on the edges, waiting to see if the threat was truly gone. That absence created a dangerous as well as advantageous gap, and through it, the massive Kellerman host marched unhindered, slipping through the periphery of the forest without stirring its wrath. Normally, a force of such size would have been violently rejected by the territorial denizens of the forest. But this time, the traumatized beasts of the periphery fled at the mere sight of the army. Be it human or goblin, none dared stand in their path. Taking advantage of the lush canopy and natural cover, the Kellerman army pitched their camp boldly, their sights fixed on the fortress mere kilometers ahead. At the heart of the encampment, within a large and relatively lavish command tent, two men sat across from one another. Between them lay a war table, upon which a map of the area around the northern Dankrot fort and the sprawling plains beyond it was spread open. General Vance, your plan has worked beautifully. Earl Drake Fury won't even know what hit him, Josiah Kellerman said with a grin. The young lord of the Kellerman fief, and current city lord of the occupied city of Worth, looked down at the map, his eyes gleaming with unrestrained ambition. He could already taste the glory of raising the Kellerman banner above northern Dankrot fort. All I did was prepare the plan. It is the young lord's decisiveness that brought us this far, General Vance replied smoothly. Without your sacrifices, including relinquishing the city of Worth, we would never have reached this point. His tone dripped with flattery, though his eyes told another story entirely. Whether Josiah Kellerman was blind to it, or simply chose to ignore it remained unclear. Reporting. A voice called from outside the tent. Enter, Josiah Kellerman ordered. A lieutenant stepped inside, saluting smartly. Sirs, the fabrication of the siege weapon components is complete. All that remains is final assembly. Josiah Kellerman's grin widened. He turned to General Vance, who gave him a firm nod. Then let us move. It is time we bring down the terror of the North, Josiah Kellerman declared. Go. Rally the men. Prepare to march. General Vance barked. The lieutenant saluted once more before rushing out to deliver the command. Within hours, the Kellerman war machine stirred to life, a sea of soldiers ready to march. Their goal? To tear down the gates of Earl Fury's northern Dankrot fort and claim it as their own. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight stretched across the horizon, alarms rang out through northern Dankrot fort. The watchtowers had finally caught sight of the hostile army advancing. Urgent news. A Fury soldier burst into the fort commander's office. Reporting, sirs. He saluted, finding both the fort commander and Jared already inside. His breath came hurried and uneven. They are here. The Kellerman army has arrived. A deep frown creased the fort commander's face, while a sharp gleam flashed in Jared's eyes. Let's go, Jared said, rising smoothly. His voice carried no weight of panic, just his usual impassiveness. From this point forward, I will assume command. He strode out nonchalantly, following the soldier toward the walls. The fort commander exhaled in relief before trailing behind him. Wherever Jared passed, soldiers stilled and straightened. The sight of the Dark Knight himself, Jared Rivia, one of Earl Drake Fury's infamous hounds, brought calm where chaos had begun to stir. To the Fury troops, his presence was as if Earl Drake himself had come. With Dark Bulwark here, how could their morale falter? Even if the sky fell, the banner of Fury would still stand strong. The unease that had rippled through the fortress was smothered by Jared's composure. To look upon his face, one would think he was merely strolling through his garden. Even with an army at the gates, his eyes held the nonchalance of a man for whom battle and war were nothing more than routine. And in truth, for Jared, they were. After 2 decades of campaigns, of blood and steel, across the continent of Arun and the outer plains beyond, this siege was just another line in a long history of battles. Arriving atop the walls, Jared gazed down at the sea of Kellerman soldiers stretching into the horizon. Their numbers seem higher than we expected, he remarked. An officer leaned in and whispered something to the fort commander. The commander's face tightened as he turned to Jared. Scouts report at least 15,000, General. And ours? Jared asked. Only 6,000, General. The commander answered wryly. Jared gave a single nod. The Fury forces were already spread thin across multiple fronts. With Exercitus Alexii leading another 5,000 to reclaim wild-occupied lands in the Kellerman's own backyard, the fort was fortunate to even hold its current strength. Were it not for Alex's warning about the Kellerman's treachery, their numbers might have even been lower. I take it reinforcements are out of the question? Jared asked, though his tone suggested he already knew. Yes, General. Lord Marshal Lawson requests we hold them for at least a fortnight, if not defeat them outright. The Dark Knight's expression remained unreadable. The fort commander sighed inwardly. As always, nothing could be gleaned from that mask-like face. Then, movement drew their attention. From the Kellerman lines, a mounted unit broke away, galloping toward the fort. At its head rode Josiah Kellerman himself, alongside General Vance. The Kellerman party halted several dozen meters from the fortress wall. I am, Josiah Kellerman began, but his voice froze as an indescribable wave of killing intent crashed down on him. In that instant, the world seemed to twist. To Josiah Kellerman's eyes, the Dark Knight, standing atop the walls, was no longer a man, but a grim reaper. He saw a scythe hovered coldly against his throat. One wrong syllable, and his head would roll, his bowels threatening to betray him, until a cooling pressure suddenly washed over him, cutting through the suffocating storm. General Vance's aura pushed back against Jared's killing intent. What is the meaning of this, dark bulwark? General Vance snapped, glaring up. I should be asking you. Jared's cold voice rolled down the walls. You bring an army to my liege's gates without cause, and when you walk forward to speak, you send a child who still reeks of his mother's milk? A brat unworthy of my time. He is our young lord, General Vance retorted, eyes flashing. He alone has the right to speak. Ha! A sudden laugh broke the tense air. Gasps rippled across both sides. Jared Rivia was laughing? The Kellerman family bites the hand that shielded it, and yet Earl Kellerman dares not appear? Instead, he sends one of his worthless sons. Jared's voice boomed, carrying for every soldier to hear. I see. His abyssal black pupils locked onto Josiah Kellerman, who was already burning with humiliation. Very well, boy. Speak. Let me hear what nonsense that cesspool of a mouth wishes to spout. Josiah Kellerman trembled with rage, his hand twitching toward his sword hilt. But General Vance gave him a subtle signal, and he restrained himself. Instead, Josiah Kellerman turned from Jared and raised his voice toward the Fury officers along the walls. For decades, the Fury family has disrespected House Kellerman. His words rang with feigned righteousness. Not only have our people been slaughtered without justice, but instead of serving the Empire and reclaiming its lost lands, Fury now slaughters nobles who have sworn fealty to us. How long can we stand idle? What sort of liege would we be if we abandoned our vassals? Hear me now. If the Fury family surrenders and hands over the one responsible for this most recent outrage, Alex Fury, we will let this insult rest, for now. This is your first and final chance. Murmurs spread along the wall. Several Fury officers exchanged incredulous looks, wondering whether Josiah Kellerman's skull/face or the fortress stones were thicker. Jared's gaze never wavered. His cold eyes bore into Josiah Kellerman until the young lord felt as though his very soul was laid bare. Then, with all the weight of a crushing mountain, Jared spoke a single word. Scram. There was no killing intent nor saintly power. Just that one syllable was all Jared could bother to say to him. Yet Josiah Kellerman felt the world collapse upon him, his chest tightening as though he could scarcely breathe. As expected of the infamous dark bulwark hound, General Vance thought grimly, studying the man above. Worthy of Earl Drake's right hand, a man who has walked through more battlefields than most will see in several lifetimes. Then, slowly, he removed his helm. Jared Rivia, he called out. Do you remember me? Jared turned his eyes on him, expression flat. No. Should I? Vance's jaw clenched behind his calm facade. No, not yet. He replaced his helm with deliberate motion. But after you fall by my hand, no one will ever forget. Jared gave him nothing, neither a response nor even recognition, only a flick of his hand. The archers atop the walls drew their bows in unison. The intent was clear. This parley was over. As expected of the vassals of the arrogant Fury family, Josiah Kellerman sneered, then raised his voice toward the soldiers lining the battlements. You lot would do well to think for yourselves and surrender now. Why should thousands of you die simply because your cruel and arrogant masters refuse to hand over one man? The Fury archers, bows already drawn taut, pulled their strings back even further. The threat of a volley was palpable. Josiah Kellerman ignored them, his chin held high. Very well. Since you choose resistance, then we will crush this fort and march all the way to Greenville. By then, I will reclaim my family's honor and show you the error of your ways. Thwack. Twing. An arrow slipped loose from a Fury archer's bow, whistling straight toward Josiah Kellerman's chest. Clang. General Vance's sword flashed, deflecting the shaft before it struck his young lord. His aura surged, and his blade angled upward as if ready to return the attack. But before he could strike back, Jared, who had stood with arms folded the entire time, merely raised one hand. Boom. The weight of a mountain pressed down upon the courtyard. General Vance froze mid-motion. He took back his killing intent and stopped his motion to attack. What are you doing? Kill him. Kill him. Josiah Kellerman shrieked, his face twisting red with fury. General Vance leaned close and whispered firmly, We should withdraw for now, young master. Whether we kill them today or tomorrow, the result will be the same. But I cannot guarantee your safety standing this close to their walls, especially with Jared Rivia above us. Josiah Kellerman's rage faltered. His eyes cleared as cold reason reminded him that even General Vance could not shield him if a battle between the two saint-ranked generals erupted here. He would become mere collateral close to such a clash. Grinding his teeth, he forced himself to rein in his anger. With a sharp tug on his reins, he turned his horse around. Enjoy your fleeting breaths, Jared Rivia. General Vance seethed silently as he followed. Soon, I will plunge my blade into your heart, before going on to take from Drake Fury as he once took from me. The Kellerman unit retreated back toward their camp. Jared's expression never changed as he silently watched them disappear from sight. Just as he turned to address the fort commander, a soldier rushed over with a new report. Sir, the mage unit says they don't have anyone capable of activating young Master Alex's array circle on their own. What? The fort commander frowned. Young Master Alex assured the mages would be able to handle the formations. Jared's brows knit slightly, his eyes narrowing. The mage unit's leader says the arrays are far more complex than expected. The few who could manage them were transferred away with Lord Marshal Lawson. So, none of the fort's array formations can be used? No, General. Only the ones specially modified by young Master Alex are affected. The normal formations still function. But according to the mage unit leader, young Master Alex's modified arrays require multiple casters working in concert to activate and use. That will affect the mage unit's preparations, so the leader couldn't make that decision without approval. It seems our young master overestimated the fort's mages. Jared's eyes narrowed. Forget the arrays. If they cannot activate them as intended, then forcing it would be worse than useless even in a group. The mages might as well stick to what they know best, he added with finality. Understood. The messenger saluted and sprinted back to deliver the order. The fort commander stepped forward. General, without those formations, should I lead a sortie before the enemy fully organizes? Our soldiers are stronger man-to-man. If we strike now, we may bring back victory. Jared shook his head. No, they outnumber us nearly 3-1 on a battlefield of thousands. Their morale is also high. Even if we win, it would be a hollow victory built on the corpses of too many of our own. His tone was cold, calculated. Prepare for a defensive battle as planned. Young Master Alex will strike their supply units. Our role is to hold the walls and grind them down. Yes, General. The fort commander bowed deeply and hurried off. Hours later, both sides braced for the storm to come. Sir, the siege weapons are assembled, a soldier reported to Josiah Kellerman and General Vance. The Kellerman engineers had worked swiftly. With prefabricated wooden parts cut from the Dankrot forest and metallic pieces transported with the army, they quickly raised an arsenal of siege weapons, ballistae, onager catapults, battering rams, and elevated platforms for archers and mages. There were also siege towers under construction, but as they had yet to get the height of the fort walls, the towers were not yet complete. Josiah Kellerman's lips curled into a hungry smile. Excellent. Begin the assault immediately. I want the Kellerman banner flying over that fort without delay. 1 gold coin for every Fury soldier slain, and a landed title for whoever brings me Jared Rivia's head. You heard the young lord, General Vance barked. Pass the order to the men. The officer rushed off to spread the command. But before the orders could spread through the camp, another soldier came sprinting in, collapsing to one knee before them. His chest heaved as he forced the report. This is bad, young lord. Our supply units have been wiped out. Our entire supply line has been destroyed. What? Both Josiah Kellerman and General Vance's eyes went wide with shock. What nonsense are you spouting? Speak clearly. Josiah Kellerman roared at the soldier, who was still gasping for air. The groups sent to retrieve supplies. None have returned, young lord. Something must have happened to them. Josiah Kellerman's face twisted in denial. Ridiculous. Don't jump to conclusions. How could anyone, especially those arrogant fools of the Fury family, even know about our surprise attack, much less discover our supply unit's location and strike them without us realizing? Impossible. But General Vance's expression hardened as he stared toward the distant forest where the supply line had been established. A cold premonition clawed at his chest. How many groups did you send? He demanded. 2 groups for each supply unit, sir. None of them came back. That single report shattered Josiah Kellerman's last excuse. T-Seach, seems the Furies aren't quite as stupid as we believed, General Vance muttered darkly. General Vance, what do we do? We can't fight a war without supplies. Josiah Kellerman's voice trembled, the weight of reality crashing down on him. General Vance's eyes gleamed with ruthless resolve. We cannot turn back now. We have to finish what we started. The plan cannot be abandoned here. He spoke with iron conviction. Drake Fury is locked down at Worth, deep inside Kellerman territory. The rest of Fury lands are preoccupied with the Wildkin raids. Even if they've guessed our plan, there is little they can do. This is our chance, our only chance. Either we strike down this territory now, or we sit and wait for Drake Fury's return and inevitable retaliation. Which do you prefer? Josiah Kellerman opened his mouth, but no words came. The choice crushed him silent. Clang. General Vance pulled down his helm, his voice resounding like steel. The siege weapons are ready. Morale is high. And as for supplies, we won't need them. No need for supplies? Josiah Kellerman repeated in disbelief. For a moment, General Vance nearly sighed at his young master's ignorance, but he forced his patience. He had waited too many years for this moment to let Josiah Kellerman's panic ruin it. The fort, General Vance declared coldly. We must seize it before this day ends. Once it falls, whatever supplies we need, we will find them inside. I will personally lead the charge. He turned toward the battlefield, his presence radiating grim determination. Our march forward will not stop here. Giving Josiah Kellerman no chance to waver or call off the operation, General Vance strode onto the battlefield and commanded the troops forward. The machine of war known as the Kellerman Army bared its fangs at northern Dankrot Fort. Under the cover of archers, mages, and the thunderous fire of long-ranged siege weapons, catapults, and ballistae, the infantry surged toward the fort's walls. But the terrain had been carefully reshaped. Due to the terraforming Alex ordered before the battle, the path leading directly to the fort's main gate was unsuitable for a swift infantry charge. Any attempt to rush, it would see them shredded by the fort's own ballistae and siege weapons long before reaching the walls. The Kellerman infantry had no choice but to divert toward the 2 side walls for their assault. It was exactly what Alex and the fort officers had planned. The bulk of the fort's defenders had been positioned on these flanks, where the natural terrain funneled attackers and made it nearly impossible for large numbers to climb the walls at once. From this advantage, Fury soldiers rained arrows and spells down, cutting apart enemies before they even touched the stone. But this was only a stopgap measure. Soon enough, with corpses piling into ramps and cover fire suppressing the defenders, Kellerman infantry managed to reach the walls. Thwack! Ladders slammed against the stone as Kellerman troops began their climb. Fire! Push the ladders down. Don't let them breach the wall. Shouts and battle cries echoed as Fury defenders scrambled to meet the assault. There's too many of them. They're already on the wall. Archers, mages, fall back. Warriors forward. Cut them down. The fort commander and his officers led from the front, blades flashing as they rallied their men to stem the tide. Fury soldiers hacked through one Kellerman invader after another, yet for every foe they cut down, two more climbed up to replace him. Slowly, the line was being forced back. Blade light. A sweeping arc of sword energy burst from the Fury backline, carving a bloody gap in the enemy ranks and clearing a segment of wall. Show no mercy. Hold the line, a veteran-ranked officer roared, stepping forward with his weapon gleaming, his presence stalling the enemy push. From behind, General Vance observed the clash with a hawk's eyes. The main force stood ready at his back. Reload the ballistae. Fire the catapults. General Vance's voice was steel. Do not let them breathe. Drown them in fire until they break. The catapults launched their payloads, stones whistling through the air. But before they could land, glowing runes on the fort's battlements flared to life. Projectile defenses sprang up, shattering the barrage midair. General Vance's brows knit into a frown. Sir, an officer reported. We have the measurements of their walls. The towers are ready. Then send in the siege towers. Massive wooden towers rumbled forward from the back line, inching toward the walls with oppressive momentum. At once, Fury's own catapults retaliated, their shots hurling directly at the advancing towers. One boulder screamed down, about to splinter a tower into rubble. Boom! A surge of fist force blasted it apart midair. Saved, the siege tower continued onwards. The man responsible was none other than General Vance himself, standing tall at the front line, his gauntlet fists still crackling with power. The catapult stone General Vance destroyed was only one among dozens. Others rained down mercilessly, smashing into siege towers and tearing apart archer and arcane platforms. Even when the shots missed their mark, unlucky soldiers caught in their path were reduced to pulp. On both sides, lives were snuffed out by the dozens each heartbeat. Yet neither force faltered. The Fury defenders clung to their walls with desperate resolve, while the Kellerman invaders hurled themselves forward with near-religious zeal. General Vance scanned the battlefield with a commander's eye. The assaults on the flanks have stalled, but in doing so, we have forced them to commit so heavily to the sides. His gaze sharpened. Their center is vulnerable. He lowered his helm, the steel mask snapping into place. His sword hissed from its sheath and pointed forward like a banner of death. All forces march. Today we break their gate. At his command, the main Kellerman host thundered forward, a black tide aiming straight at the fortress's heart. From the walls, some officers wavered, considering turning their siege weapons to cover the front. But the moment they shifted, the pressure on the flanks would collapse, and the ladders would breach. They had only one option: to trust the man who stood unflinching above the fortress gates. Jared Rivia's eyes locked on General Vance beyond the mass of charging soldiers. The enemy commander's movements reeked of desperation. He was in a hurry, rushing to seize the fort before something closed in on him. So, the young master's strike on their supply units succeeded. Jared deduced. Good. Then it's time for us to play our part. Have the men move out. It is time for the Dark Hounds to get back onto the battlefield. Jared spoke softly to an armored knight beside him. Yes, Commander. Moments later, the heavy gates creaked open. A tide of black-armored cavalry emerged, hooves pounding the earth. At their head rode Jared Rivia himself, clad in full plate, his presence like a storm made flesh. Nay, his warhorse, Terror, screamed to the sky, its iron-shod hooves pawing furrows in the ground. Jared slid his helm into place and raised his greatsword. Move out. With a roar, the Dark Hounds charged, 250 knights, steel-clad titans, rushing headlong to meet thousands. The battlefield quaked as the two forces hurtled toward collision. Unbeknownst to the two forces, a wild card had arrived behind the Kellerman forces' backline. The mounted group was fully veiled behind blood-stained black cloaks. The only indicators of their identity was the black eagle flying above. Looks like we made it in time, their leader said, voice low and cold. His eyes gleamed, a deep ruby that slowly darkened into a burning crimson as he fixed his gaze on the fortress ahead. Hooves thundered closer from the side. A squad of 4 riders galloped up, and at their head was a fully armored woman. She spurred her mount forward, leaping ahead of her escort until she reined in before the crimson-eyed man. She dropped from her horse, kneeling in the dirt. "Master, the mission is complete." The man inclined his head. "Very good. Rise." She remounted swiftly and fell back behind him, her rightful place, guarding his shadow. The crimson-eyed leader turned his gaze upon his cloaked company. Though their faces were hidden, he saw the hunger in their eyes. They trembled with anticipation, awaiting only his word. He lifted his hand. "Tonight," he said, voice like the tolling of a death knell, "we kill all who dare threaten our homes." After saying that, the individual, or rather, Alex Fury, turned his eyes to the fort ahead. He saw Jared lead out the company of dark hounds. It really came to this, huh? Jared, Alex muttered to himself. The dark hounds were no ordinary night company. They were one of the trump cards the Fury army had prepared with him for the Kellerman attack, despite the army's already outstretched resources. His eyes then shifted to the city gate and beyond. Thanks to his spirit sight, he could sense from the ambient mana that the other trump cards he had personally set up, his modified and unique array formations, had not been activated. Why haven't they? Suddenly, a premonition struck him. Don't tell me, they couldn't activate them? Did I overestimate them? He wanted to smack his own face. He knew the mages left at the fort, especially after the Lord Marshal had reallocated much of their strength, were nowhere near the level of the Dragon Hold Enclave. He had factored that weakness in when calibrating the array designs. But now, it seemed he had still given them too much credit. Just how bad are they? Alex grit his teeth, barely resisting the urge to curse. There's only one option left. He turned to the fangs behind him. They've committed their forces to an all-out attack. That means their attention is focused on the fort. We'll use this chance to strike their rear and throw them into chaos. Colonel Hoist, Alex looked to the man on his right. Once we cut through their backline, take your unit and head right of the wall. Support our men there. As you command, General. Major Jaeger, Alex turned left. After cutting down their rear forces, swing left and reinforce that flank. Spend some time to draw their attention and build your strength. By your orders, General. Colonel Hoist frowned. What about you, General? Laura and Lieutenant Cross had been left behind with a detachment to make sure there were no survivors from the supply raids. But everyone knew the truth. They were too weak to be of use to the Special Task Force any longer. With them out, Alex and his shadow guard, Yudara, were the weakest members of the unit. Me? Alex's eyes narrowed. I'll use the cover of the dark hounds to push through to the gate. I need to reach the plaza as quickly as possible. Alex knew full well there was little he could achieve with his meager strength as he was now on a battlefield of this scale. But there was something only he could do, something that could change the course of the battle. He just needed to get through the battlefield and past the fort gates. Colonel Hoist and Major Jaeger frowned. Alex's path to the gate wouldn't be easy, but compared to wading into the thick of the battle, it was the easier task, especially if only he and Yudara moved together. All right, let's not waste any more time. Move, Alex ordered. And so, Alex's 150 fangs surged onto the battlefield. Back at the fort, the stalemate dragged on. The Fury defenders barely clung to the walls under the Kellerman infantry's relentless push. It seemed the deadlock would last indefinitely, unless something drastic happened. That something was already in motion. A unified war cry thundered across the battlefield as the Dark Hounds, under Jared's command, charged. A dim glow spread across their armor, revealing etched runes as the plating shifted and thickened. Their already imposing suits grew bulkier, and the enchantments spread seamlessly onto their steeds, armoring them as well. Seeing this, the Fury defenders roared in renewed morale, while the Kellerman soldiers faltered in dread. Magic Armor Corps, voices cried from both sides. The Fury army actually had a company of magic armor knights to spare. General Vance was stunned. Heavy cavalry was already a nightmare to stop. But magic armor knights? Their charge was a force of destruction. Lances lowered in unison. Their mounts accelerated unnaturally fast, despite the increased bulk. The runes pulsed, amplifying the momentum and force of every knight. A phantom cone, a colossal lancehead made of raw energy, formed at the vanguard of their charge. The Kellerman frontline shield-bearers trembled as terror seized them. Pucci-eye. The magically empowered charge tore through the Kellerman shield wall like hot steel through butter. Worse still, instead of slowing, the cavalry seemed to grow faster with each wall it smashed through. A flash of rage crossed General Vance's eyes. Not only was Jared using the combined might of the Magic Armor Knight Company to wreak havoc in his ranks, the shameless Dark Knight was even amplifying their charge with his saintly domain. It was the only explanation for why their momentum hadn't slowed. The Darkhound's devastating charge tore through the Kellerman front line again and again, leaving trails of corpses in their wake. More importantly, their repeated strikes had all but halted the main force's advance toward the gate. All without a single scratch, much less a casualty. Their armor shrugged off any attempted attacks, while also boosting their mounts' speed and their strikes. Even with covering fire from their archers and mages, the Kellerman frontline formation crumbled. The Darkhounds slaughtered soldiers by the regiment, scattering entire brigades as though they were straw before the scythe. The midline troops were too shaken to push forward. General Vance's face twisted as he considered how to respond, when an adjutant rushed to his side. "General Vance, reporting." "What is it now?" Vance barked. "An unknown mounted unit is launching a surprise attack from the rear, on both flanks." "What?" Vance's head snapped around. On both sides, dark-hooded riders swept through his ranks. They did not slow, cutting down Kellerman's soldiers as if they were nothing more than wheat before the blade. On the right, mounted archers loosed arrows at terrifying speed and accuracy, cutting down men before they could even raise their shields. On the left, mounted warriors crashed straight into the formation, slicing through the ranks with merciless precision. "What are the commanders doing? Must I control everything myself?" Vance snarled. "Open a gap on the right and funnel them through. Have our archers shoot them down. On the left, swarm them, slow their charge. Target their horses, for crying out loud." As if to prove his point, a Kellerman soldier managed to spear the horse of the leading rider on the left flank. The beast toppled, shrieking, before crashing to the ground. Yet, in its dying embers, it cushioned its master's fall, exactly as trained in its life. Vance allowed himself a brief breath of relief, but it didn't last long. The dark cloak covering Major Jaeger shredded away into a deep crimson sheen as blood from the battlefield surged toward him, coating his armor and greatsword. The weapon lengthened further with a savage extension of blood-forged steel, granting him a deadlier reach. Following Alex's orders, Jaeger carved a path of carnage, leaving a blood-soaked trail behind him in the enemy's left flank, while his unit pushed ahead to reinforce the fort's left wall. It didn't take long for the Kellerman veterans to realize the danger of this mysterious new force. Officers relinquished command of their subunits to personally intercept the threat. Jaeger himself was confronted by 4 veteran-ranked enemies, thankfully, all still in the early stages of the rank. Even so, the odds were daunting. Fueled by the battlefield's gore, Jaeger fought with savage strength, his crimson armor absorbing more power with every kill. Still, he knew he couldn't best all 4 at once. They covered each other's weaknesses and pressed him hard. Instead of trying to defeat them outright, Jaeger turned the fight into a weapon. He maneuvered the battle deeper into Kellerman ranks, every clash between them erupting in shockwaves that sent enemy soldiers flying. Their deaths only added more blood to his arsenal, sustaining his empowered state. Even so, the 4 officers blunted his effectiveness, keeping him contained. On the other flank, Colonel Hoist faced 2 veteran-ranked foes of his own, one a late-stage veteran-ranked swordsman equal to himself, the other an early-stage veteran-ranked axeman. Judging by their armor and insignia, they were likely the commander and vice-commander of the Kellerman unit pressing the fort's right wall. Forced away from his men, Hoist adapted quickly. Using his superior range, he kited the pair with controlled bursts of power in his arrows, denying them the chance to close in. At the same time, he supported his own unit, shooting down Kellerman infantry climbing the walls. Meanwhile, across the chaotic battlefield, 2 mounted figures darted along the fringes of the melee battles, their presence slipping beneath notice. Alex, cloaked by his elemental affinity enhancement talent, and Velker bloodline-enhanced Black Shroud, bolted across the battlefield with Eudara at his side, making for the fort's gate. But as they neared their destination, a shiver ran through them. The veil of darkness dispersed, exposing them in the open. Alex and Eudora didn't panic as this was within their expectation. The fort had a defensive array formation which forced individuals under stealth spells to be revealed. Depending on the spell, the array formation would vaguely indicate, vividly mark, or outright cancel the stealth spell or technique. Confusion rippled across the battlefield as soldiers from both sides caught sight of the two revealed riders. But when Alex reached up and lowered his hood, all doubt vanished. "Open the gate," he ordered, revealing the Führer bloodline's iconic silver-gray hair and crimson eyes. Fury soldiers rushed to obey, forcing the gates open, while Kellerman troops surged forward to intercept. The frontline forces had just been decimated in their clash against the Dark Hounds. Were it not for these magic knights, the enemy would have been dangerously close to the gate already. Yet, they were too far to strike Alex and Eudora before the pair slipped inside. Instead, arrows and spells rained down on them. Alex and Eudora even received the dubious honor of a catapult shot, though the fortress's projectile shield formation shattered them midair. But safety was still far away. General Vance's eyes narrowed the instant he saw that head full of silver-gray hair, those eyes shining with crimson pupils, and especially that face, so maddeningly identical to the man he loathed most. His killing intent suddenly erupted like a storm. He drew his blade, unleashing a devastating sword light laced with saintly power. Alex and Eudora felt death's shadow closing in. Even the fortress's defensive shield seemed unlikely to withstand such force. Boom. Another strike intercepted the attack before it could even reach the barrier. Jared Rivia. General Vance's roar thundered across the battlefield. Indeed, the Dark Knight himself had blocked it. The gates slammed wider, giving Alex and Eudora the chance to dart into the fortress's safety. Just before the heavy doors closed, Alex turned back. He and Jared locked eyes. No words were spoken, only a shared nod, an acknowledgement of intent. Like old times, Jared thought with a faint smile, hidden behind his helmet. The exchange reminded him of the silent understanding he shared with Earl Drake on countless battlefields. Now, it seemed he had forged something similar with the Earl's heir, whose youthful face mirrored Drake's to a haunting degree. Even their gazes inexplicably carried the same unyielding resolve. Alex intended to end this war as swiftly as possible, and the surest way to do that was to cut off the bandit leader's head. Jared sheathed his sword back into the scabbard mounted on his horse, then drew a massive war axe, a broad, brutal axe head fixed to a long shaft. "I'll leave the rest to you," he said to his adjutant. "Follow the young master's plan." "Yes, General," the adjutant replied firmly. With that, Jared spurred terror forward, not in a reckless charge, but in a steady, ominous advance. The nightmare steed did not sprint. Instead, it trotted across the battlefield as though it were its own backyard. And like a scene from one of Alex's past life films, none of the Kellerman soldiers dared to block the Dark Knight's path as he rode straight towards General Vance. Under the weight of his unfurled saintly domain, thick with suffocating killing intent, and with a war axe already stained by blood, a dozen decapitations, and bisected corpses of those too slow to move aside, Jared carved his way forward unhindered. General Vance, livid at having his strike against Alex thwarted, spurred his mount to meet him. Almost instinctively, the battlefield cleared around them, creating a grim arena for the two titans. Saint clashed against Saint. No soldier from either side dared intervene. To step into that clash was to court instant death. "I didn't expect you to ride straight to your own end, Jared Rivia," General Vance sneered. "Are you truly so desperate not to see the sight of your liege's defeat?" "Defeat?" Jared shook his head. "My liege's heir is no useless fool drowning in waters above his head. But I cannot say the same for you." His saintly domain expanded like a tide, pressing down on his foe. The message was clear, no more words. "Very well," Vance growled, his aura erupting in kind. "Since you are so eager to die, I shall oblige you." General Vance also unfurled and expanded his own saint domain. Their domains collided, triggering a clash of saints that shook the entire battlefield. Alex did not slow down after passing the fort's gates. He spurred Dread into a full sprint, racing straight toward the central plaza. That was where his final trump card awaited, one he believed could turn the tide of battle and secure victory for the Fury forces. A weapon, it seemed, only he could wield. At the plaza lay a massive cluster of interwoven array formation circles. Each circle possessed its own unique function, yet also fed into and interacted with the others in intricate ways. The complexity of their interaction mirrored the delicate interplay of rune circuit components that formed single array formation circles. But here, that principle had been scaled up to the level of array formations themselves. Any true array master would have stood in awe. Together, these countless formations formed the components of something far greater. A grand array formation. Such a construct stood close to the pinnacle of array mastery. Regardless of its tier, any individual capable of designing one would be recognized across the continent as a true array master worthy of deep respect. If Alex were to publish this design, he would no doubt gain fame and prestige within the array master community. Yet none of that mattered to him now. He had no interest in accolades, only in repelling the invaders who threatened his land. The arrays Alex had handed over to the fort's resident array masters were profoundly complex. So complex, in fact, that even he could not operate them directly. But he had found a solution, a surprisingly simple, yet ingenious one. The key lay in the fort's own grand array design. Every formation across the fort was tied into and governed by a central control array. Normally, this functioned merely as a hub to centralize control, ensuring higher security and coordination. But there was another use for such a control nexus, one few considered. In certain circumstances, a central control array could be designed so that even a non-mage could operate it. For example, palaces and castles belonging to royalty, grand dukes, and dukes were always protected by grand array formations. Yet not every emperor, king, or duke was a mage. In many cases, such critical defensive systems could not, and must not, be entrusted to another. Thus, special control formations were created, designed to allow even those without magical potential or array mastery to wield absolute command over their fortress defenses. Of course, designing such a control formation required an exceptional level of mastery. After all, array masters were exclusively mages, yet this formation essentially allowed a non-mage to act as though they were one. The conditions to make such a system work demanded expertise Alex simply did not possess. But that didn't matter. Not exactly. What was most important was the idea. Since his own brain, spiritual force, and mana pathways could not possibly shoulder the full load of directly operating the complex formations he had prepared, Alex devised a workaround. A control formation that functioned like a bot. It would handle the heavy lifting, the countless precise, complicated procedures, on behalf of the user. Alex believed this would make the formations accessible not only for him, but also for the fort's other mages. He had been wrong. Now, only he could take command. Alex stepped onto the glowing nexus at the heart of the control formation. As an added measure, he granted omni-rune access and subordinate authority over the array, enabling smoother integration. Instantly, omni-rune began filtering the endless streams of commands, simplifying them into intuitive mental prompts. All Alex needed to do was think, and omni-rune, his greater rune mage, support AI, would translate those thoughts into precise instructions, passing them seamlessly to the control formation. The formation would then manipulate the grand array formation into performing the exact results he desired. When Alex confirmed everything was working as planned, he let out a deep sigh of relief. "I'll be vulnerable from this point onward," Alex said gravely to Eudora. "My protection will be in your hands. I will protect you with my life, Master," Eudora replied, her tone heavy with solemn determination. "You don't need to go that far," Alex answered with a faint smile, trying to lighten the tension. "Just make sure to wake me up if anything happens around us." Eudora turned her face away without replying. Alex could have sworn he heard a soft humph escape her lips as she did. "I must be mistaken. Eudora wouldn't do that, right?" Shaking his head, Alex sat himself in a meditative pose, letting his consciousness sink into his mind space. "It's all on you now, Senu." "Scree," came the sharp reply, ringing across his mind space. High above the night sky, Senu became as Alex's eye. Through her shared vision ability, he gained a literal bird's-eye view over the battlefield. "Let's begin." While Jared was trotting steadily across the battlefield to confront General Vance, a sudden shift swept through the Fury ranks. All at once, A strange rune flared to life on the forehead of every Fury soldier. This was no ordinary rune. Its design was foreign, unrecorded, and beyond the knowledge of even seasoned array masters or mages. None could decipher its meaning, but all instinctively knew the one responsible. Young Master Alex's arrays, they're working? From the walls, the fort commander's weary eyes darted toward the central plaza. There, on a glowing runic formation, sat a lone figure as if in meditation. Though the commander could not see his face from this distance and angle, the youthful form was unmistakable. He actually activated the spell formation that even the fort's mages failed to control. So the rumors of him being a genius mage were true. A surge of energy coursed through the commander's body. The fatigue from endless combat evaporated in an instant. And he was not the only one. Across the battlefield, the effects of the greater rune, now branded upon every Fury soldier, manifested in remarkable ways. Weary soldiers found themselves revitalized, their exhaustion burning away like morning mist. Wounded men and women watched as their cuts closed and bleeds staunched before their eyes. Those pressed hardest by enemy blades saw protective energy shields shimmer into existence, forming armor that protected them from the attacks. A select few saw their attacks enhanced to deal more damage, and their weapons digging deeper into enemy flesh and lines. The rune's power was adaptive, responding to each soldier's most urgent need at any given moment. Injured troops were healed, surrounded troops were shielded, fatigued troops were invigorated while attacking troops were empowered. The battlefield shifted instantly. The Fury soldiers, once battered, now surged forward with a ferocity that bordered on reckless abandon. All fear and hesitation vanished, for in their hearts burned only trust. A trust in their young master who supported them from behind the walls. The long stalemate, fought desperately across the ramparts and in the bloody no-man's land before the gates, finally began to tilt. And at that very moment, the Fury's other great trump card on the battlefield began to reveal its might even more. Young Master Alex has made his move, Jared's adjutant announced to the Dark Hounds. By the general's orders, we now act according to the young master's plan. At once, the Dark Hound Magic Armor Company, who had been wreaking havoc with brutal cavalry charges, abruptly split apart. Their once unified formation shattered into 10-man squads, each unit breaking off towards separate targets scattered across the battlefield. The expressions of the Kellerman commanders darkened. They had been preparing to counter the Dark Hounds with sheer numbers, sacrificing fodder troops to wear them down now that Jared's Saint domain no longer bolstered the unit. Without a Saint's reality-bending presence, the Dark Hounds' charges, though still deadly, had lost much of their overwhelming edge. But the sudden split ruined their plan entirely. What? One commander snarled before snapping an order. Ignore the Dark Hounds. March on the gate. With the hounds dispersed into smaller units, their large-scale threat to a full formation was reduced. The Kellermans assumed they could be contained by groups of elites rather than dealt with as an unstoppable tide. They couldn't have been more wrong. The Dark Hounds had no intention of waiting to be engaged. Instead, they swept across the battlefield like hunting packs, singling out their prey with ruthless precision. Every veteran-ranked Kellerman soldier became a target. The thunder of nightmare steeds echoed across the chaos, each charge leaving trails of blood and broken bodies in its wake. The sight was a chilling reminder to all present. What made a magic knight terrifying was not their cavalry charge alone, but their unmatched versatility in battle. A single magic armor knight could alter the course of a battlefield on their own, cutting down scores, sometimes hundreds, of ordinary soldiers without faltering. That strength came not only from the knights themselves, but from the armor they wore. Magic armor represented the pinnacle of Pangea's artifact craftsmanship. Depending on its tier, such armor could amplify its wearer's strength by up to 2 entire ranks, provided they met the conditions to wear it and wield its power. Veteran-ranked soldiers were so scarce. Raising someone to that level required years of training and resources. Yet with sufficient wealth, a knight clad in magic armor could leap ranks in power almost instantly. Magic armor was, in truth, the epitome of the Pangea realm's pay-to-win style of war. With the Tier 3 magic armor each Darkhound wore, each costing at least 75,000 gold coins, more than the annual income of most viscounts and even some counts. Every single hound, though likely only elite ranked, could still hold their own against an early-stage veteran-ranked soldier. And if they gathered in squads of 10, even a peak-stage veteran would be pushed to the very limits of survival. This wasn't in a formal duel either, but on a battlefield where no rules existed and no courtesies were respected. Even with their powerful armors, the Darkhounds remained unscrupulous killers who did whatever was necessary to bring down their prey. Ambush, sneak attacks, poison, hidden weapons, setting kill zones around injured soldiers. These knights were more roguish than proper rogues, a wicked breed who hunted down and slaughtered the Kellerman elites with underhanded methods. They were called Darkhounds for a reason. The Kellerman forces lost swathes of middle chain officers before they even realized what was happening. One particular squad of Darkhounds even abandoned their mounts, hiding themselves beneath a pile of corpses after sending out a subtle signal. Not long after, their chosen prey arrived. Major Jaeger was still locked in combat, with 4 Kellerman veteran rankers. Though he had held strong, the constant clash had begun to wear him down. He tried to disengage, but the enemy clung to him like leeches, refusing to give him even a breath. His crimson armor flickered, the sanguine enhancements on both his body and greatsword beginning to falter. The Kellerman officers' eyes gleamed with excitement as they sensed their chance. With no Fury reinforcements nearby to intervene, they pressed their advantage, driving the Major further and further into a defensive position. Eventually, Jaeger could no longer attack. All he could do was block. That was all the opening his enemies needed. 2 officers abandoned defense entirely, pouring their strength into a single devastating strike. Boom! The omnidirectional sweep of a sword and the crushing force of a colossal warhammer slammed into Major Jaeger, blasting him 10 meters away. His sanguine armor shattered. The physical armor beneath also cracked apart. Even the sanguine enhancements on his greatsword broke under the combined might. Jaeger hit the ground hard, weakened and unable to rise. The 2 officers who had committed to the strike staggered, their bodies trembling from overexertion, but their eyes burned with triumph. One of the remaining Kellerman officers stayed back to guard the 2 who had overexerted themselves, while the other raised his morning star to crush Major Jaeger's face. But the Major still wore a disdainful smile. Wait, he's smiling. A chill ran down the officer's spine. A wave of killing intent suddenly pressed down on him, like a dozen predators had locked onto his throat. He aborted his strike and hastily shifted into defense. But instead of the swarm of attackers he expected, only 2 blades came for him. Only 2 Darkhounds attacked. He blocked the strike, being blasted back into retreat, with confusion flashing across his face. How? I could swear I felt far more. His head snapped towards his comrades. 2 Darkhounds had appeared before the officer who was shielding the weakened pair. Instead of trying to kill him outright, they blasted him aside with a savage strike, tearing open a gap. The next moment, the 6 remaining Darkhounds surged in, their weapons plunging mercilessly into the 2 weakened officers. 1 hound would have been more than enough to finish the job, but 3 each struck the weakened Kellerman officers, leaving nothing but mangled corpses. The last 2 Kellerman officers regrouped, rage and dread flickering equally in their eyes. Then, Major Jaeger stood. The greater rune on his forehead glowed faintly, his wounds were sealed shut, and his fatigue erased. He strode back to the squad of Darkhounds, his greatsword gleaming with fresh vigor. You like ganging up on people, don't you? Jaeger sneered, a gleeful grin on his face. Then it's fair game if we do the same. His words sent ice down the spines of the 2 remaining veteran-ranked officers. The result was inevitable. Though they tried to flee, the Fury Hunters cut them down, their deaths a brutal display of teamwork and merciless slaughter. A similar scene played out elsewhere. Colonel Hoist, once cornered by 2 veteran rankers, turned the tide as a Darkhound squad crashed in. Together, they butchered his would-be executioners. Across the battlefield, Darkhound squads struck again and again, isolating Kellerman commanders and assassinating veteran-ranked elites. Many died before their soldiers even realized their leaders had fallen. With the enemy chain of command collapsing, the pressure on the northern Dankrot fort's left and right walls eased significantly. The Fury forces' 2 trump cards had revealed their brutal fangs. Looks like your forces are losing, Jared remarked coldly. TCH. General Vance gritted his teeth in irritation. Neither of the two saint-rank generals had moved beyond clashing their domains. Yet, even in this probing contest, it was clear Jared held the upper hand. But the Dark Knight didn't press for the kill. His instincts whispered caution. He boldly declared my death. Those eyes, he must have something hidden. Years of battlefield experience gnawed at him, warning of a trap. So instead, Jared shifted his focus to psychological warfare. There's no point trying to provoke me, Vance sneered. Not when your fort's gate is about to fall. Jared's gaze turned toward the gate. Indeed, the Dark Hounds had wreaked havoc since splitting up, slaughtering the Kellerman elites. But in doing so, they had seemingly abandoned the fort's gate. And there, the Kellerman army hammered away with massive battering rams, determined to smash their way through. Is that what you think? Jared's voice rumbled with amusement beneath his helm. As if to answer him, the sky stirred. A vast spell formation unfolded high above the Kellerman ranks, blazing so brilliantly that even the magically inept could see its structure. In the fort's central plaza, Alex sat cross-legged and as if in a trance, his hand raised toward the sky. Through the control formation beneath him, he channeled the mana of the Grand Array formation into a single, devastating structure. The spell was one every mage, especially fire mages, recognized instantly. Fireball. But this was no ordinary fireball. This was a monstrous orb, tens of meters in diameter, swollen with fire mana harvested from the battlefield's countless fire-related battle spells and siege attacks. Its surface churned more like molten lava than flame. Even with the control formation handling most of the burden, the feat pushed Alex to his limits. Every thread of mana had to be guided slowly, carefully, lest the colossal weave collapse. That slowness became its own weapon. The fireball swelled at a pace just fast enough that the Kellerman mages couldn't stop it, but slow enough that every soldier beneath it was forced to watch its birth. Every second of its looming growth carved terror deeper into their hearts. Boom. The fireball descended only 10 meters before striking Earth. There was no colossal explosion, no deafening shockwave. But there was heat. An unbearable, merciless heat. Even before touching the ground, the soldiers directly beneath were reduced to nothing but blackened husks. And when the fireball landed, those charred remains disintegrated further into drifting ash. Under Alex's precise control and its own magical defenses, the fort and its walls, for the most parts, were left untouched. But the Kellerman forces, almost 1,000 strong, were wiped away in an instant, consumed by an inferno that erased their existence. Utter terror spread across the enemy ranks. Weapons clattered to the ground as soldiers collapsed where they stood. The mages were the worst affected. Their courage shattered, their wills broken. To them, only one explanation existed. Some grand, perhaps even legendary mage, had to be hidden within the fort. None of them dared cast a single spell before such a presence. The young master's plan worked, thought Colonel Hoist, the fort commander, Jared's adjutant, and every Fury officer in the know. Push them back into the flames. Surround them. Don't let them escape. Let them burn in the flames of our fury. The cries thundered across the battlefield. Fury morale soared sky high, while Kellerman's spirits plummeted. Against the raging backdrop of the inferno, the two Saint Generals stood locked in their silent duel. I told you. Jared's voice rumbled like iron from beneath his helm. My liege's heir is no useless half-wit and over his head. Surrender. This battle is over. Jared Rivia, how dare you? General Vance roared, rage-filled flames to erupt from his throat. In that instant, he understood. He had been played. The Dark Knight had never intended to duel him. He had closed in only to stall, to keep Vance pinned at bay. Too far to intervene, and too late to stop the grand fireball. Every step, along with every taunt, and their clash of domains, had all been part of a grand orchestrated plan. Damn it, Vance cursed inwardly. I thought I sealed every path of survival, but I miscalculated. His sword drooped to his side as his gaze lifted toward the night sky, aflame with Alex's magical inferno. I accounted for Drake Fury's response. I accounted for Jared Rivia's presence. But the wild card I overlooked. Alex Fury, a mere brat. The thought of that youth, bearing the face that resembled the one he loathed above all, burned in his chest, stoking his rage even higher. I see. I fell right into your trap. No, that brat's trap. General Vance muttered. Jared's brows furrowed beneath his helm. The man's voice was calm, eerily calm. Vance chuckled darkly. Surrender? Don't make me laugh. His aura erupted once again, wild and suffocating. Do you think I'll allow this war to end like this? After everything I've poured into it? After everything I've lost? Nay. He raised his blade, pointing it directly at Jared. If the army has failed me, then I'll see it through myself. First, I'll cut you down. Then, I'll dismember that heir of your liege, the one you so proudly guard. Only then will your lord taste the despair I felt, before I cut him down as well. Jared's frown deepened. He braced for a reckless charge, but it never came. Instead, Vance drew a scroll from his waist and tore it apart by flooding it with saintly power. In an instant, Jared's saintly energy, his saint domain, all vanished. No, not vanished. Locked, trapped within him, unable to manifest. And shockingly, the same affliction bound General Vance himself. That scroll? How? The domain prohibition writ should be extinct. No one should. Jared froze as realization dawned. Vance's laughter grew heavier. So you see it now? Do you finally remember who I am? Jared exhaled slowly. I see. You're the last of the Shomer. Casper Shomer was it. TCH, took you long enough. General Vance, or rather, Casper Shomer, laughed harshly. Did you think this day would never come, Jared Rivia? That day when your liege spared me to a life of misery decades ago? Now, I've returned, to take from Drake Fury what he stole from me. With your pitiful strength? You're right. With my power alone, I could never defeat you. Casper's eyes glinted with burning hatred. But with the final heirloom of the Shomer bloodline, the domain prohibition writ, and its bloodline talent, I will strike down Drake Fury and everyone else around him with my own hands. He spread his arms wide, the sealed battlefield humming with oppressive tension. Now that you can no longer use your saintly power, Jared Rivia, you are not my equal. Prepare yourself. Today you die. It went without saying that Pangea was an unforgiving realm, where peace was little more than a dream reserved for the truly strong. Nay, even for the strong, true and uninterrupted peace was nothing but an idealist fantasy. For in Pangea, it was through chaos, battle, and war that even the mighty earned fleeting moments of peace. At the very pinnacle of those who could enjoy some semblance of peace, safety, and security stood the nobility and royalty. This was because, in theory, anyone with sufficient strength could rise to the ranks of nobility, albeit as a low-born noble. And by virtue of that strength, they could claim a fragile sliver of peace. Yet it was well known across the continent. To enter nobility was to step into a crucible of ambition. A cruel, relentless world where peace ironically became nothing but a distant memory. For ambition was born of chaos, and it thrived only upon the battlefield. To survive in the cutthroat realm of Pangea's aristocracy required more than individual might. It demanded the backing of collective power. And for any family hoping to endure beyond 3 generations, neither the strength of one peerless figure nor the might of a single army would suffice. Such a family required something rarer, members who were, as a whole, powerful, talented, and unmistakably unique. The Fury family was such a house. Their Führer bloodline granted them talents honed for battle and chaos, while their rebellious, ambitious spirit marked them as uniquely suited to thrive in this unforgiving world. The Shomers were no different. Before the Mad Earl rose upon their ashes, the Shomer line had stood as a family with centuries of history and renown. They were a house that had birthed numerous legends in their prime, most of them unparalleled masters of the sword. From this legacy emerged a bloodline of its own, the Shomer sword bloodline. Its inheritors were blessed with extraordinary affinity for the sword, forging a clan of sword fanatics renowned throughout the Varelian Empire, and whose saints and legends left their mark across the Pangea Plain and even the worlds beyond. Similar to how the Führer bloodline granted Alex his battle instinct, a natural talent across all weapons and fighting forms, the Shomer sword bloodline bestowed upon its heirs unmatched brilliance with the sword. The richer a bloodline, the greater the chance its inheritors could draw upon the accumulated knowledge of their ancestors, enough, at times, to reach the exalted realm of sword grandmaster and beyond. Weapon mastery was distinct from cultivation ranking, though the two were intertwined. More often than not, one's cultivation rank determined the ceiling of one's weapon mastery. This followed a structure similar to craftsmanship, which also corresponded to cultivation. For example, a Class 0 warrior could at best develop Tier 0 swordsmanship. By contrast, one would need to reach Class 6, Legend, before pushing sword mastery to the peak of Tier 5, the realm of sword grandmasters. This was because higher tiers demanded more than physical skill. Tier 4 and Tier 5 required the integration of derived concepts and even basic laws into one's swordsmanship, an achievement possible only for saints and legends, whose cultivation granted them such comprehension. Yet history remembered rare exceptions, geniuses who broke the mold and attained a higher weapon proficiency than their cultivation should have allowed. Among them, a number of inheritors of the Shomer sword bloodline were historically famous. Their innate affinity for the sword allowed many of them to reach Tier 4 sword master without ever stepping into the saintly realm. It was precisely this that made dueling a Shomer a gamble few dared to take. And to double down on their terrifying advantage, a Shomer ancestor once secured a forbidden treasure, the production method of the domain prohibition writ. This rune scroll, depending on its tier, could ban the use of saintly or legendary domains. Against such a writ, even the mightiest saints and legends would be shackled, unable to manifest derived concepts or basic laws. Stripped of their domains, they were forced to fight with nothing but internal energy and raw combat technique, where the Shomers excelled. No one knew from where or whom the Shomer ancestor obtained this method, but when Earl Drake Fury raised the family, he never uncovered it. Thus, the domain prohibition writ and its creation method were believed lost to history. And truth be told, many across Pangea were glad of it, for such a weapon threatened the very hegemony of saints and legends. Jared, however, never imagined that the boy deemed too insignificant for Drake Fury to kill decades ago had escaped with such a treasure, and that he now dared to use it. Do you regret it? Not killing me when you had the chance. Casper Shomer taunted coldly. Don't worry, I won't make the same mistake. I will wipe out every last one of the Führer bloodline. Jared didn't respond. Instead, he dismounted from his horse. Nay, Terror, his loyal warhorse, cried in protest. But one stern glance from Jared silenced it. With a sound closer to a pitiful whine than a neigh, the beast obeyed, pulling back as ordered. Casper dismounted as well. Not out of honor. Never that. But simply because he would fight better on foot. The moment the horses withdrew, Casper struck. Thing. Steel rang as Jared intercepted the blow with the long shaft of his war axe. Even stripped of their domains, their saint-level internal energy infused every movement. The sheer force behind strike and block unleashed a shockwave that rippled out nearly 50 meters. Casper pressed forward, his blade flashing again in a ruthless follow-up. Jared barely adjusted, using the broad axe head to catch the strike. The instant steel met steel, Jared's instincts flared. Casper's blade clung unnaturally against the axe, his hips twisting with predatory precision. With a brutal parry, he shoved the axe upward, exposing Jared's torso. The sword lunged for his midsection, only for Jared's eyes to blaze with sudden resolve. Muscles tensed, he resisted the momentum with sheer force, wrenching his weapon downward in a punishing smash. As expected of a Shomer, his momentum is monstrous, Jared thought grimly. Steel shrieked. Jared countered with a horizontal slash, but Casper hopped and barrel-rolled over the strike, flowing seamlessly into a spinning thrust. The blade kissed Jared's cheek, drawing blood. The two separated for a heartbeat. Jared exhaled sharply. He refuses to give me a single breath. Casper was already on him again. The duel grew fiercer, weapons crashing in a storm of sparks. Jared's axe gave him reach. Yes, but its weight slowed him. Casper's sword was faster, unyielding, relentless, every strike carrying that trademark Shomer momentum. After 6 blistering exchanges, Jared was forced to brace his axe shaft horizontally, thrusting it outward to halt the charge. But even that was red. Casper twisted, angling his blade with perfect timing. He hooked the inside of the axe head. Jared realized in shock. The Shomer prodigy had exploited the weapon's very shape against him. With a sharp rotation, Casper's blade locked against the curve of the axe, wrenched it free, and sent Jared's war axe spinning skyward. For the first time in decades, Jared Rivia stood disarmed. "This is the end, Jared Rivia," Casper roared, eyes alight with vengeance. His sword thrust forward. Blood sprayed against the inferno-lit battlefield. A fissure 100 meters long split the earth behind Jared, carved by the sheer force of Casper's blow. Sometime earlier, city of Worth, Kellerman territory. The air outside Worth was heavy with turmoil after the earlier betrayals on both sides. Both wildkin and humans were brimming with eagerness. The war was about to erupt. At the first light of dawn, both armies made their move. Exercitus Alexii had been preparing to lay siege when the gates of Worth swung open. From within, the wildkin poured out like an unending tide. The wildkin, especially the major races of orcs, taurus, and mantisari, were built for raids, not for defending walls. And they weren't about to start now. Rather than playing to their weakness against a foe they grudgingly admitted was formidable, the wildkin chieftains petitioned the orc chief to meet the humans in the open plains before the city. To attack, and either triumph, or die trying. The orc chief agreed. The wildkin outnumbered the Fury soldiers at least 2-1. More than that, this was no rabble. It was the cream of the invading forces that had pushed into Imperial lands. Yet, the Fury elites were not unsettled. When had they ever fought the wildkin on equal terms? Seeing the tide surge from Worth, Exercitus Alexii halted its march. Orders rang out, and the task force division began forming lines with methodical precision. The surviving 3,500 soldiers split into 7 battalions of roughly 500 each. 1 mage, 1 archer, 2 cavalry, light and heavy, and 3 infantry, shield-bearers, spearmen, and armored. By contrast, the wildkin array was little more than a mob. They lined up loosely by race, their only semblance of order being orc infantry in the center and wolf riders on the flanks. Horn. The wildkin war horn blared, and what little discipline they did have evaporated into frenzy. With bloodlust in their eyes, they broke into a mad sprint, each warrior desperate to be the first to clash. Steady. The human side did not flinch. Shields locked, spears angled, bows drawn, they braced. Steady. The shield-bearers dug their feet into the soil, shields angled to deflect the incoming storm. Steady. Their commander's voice was low, measured, waiting for the exact moment. Now, boom. The first of the wildkin smashed against hardened, aura-coated shields and were thrown back by the shield-bearers, only to be skewered by the spearmen waiting behind. The shield-bearers finished off any that still twitched with their short blades. Then, as though a single body, the unit pushed forward. They stepped atop the fallen wildkin without hesitation, shields raised to welcome the next wave of attacks. Rinse and repeat. Human soldiers cut down the charging wildkin, then pressed forward step by step, slow and steady, over a growing carpet of corpses. Whenever a Fury soldier in the front line fell, another instantly moved up from the back, filling the gap before the wildkin could even notice. To their enemies, it seemed as though the pressing human wall never faltered, never took damage. Those in the rear had the simpler but no less important duty of ensuring that no wildkin twitching on the ground lived long enough to rise again. More and more wildkin crashed into the line, their frenzied strength turning the clash into a tug-of-war. Shield-bearers gritted their teeth and shoved back with every ounce of force they had, while spearmen jabbed into any opening they could find. The chaos deepened as the tide swelled. Archers and mages finally stepped in. Arrows pierced those wildkin who towered or pushed hardest in the melee, while spells hurled into the backline blasted away slower, but far physically stronger enemies like trolls before they could reach the frontline battlefield. The sudden shift forced the shamans of the wildkin to enter the fray. They bellowed guttural chants, coating their warriors in frenzied buffs while unleashing curses and venomous debuff spells upon the Fury soldiers. The battlefield tilted on a razor's edge, slipping closer and closer into full-blown chaos, the exact condition the wildkin thrived in. Yet the Fury soldiers held. Stubborn, blood-soaked, and relentless, they refused to break, grinding the hostiles down inch by inch. But that balance would not last. Suddenly, a combined wildkin force of elites from the 3 major races stormed onto the battlefield. Boom. A 3-meter-tall Taurus, its body a mass of bulging muscle, thundered forward with a speed far too swift and agile for its size. It slipped past volleys of arrows and spell fire with uncanny agility, then crashed into the frontline infantry. Its horns gleamed wickedly as it charged straight like a battering ram through the shield-bearer wall, ripping it apart like paper before plowing into the spearmen who tried desperately to intercept. At the same time, a veteran-ranked orc fighter revealed itself. It had hidden amidst its lesser kin until the moment was right, then unleashed its full strength, widening the breach in the shield wall and dragging more wildkin through the opening. Above, a trio of winged mantisari swooped down. Though the archers and mages fended them off from closing in, their constant harassment disrupted the rhythm of the ranged units, dulling their suppressive fire and allowing even more wildkin to reach the front lines. Chaos erupted as the human formation fractured. The neat battalions splintered into smaller subunits, companies and platoons, while the armored infantry spread out to meet the wildkin pouring through. Veteran-ranked officers of the Fury Army stepped forward, hunting down enemy elites who tried to slip past the lines, locking them into deadly duels amidst the carnage. The wildkin held the advantage in numbers and in sheer count of high-ranked fighters. Yet the Fury soldiers refused to match them one-on-one. They fought as disciplined units, cutting down even terrifying foes through coordination and sheer cohesion. The battlefield surged back and forth, chaos and order, collapse and recovery, as the clash raged. It was like facing an endless tide. Soon, it became impossible to tell which side had lost more. Bodies piled high, human and wildkin alike, strewn across the plains like fallen wheat. And yet, as the minutes stretched into hours, the wildkin only grew more frenzied. Whether from the shaman's bloodthirsting blessings or their own unyielding lust for battle, they fought harder the longer the slaughter continued. Eventually, the greatest monster among them could restrain himself no longer. Boom! The orc chief made his move. A single punch, carrying the weight of a mountain, tore through the air and smashed down toward the Fury backline. You shouldn't have done that. A sigh, heavy and powerful, reverberated across the battlefield. Suddenly, every eye turned to a fully armored human soldier standing in the air at the rear of the Fury army. Before him, the half-legend orc chief's earth-shattering punch dissipated, like snow melting under the first rays of spring. The soldier slowly removed his helmet. It was none other than Earl Drake Fury. Abyssal Conqueror's step. Fourth step. Tyrant's descent. Boom. Step by step, Drake walked across the air toward the orc chief, each stride calm, almost casual. Yet for the wildkin below, it was as though a mountain had been dropped onto their shoulders. The weight pressed harder with every step. Before long, many wildkin collapsed to their knees, forced down by the sheer oppression of his presence. The orc chief rose into the sky to meet him. A deep frown cut across his face as he realized. No matter what he did, the suffocating pressure crushing his warriors refused to lift. You should have obediently let the brats have their fun. Drake's tone was casual, yet the killing intent locked firmly onto the orc chief made it clear. This man was anything but. Now that you've made your move, I have no choice but to act as well. Drake half sighed, half shook his head. So what will it be? Will you resist, or spare us all the time and surrender? I have heard of the human legend who guards the fertile plains to the desert south. The orc chief growled, speaking in the common tongue of Pangaea. I came to see if your strength is worthy of such fame. Then I'll take that as resistance, Drake replied coldly. Do you understand what awaits you when this foolishness fails? I am an orc. I do not fear death. The orc chief straightened, eyes unyielding. Death? An evil grin stretched across Drake's lips. Who said anything about death? The orc chief's expression faltered. Do you realize how much your pointless war has cost me? Drake sneered. Don't worry. You will. You'll pay it back. Every last drop, by working as my slave. Roar. You dare insult a warrior. Do I dare? Drake laughed, his crimson eyes glinting with madness. Don't you know who I am? I am the Mad Earl. There is nothing I don't dare do. Abyssal Conqueror's step. Third step. Wraith's crossing. Crack. In the blink of an eye, Drake vanished in a spark of lightning. When Drake reappeared, he stood behind an orc fighter, just as the brute was about to cut down a veteran-ranked Fury soldier. The orc's barbarian's sword was no longer in his hands. It was in Drake's. The orc fighter spun around, raising a fist to strike. But his vision rolled. Nay, not his vision, but his head. His severed head tumbled through the air, still wearing the expression of rage. And he wasn't the only one. Almost every veteran-ranked wildkin on the battlefield, scores of them, were suddenly dismembered. None of the survivors had seen when it happened. Was it in the instant he moved? The orc chief's eyes widened in disbelief. Drake floated calmly back into the air, meeting his gaze. "Don't look at me like that," Drake said evenly. "I warned you before not to interfere in the children's fight. This is the result of ignoring me." The orc chief froze. He suddenly remembered that warning glare he felt on the city wall earlier, when he had nearly struck the retreating Fury soldiers. "Mad Earl," the orc chief roared. "Do you think I cannot do the same?" Fury burning, he raised his fist. A pseudo-legendary domain surged from his body, enveloping much of the battlefield. The officers of Exercitus Alexii were instantly caught within its grip. Then his colossal fist came crashing down. It happened too fast. The Fury officers couldn't even react. And even if they could, how could mere veteran rankers and half-saints hope to resist the full-powered strike of a half-legend? But then, boom, a world of lightning erupted across the battlefield. Everyone, human and wildkin alike, was plunged into a storm of crackling arcs. Illusionary lightning danced across their skin, their armor, their weapons, making the world itself feel like it had been thrown into a raging tempest. Legendary domain. The realization struck terror into every saint and above present. Unlike the vague, conceptual domains of saints, a legendary domain manifested as a world unto itself, an extension of the laws a legend had grasped. Within Earl Drake's legendary lightning domain, the orc chief's pseudo-legendary earth domain shattered like glass. His mighty strikes dissolved instantly, erased by the storm's passive arcs without Drake even lifting a hand. All Drake had done was unfurl his domain. "I see. You're one of those fools." Drake's voice pressed directly into the orc chief's ears. "Because, by some miracle, you once faced a saint as a half-saint and survived, you now believe you can do the same against a legend while standing at half-legend." His tone grew colder, sharper. "Wake up. There is no such thing as a half-legend. It is nothing but falsehood spread by ignorant fools. You are either a legend, or you are not. And you are not." The orc chief flinched. "Even if you were legend, it would change nothing. At best, it would take me 1 minute longer." Drake's lips curled into a chilling smile. "But since you are destined to serve as my slave, allow your new master to show you the gulf between a false legend." He lifted the double-handed barbarian's sword with one hand, its weight meaningless to him, and a true legendary. The blade descended. A saint's derived concepts move their intent in harmony with the world, by its rules, Drake said, his voice echoing like thunder across the battlefield. But a legend? A legend bends the world's laws themselves to their will. The strike looked deceptively soft, so light that even a Class 0 trainee might have believed they could block it. "Cut," Earl Drake commanded. The world obeyed. Flash. The orc chief's eyes bulged. He dropped down, stamping his feet into the earth, forcing his earth-aligned domain outward. Stone-like barriers erupted. His pseudo-legendary armor gleamed. His internal energy surged like a mountain's heart. He hoped, desperately, that he could anchor himself, turn his domain into a lightning rod to ground Drake's lightning law-infused strike. But it made no difference. His domain shattered. His armor cracked. His body, his very defenses, every last safeguard. All of it was sliced through as if it had never existed. Splash. Blood painted the battlefield. The orc chief collapsed, unable to rise again. His fate, life or death, was unclear. Drake glanced down with indifference. "The laws are the truth of this world," he said, his voice carrying across the stunned battlefield. To become a legend is to fuse with the laws, and thus, to become truth itself. He turned his gaze to the chaos below. "Finish your play. I shall not interfere." And then he vanished. To the soldiers, it seemed as though he had simply disappeared from sight again. But the truth was far different. Earl Drake had left the battlefield entirely, his focus now elsewhere. "Those bastards. Even after I revealed myself, they did not appear. That means I am not their target. His eyes narrowed, lightning flashing across his armor. If not me, then the only possible target is. His legendary domain unfurled once more. A blinding bolt of lightning split the skies as Earl Drake Fury streaked away, moving at a fraction of the speed of light. His destination, the northern Dankrot fort. Shri. Up in the sky, Senu mirrored Alex's concern with a sharp, worried cry. Seeing Casper Schomer's sword thrusting toward Jared's vulnerable form made Alex's consciousness within the mindspace panic. Panic which instantly spread to Senu through their psychic bond. Alex frantically tried to use the Grand Formation to shield and heal the Dark Knight. Yet even with his saintly power locked and suppressed by the domain prohibition writ, a saint's body remained a fortress, nearly impervious to external interference. His Grand Formation was indeed a marvel of runic array mastery, but it was still, at its core, a Tier 3 array formation at best. It simply lacked the refinement and force of a Tier 4, which was necessary to affect a saint directly. Alex had to pull back much of the formation's support from the rest of the Fury soldiers, pouring its strength into the link tethering him to Jared. Only then did it show the faintest sign of influence. But in that instant of focus, Alex's eyes widened in disbelief. He doesn't need it? You managed to deflect it from your body? Casper Schomer's brows furrowed as he stared at the man before him. Indeed, Jared Rivia still stood. Just before the sword could pierce through him, Jared had caught the blade with both hands, twisting it aside at the last possible moment. The steel cut deep into his palms and carved across his side, but his vital organs remained safe. Had the strike pierced him with the full force that cracked the earth beneath their feet, the damage would have been catastrophic. This is pointless, Jared Rivia. Casper wrenched back his sword with a sneer. Now die. He raised his weapon to finish it when the air shifted behind him. A sudden gust carried with it a surge of killing intent. Casper abandoned his strike instantly, springing backward. A heartbeat later, something slammed into the ground between him and Jared, detonating with a sharp blast that forced both men to separate. Who? Casper snapped, eyes narrowed. As the dust cleared, the object revealed itself. It was a sword. Jared's sword. Realization struck Casper like a hammer. His gaze whipped back to Jared. As expected, the Dark Knight had retreated toward where his disarmed war axe lay, stabbed into the ground. A faint glow pulsed along his arm. Energy thread? When did he? Casper's expression soured. Jared calmly reached down, seized the war axe, and wrenched it free from the ground. He slung it onto his shoulder in one fluid motion, the fiery glow of the grand fireball, spell blazing in the background, lending his silhouette a weighty, almost mythic gravitas. Jared exhaled slowly, taking a moment to suppress his saintly power. The greater rune glowing faintly on his forehead flared once before releasing its healing light. Warm energy coursed through his body, healing him. The gashes on his palms and side closed rapidly, leaving behind only thin lines that would fade with time. When the work was done, Jared channeled his internal energy to suppress the greater rune, silencing it so it would not interfere further. This was his way of telling Alex, do not waste the Grand Formation on me. Focus elsewhere. Turning his gaze back to Casper Schomer, Jared spoke, his tone calm, yet biting. You're not bad. Even without proper instruction, you've taken the Schomer sword technique this far. Impressive. His eyes narrowed. But you seem to have forgotten something. 2 decades ago, the number of Schomers I killed, those who had truly mastered the technique, was no less than 5. He swung his war axe in a wide arc, the heavy weapon dragging the air itself with it. The sheer force of the motion rippled outward, collapsing the ravine Casper's earlier strike had torn open. Come, let me show you why they died at my hands. You damned mercenary filth. Casper roared. Boom. The two clashed again. Jared lunged forward, bringing the axe down with crushing force against Casper's wide greatsword. Ugh! Casper grimaced, his arms straining as the impact reverberated through him. Still he held. Digging his heel into the ground, he shoved upward, pushing Jared back just enough to regain space. Casper raised his blade for an overhead slash, only for Jared to spin his war axe by the long shaft, whirling it overhead like a storm. The sudden rotation forced Casper to halt his advance. In that instant of delay, Jared redirected the axe, and hacked down toward his opponent's exposed side. Casper had no choice but to abandon his attack. He dropped his stance, slashing upward diagonally. Steel rang as his blade knocked Jared's strike high overhead. But Jared did not resist the deflection. He flowed with it, letting the war axe's massive weight pull through the motion. Guiding the weapon with subtle control, he curved it back into a deadly row, bringing it crashing down toward Casper once more. This time, Casper leapt clear, soaring over the descending axe and swinging downward in a counterattack. Jared's hands shifted, sliding from the center of the shaft toward its tip. The axe head smashed into the ground, its rebound springing the shaft upward like a lever. The weapon's shaft whipped into the path of Casper's falling strike, intercepting it. But Jared wasn't finished. Using the momentum of the springing shaft, he vaulted forward, leg first, like an Olympic pole vaulter. His legs coiled around Casper's waist like a lucha libre pro wrestler's hold, and with brutal strength he slammed the man neck and back first into the ground. Thud! Without hesitation, Jared used his own shoulder and back as leverage, bringing the war axe's massive head arcing down toward Casper's chest. But the sole surviving Shomer bore the pain of the leg slam, quickly rolling free at the last possible moment to avoid the falling axe, then tumbled back to his feet. Damned mercenary. I can't read his movements. One wrong move and I'll die. Casper's thoughts rang with urgency. Come. Jared beckoned on him with his hand, while his voice carried cold disdain. Is this all the legacy of Shomer amounts to? Shut up. Casper roared back, charging forward with a furious thrust. Thing. Steel rang. Jared met the strike with a sweeping counter, his war axe intercepting the greatsword. Casper leaned into the clash, forcing momentum through in the classic Shomer sword style, an orthodox rhythm of blade first, body following, pressing relentlessly toward the enemy's downfall. But Jared's counters flowed like a storm. His motions were circular, unpredictable, the uneven weight of the war axe guiding both weapon and wielder in ways no orthodox swordsman would expect. It was the refined dual style of a knight against the battlefield instinct of a mercenary. One honed in the training room, the other on the battlefield and in chaos. The clash escalated. Dozens of moves exchanged in rapid succession, sparks flying, earth cracking beneath their blows. And just when Casper thought he had adapted, Jared shifted again. The Dark Knight sent Casper stumbling back with a brutal swing, then brought the axe crashing down before him. Boom. Dust erupted. The shaft snapped taut, vaulting Jared forward in a pole vault motion. This time, Jared used the dust as cover. His body flipped, legs driving downward. Wham! A two-legged dropkick smashed into Casper's chest, hurling him backward across the battlefield. Jared landed hard, but didn't stop. Using the momentum of his fall, he swung the axe downward in a killing arc. Casper scrambled, unable to find proper footing. He barely raised his sword in time. Crash! The overhead blow shattered his helmet, ripping it free and sending it clattering across the ground. When the dust cleared, Casper was revealed kneeling, a thin line of blood trickling down his forehead. The axe had bitten through the helmet enough to meet his flesh. A single inch deeper, and his skull would have been split. The only reason he lived was because the war axe lodged in the helmet, tearing it away rather than cleaving his head in two. Jared stood over him, silent. Then, to Casper's surprise, he cast the war axe aside. The heavy weapon spun away and landed with a distant crash. Instead, Jared walked to where his old broadsword still stood buried tip first in the earth. He gripped the hilt and drew it free, spinning the cleaver-like blade around his wrist with practiced ease. Yes. His voice was low, reverent. This suits me better. He turned his gaze back to Casper, eyes sharp as blades. Get up. Surely this isn't all your so-called sword master talent has to offer. At that moment, a sudden pressure burst forth from Jared. A sharp, undeniable intent filled the air, oppressive, commanding. The unmistakable aura of a Tier 4 sword master. Ha! Casper Shomer's laughter rang out, wild and hysterical. He shoved off the ground, rising unsteadily before lowering his stance. With his sword held upright before him, he slid into a sharp attacking posture. His internal energy surged, burrowing into his very blood essence. The latent power of his Shomer sword bloodline awakened further, enhancing his talent, but bleeding him of vitality with every breath. An oppressive momentum burst outward. Tier 4 Swordmaster. This is it, isn't it, Jared Rivia? Casper's voice was steady now, his eyes alight. Yes, indeed. Jared raised his blade, his tone calm, but the fire in his gaze was undeniable. Come, let me enjoy crossing swords with a Shomer Swordmaster, one last time. Enjoy it while you can, Casper spat back coldly. For afterwards, I will send you to the afterlife. As the two prepared for their decisive clash, the greater war raged beyond the wall of fire. The battle had already shifted unmistakably in the Fury army's favor. The Fury soldiers fought like the undead, unrelenting, tireless. No matter how much damage the Kellerman forces inflicted, shimmering shields would intercept fatal blows, or grievous wounds would heal in mere moments. Worse, exhaustion never seemed to touch them. Again and again, they unleashed massive techniques, and instead of their strength weakening, it would always rebound. Their movements never faltered for long before returning to its peak. Their enemies didn't falter, didn't bleed out, didn't stay dead. It was a war of attrition, one in which the Kellerman army was being ground down without hope of victory. Their only chance now lay with Casper Shomer. None of the rank-and-file knew General Vance's true identity, but this meant nothing. The fact remained. Only a saint-rank powerhouse like him could shift the tide. And so, the Kellerman soldiers held on, barely, holding their lines with desperate faith that their general could overcome Jared Rivia, Earl Drake Fury's infamous Dark Bulwark Hound, and come to their aid. Few had time to watch the duel unfolding beyond the raging inferno. Yet all knew instinctively, this clash mattered more than anything. The two men launched forward. Clang. Swords met steel to steel. But strangely, there was no shockwave, no earth-shattering blast. It was almost as if two ordinary blades had struck. In truth, both had reigned in their raw power. Their strength was no longer directed at brute force, but at something far sharper, the flow of technique, the depth of concepts. This was no longer a battle of warriors. It was a duel between swordmasters. Same as always, Casper moved with unceasing flow and relentless momentum. Every strike connected seamlessly into the next, never giving Jared a chance to breathe, much less think. Casper was like an unyielding hurricane, a tornado that never ceased, coming and coming, bashing and bashing, until everything in its path was swept away. This was Casper's concept of unyielding flow, born from his comprehension of the laws of wind. Meanwhile, Jared's movements were as unpredictable as ever, perhaps even more so this time. No matter how much pressure Casper's endless momentum exerted, Jared always seemed to have an answer. Each time their blades clashed, Casper's force and speed were somehow dissipated, only for Jared to follow up with a strike from nowhere, an attack that could not be anticipated until the very last instant. Because of his size and his reputation as a defensive knight that had earned him the title of Bulwark, most assumed Jared studied the laws of Earth. However, nothing could be further from the truth. Jared was neither a defensive knight nor a student of Earth. Like his class, something people for some reason always forgot, Jared was a student of the law of darkness. He had not only comprehended darkness's engulfing nature, which allowed him to absorb and dissipate incoming strikes, causing others to misjudge him as defensive knight, but he had also grasped darkness's veil concept, cloaking the nature of his attacks until the final moment. Both concepts manifested clearly in Jared's swordplay. Casper's forceful assaults were dissolved and engulfed, while his own counters were hidden until the moment of impact. Against anyone but a fellow Tier 4 weapon master, this fusion of attack and defense would have already incapacitated his opponent. The two had already exchanged dozens of strikes in blinding succession, moving at speeds untraceable to the ordinary eye. Then, a sharp glint flashed in Casper's gaze. Jared's blade came crashing down, only for Casper to meet it head-on. He parried with his sword, slid a step forward, and allowed Jared's blade to glide down his steel. In one smooth motion, he trapped Jared's weapon between the hilt and body of his sword, twisting to wrench it free. But a mocking smile curved Jared's lips. With a deft roll of his wrist, he reversed the bind, negated Casper's attempt, and immediately forced down a crushing strike. Casper reacted fast. With a quick step back, both blades missed their mark, but his retreat opened just enough space for him to lunge forward with a thrust. Jared didn't retreat. He allowed his own blade to finish its swing and guided it back to his shoulder. Then, with a sudden shoulder bash, he knocked Casper's thrusting sword aside, opening the gap to raise his weapon and cleave downward toward Casper's head. In that instant, Casper channeled more energy into his wrist and blade. His weapon shot back up in time to parry the overhead strike, rebounding it with force. Flowing with the momentum, he spun his blade outward into a vicious side sweep, aiming straight for Jared's exposed torso. "It's over." Casper's eyes flashed with ruthless resolve. He smelled blood and victory. At this distance, Jared could never bring his weapon down in time to block. The kill was his. But Jared was always unpredictable. Rather than panic, Jared snapped his boot down onto the hilt of Casper's sweeping sword. At the perfect moment in its arc, he forced the blade into the ground. Using that same hilt as leverage, Jared vaulted upward, twisting in the air to deliver a savage kick that cracked against Casper's face. Casper staggered, disoriented, but endured. His instincts screamed. He wrenched his weapon back up just as Jared rolled through the air and unleashed a wide, sweeping slash. Steel clashed, sparks flew. Casper caught the strike, but barely. The force shattered his guard. A chance like that was something a veteran of countless battlefields like Jared would never waste. The moment his feet hit the earth, Jared lunged forward. His thrust slipped through the gap, torn open in Casper's defense, and the blade pierced clean through the younger man's torso. Casper's eyes widened in shock as blood welled at his lips. Jared met his gaze calmly. Inwardly, he admitted, as expected of a rich inheritor of the Schomer bloodline. "Casper Schomer, you are without doubt a powerful swordsman. Truth be told, there is very little difference between us. The only reason I prevailed today is because I carry more experience than you." With a steady pull, Jared drew his sword free. Casper stumbled back and collapsed onto the ground, his strength spilling away with his blood. Looking down at his fallen foe, Jared thought grimly, "As much as I respect your talent, you are a threat to my liege and his household. A threat I cannot allow to remain. You fought well, last scion of the Schomer family." He turned and began to walk away. "One thing," a voice rasped behind him. Jared halted. "Tell me." "One thing," Casper said, forcing the words through the blood in his throat. "Why did Drake Fury not kill me back then, when he destroyed my family?" Jared turned and answered. "For the same reason he didn't kill any of your kin who were your age back then. Unlike your parents and siblings, you weren't responsible for the deaths of his comrades, nor did you stand in his way when he came for the heads of those who were. You weren't a threat to him in any way. You hadn't even properly learned to pick up the sword. There was simply no logical reason to kill you." "Nonsense," Casper spat, blood bubbling at his lips. "You should pull out threats from the root. That is the way of the nobility." "That may be," Jared replied, his voice calm yet firm. "But it isn't the way of the mad wolf, nor the way of the mad earl. If any of his victims grow strong enough to oppose him, then let them come. If, in the time they gained that strength, he failed to improve further, or even weakened, then he has no one but himself to blame. That is the mad earl's way." He looked down at the dying man, eyes steady. "And judging from your current state, his way isn't wrong. After all the years you had to prepare, you couldn't even reach Earl Drake's heels. Forget reaching him. You were stopped by a guard and a boy who has come of age for less than a year." With that, Jared turned and began walking away. Casper stared up at the sky. As his vision blurred and the light dimmed, memories surged unbidden. A throne room, blood pooling across the marble floor. The corpses of his father, his mother, his elder 3 brothers, his 2 sisters, all cut down. And standing amidst the slaughter was the silver-haired man drenched in their blood. The man turned toward him, sheathing his blade before crouching in front of a terrified 10-year-old child. "My name is Drake Fury," the man said. His voice was cold, but not without weight. "I killed your eldest brother for revenge. The rest of your family fell because they defended him and tried to kill me. You have a choice when you grow up. You can choose to end the cycle of vengeance." Drake placed a blood-soaked scroll, taken from Earl Schomer's body, into the boy's trembling hands. "Or you can come for me in vengeance, once you've grown strong enough, just as I have done to your family." The silver-haired man stood, his cloak heavy with gore, and turned away. This is you're just right. Within a single week, Drake Fury had destroyed his world and then left him alive with that choice. Later, a loyal retainer of his father, one who had been away from the fief on an errand, found the broken boy amidst the ruins and carried him away. From that moment onward, Casper had chosen. Even now, as blood poured from his chest and the cold claimed him, he did not know if he regretted his decision. But he accepted his failure. Father, mother, sisters. His lips curved into a faint, weary smile. I am coming home. Bathed in the embrace of the rising sun, Casper Schomer, last scion of the Schomer family, drew his final breath.